A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 176. It was a beautiful sight, the flaming wreckage of a noble phantasm fortress falling from the heavens. How ironic that my fake Levitian took out a fortress that could almost be like Asgard if you squint hard enough. A reenactment of myth? It was possible that such an action had an effect on the actualization of the phantasm to produce a more powerful attack. This was my first time casting the spell. There were many things I needed to go over and tweak for the future. It was actually ScatHack who helped me theorize this completed form in the first place, back when I was training. The others around didn't speak, as we all watched the fireworks in the distance. The moment the fortress hit the ground, a colossal wave of magical energy cascaded out in every direction, enough that my hair was blown to the side. It certainly did bring a smile to my face as I pet Sir Wiggles. Well then, I guess my head isn't going to end up on a spike anymore, I said as I turned around towards Vlad. He flinched at my sudden address, maybe shocked a bit at my magical display. Perhaps we should negotiate the terms of our ceasefire, I raised my hand up, and both the spear and the sword turned to point towards them. All the servants quickly regained their wits, immediately prepared for battle. I just let out a laugh, waving my hand and dismissing the spell. The massive tree, my Yggdrasil, started to wither. The sword and spear began to shrink. Their presence that weighed down upon everyone was receding with the fading of the world tree. Both my spear and my sword dropped to the ground, returned to their true forms, the sword of destruction and Gibalg. I retrieved them quickly enough and returned them to my ring. I cast one last gaze towards my tree, its entirety dissipating back into magical energy and dispersing back into the world. I'm kidding. I raised my hand up to show no hostility. I don't go back on my word. Once again, my pride would not allow it. Technically, we only agreed to allow me to bring that thing down, but it was the principle of the matter. How? Saber's master felt it was large, but pointing at me. How is that possible? That was a noble phantasm, and you destroyed it with magecraft. There shouldn't be any mysteries like that left in the world. That man was the only one to speak, but the expressions on the other mages there seemed to mirror his own. The horror on their faces, and the sheer bewilderment at what they saw. Well, his statement wasn't entirely accurate. The Queen of the Clock Tower has magecraft that's only a hair's breadth away from true magic. While she probably couldn't have done the same thing as my spell, a different set of circumstances, and she could have managed something similar. No, it wasn't just a spell. Siegfried spoke up. Quiet! I commanded you not to speak, unless I ordered it. His master snapped at him. Yeah, Siegfried, you don't want to give away any secretive information. I also spoke up. His master turned to me, mouth agape. But I'm curious at what you have to say, Dragon Slayer. I ignored his master. That was Gungnir, the spear of the All-Father. You somehow managed to create an image of it, one that possessed the same properties if diminished. Siegfried spoke, and his master seemed cowed by a few glares. And the sword? That's impossible in this age. The large master spat out. There had to be some other trick to it. Primordial runes. Siegfried closed his eyes, earning the undivided attention of everyone here. My lips curled up. You noticed, huh? I thought those were gone from the world. Archer muttered. You seem to have many things that should be impossible in this era, young man. Not impossible if you know where to look. I grinned. And I had the best teacher. Strange, I don't recall you being my student. Archer flashed a little smile, an obvious joking tone in his voice. I raised an eyebrow at him. You know, that really just revealed your identity. Archer just laughed. You focused solely on us servants when you had opportunities to kill a master. It's clear where you stand in this fight. I don't regret giving my identity, young warrior. He pushed his fist against his chest. I am Chiron, he said without any fanfare. Can I know the name of the one who was able to teach you? Surprisingly, the other servants didn't raise a fuss, even though they were on the same team. Though, the masters looked annoyed at him. Different mindsets beget different ideals and priorities, I suppose. Yeah, his identity made a lot of sense now. He had a little horse tail as well. No idea on his situation there, since he's supposed to be a centaur, but whatever. Clearly Greek with those kind of bow skills, and a tail like that. I probably would have guessed it eventually. The trainer of heroes, I guess I shouldn't be surprised he wanted to know about my teacher. Maybe his own pride as a teacher was poking through. He shrugged good-naturedly. It's as you say. The immortal which have done scathe. I answered, and it wasn't much of a secret. Besides, he appealed to my pride like that. How could I not answer in kind? There was a look of understanding that flashed across his face, accepting my answer. I'll look forward to seeing how well she taught you. Yeah, well, I don't look forward to those predictive arrows of yours. I grumbled. He laughed happily, and it was becoming difficult to dislike these servants. Master, are you planning to fight? Reiku asked. No. I propose the ceasefire, and I will honor it for the night. I shook my head. Then perhaps we should withdraw. Reiku questioned. We'll see how this plays out. I wanted to see how this went, and perhaps the smart thing to do would be to have my spell still going, except I was at my limit with it. I chose to dissipate it willingly instead of it fading by itself. Made my position seem stronger. And it wasn't fully as fleshed out as I had thought. Many things I need to tweak here, and they're like I initially thought. Truthfully, I was a bit exhausted after casting that thing. I wanted nothing more than to lay my head on her thighs and go to sleep. There was a woman holding a whip to the side of Darnik. She looked pensive, her eyes roaming all around me. Eastern on Myoji and even runecraft. She spoke up, clutching her whip tightly. You combined them somehow to form the basis of that spell, along with those primordial runes. She bit her lip. Interesting. Does the Igmalenia family study such things? That was a bit of a surprise. Both arts are looked down upon by the greater Magus community. I've never seen someone utilize runes like you did, she added, sidestepping my question. It was an impressive display. Darnik stepped forward, hushing his companion. Truly you are the Kaleidoscope's grandson. He praised. Ah, brown-nosing. How annoyingly familiar. Is this the part where you invite me to join you? I raised an eyebrow, earning a snicker from Mordred. Amusingly, Lancer, Vlad, looked annoyed at the thought. There's no need to fight. We don't wish to. I cut him off. Let's stop right there and clear up some misconceptions. I held my hand up. First, I'm not here on behest of the association to crush you or any other nonsense. I don't actually disapprove of your faction or your ideals on paper, and I can say with some certainty, neither does my grandfather. Then why are you? The Grail, obviously. I rolled my eyes. Why else would Tubby over there still be alive when I literally had him in the palms of my hands? I jerked my thumbs towards Saber's master. I simply did not like killing if I had no reason to do so. I'll fight their servants all day, though. Tubby! Saber's master shouted indignantly. Enough! This is getting nowhere. Vlad interjected, sighing and closing his eyes. I agreed to your terms before, and my word still stands. He didn't appear as though he was going to initiate a fight. Unless you want to extend them further? Well, he had a better temperament than his master. Siege the fortress? I asked, earning a note from him, but I merely shook my head. There's no point. I turned around to look at the sun, just peeking over the horizon. Vlad scowled but said nothing. He knew the rules and the abilities that ruler had to enforce them. Return, we're done for the night. He threw his hand to the side, commanding everyone. Oh well, it was fun while it lasted. Ryder held their hands behind their head, casually strolling by, not even concerned about what was going on. What a casual person. Still can't tell if they're a boy or girl. It's not that I cared either way, even if they wanted to identify as a neither or some other variation. I was just annoyed I couldn't figure it out. We're leaving. I looked towards Mordred and Reiku. Reiku was quiet, but she didn't speak to others unless she was forced to. Her attention was almost always on me. Mordred, though, she was oddly quiet. She wouldn't hesitate to throw words at anyone here if she felt like it, but she instead opted to stand by me, menacingly, and deter the others. Well, it would be rude to stay here any longer now that the sun was coming up. With a wave of my hand, I opened a portal and they followed me through. Master, Reiku immediately grabbed onto me, pushing me between her breasts. I was so worried. And you were so dashing. Mama is proud. You stupid cow, stop it. Mordred spat out. Fufufu. Reiku ignored Mordred. Master is going to be spoiled. Reiku. I patted her on the head. Mao. She pouted, but accepted me leaving her embrace. And my heartstrings are constantly tugged around her. That's seriously not fair. You going back to your master? I asked Mordred. That necromancer is fine, but I should go make sure. Mordred looked away, towards the direction I assume he was hiding in. That was impressive. She muttered, "Pardon." I blinked in confusion. She scowled, crossing her arms. "Your spell was cool," she huffed, taking down that noble phantasm and everything. "Is my son praising me?" I couldn't help but grin. "Fuck you," she spat out. "Someone's testy." I pursed my lips. "What's got you all twisted up? You're usually less contained than you are now from what I've seen so far. And you didn't even speak when we were at the castle. What's it to you?" She frowned. Fine, fine." I raised my free hand up. I wouldn't push her if she had something on her mind. "But you were great out there." "What?" She looked confused. "You did good." I praised her. "Taking on multiple servants, and even removing that berserker, you did an amazing job." "Oh, of course I did. Who the hell do you think I am?" She clearly preened under my words, even if she tried to appear nonchalant. "And don't you dare forget what I said." She raised her sword up, pointing at me. "I want some answers later, and you're going to give them to me," she declared before astralizing and disappearing. "Huh." I let out a long breath. What a handful she is. I wonder how Artoria will react. I'll be sure to contact her in a few hours and get her opinion. In the meantime, I was exhausted and there was an empty lap for me to lay down on. I could think about the important bits after a couple hours of sleep. Definitely going to have a chat with Reiko later as well. Chapter 177. POV Assassin of Red, Semiramis. Foolish brutes. I hissed as I cast my healing spells over Ryder's body. Achilles, the man with a body that was impenetrable by anything not divine, had a gaping wound in his chest. "Stop hovering over me." I snapped at Archer, who would not cease her invasion of my space. I allowed them into this place, and even left my throne just to heal him, and they treat me like this? If not for Master, I would have tossed them out already. She frowned but took a step back. Even with my good mood, I was still annoyed having to deal with these idiots. Fastest hero. I scoffed. The wound was taking an annoying amount of time to heal. He was lucky that his spirit core was not overly damaged, otherwise this would have been fatal. It would have killed me if I wasn't fast enough. Achilles coughed up some blood, trying to laugh. "Quiet, your prattling makes it increasingly difficult to heal you." At least his passive defenses did not resist every type of power that it came in contact with, seemingly only hostile ones. But that just made it all the more concerning that he had a massive hole in his stomach. Dear me, what a terrible wound. Castor walked into my throne room. I had noticed his approach, but I was otherwise preoccupied keeping this idiot properly alive. "Castor," Archer growled, "speak your usual nonsense and I'll fill you with holes." "Well, one of them has a brain, I suppose." "Touchy, touchy." Castor seemed unperturbed at the threat. "Well, even cockroaches had methods for survival." "What happened?" he asked as he took out his notebook with quill in hand. I rolled my eyes at his words, but I was a little curious as well. Achilles' invincibility was something I had pondered how to deal with myself, but I don't think I could create a wound such as this. Ryder was about to speak, but I pressed on his chest, giving him a glare. "Make it worse and I'll stop my healing." He should be thankful I allow him this privilege. Archer let out a sigh. He fought Saber's master. She revealed. "Oh ho!" Castor perked up. This Wilhelm continues to impress. He began jotting down notes quickly. "I'm very curious about his story now. Do you still have those long-distance scrying spells active? If they will keep you quiet." I scowled, swiping my hand through the air, allowing the view to manifest in front of him. If watching those ants scramble around after we stole the Grail would keep him quiet, then by all means. "Continue speaking." I ushered towards Archer. She looked annoyed at my command, but complied all the same. My focus was drawn away from the fight many times due to interference, but I caught the important moments. She stated, "Saber of Black appears to be Siegfried the Dragon Slayer. The information is helpful, but why does that matter?" He called Wilhelm a dragon. Archer replied, "A dragon." I repeated her words in confusion. "Preposterous." I scoffed. "Dragons no longer exist in the greater world. There's no way for one to be walking around under the guise of a human." He had a gauntlet. It spoke and called itself Wydre Gotch. Archer continued, the name eliciting something similar to remembrance in my head. The Grail's work in giving me information, and my subconscious recalling it. It was able to increase his combat ability, and he somehow used it to pierce through Achilles' protections. I wanted to call her a liar, but looking down at this wound, I guess there was some kernel of truth in her statements. Some kind of device that has a remnant dragon's soul inside, or maybe some small piece of it to utilize. I muttered, maybe I can take a better look after taking it off his corpse. That wasn't all. Archer interrupted my musing. He had a noble phantasm, and what appeared to be a divine construct in the form of a staff, as it was capable of harming Achilles. What? I blurted out unintentionally. A dragon in a gauntlet I could possibly believe as something ridiculous but possible. A noble phantasm, and a divine construct being preserved into this era. Even if he was a magician or related to one, that was simply unthinkable. But this Archer servant wasn't one to spout lies or exaggerate truths. If it was Ryder, I could imagine him embellishing the tale to seem more impressive, but not this huntress. Ryder's breathing returned to normal, enough that I could withdraw my magecraft. That was the most I would do, even on Master's orders. Bastard was strong. He grunted, sitting up from his position as I stepped away. Had a lot of tricks, too. Things I've never seen before. Saber called him a dragon, but I don't even know if that's the truth. Forgive me for not trusting the insight of a servant who lost a battle to a living person. I drawled. At least I fought. Ryder countered. What did you do? Skulk around and steal the Grail under their noses while we had their attention. It's called being productive. We succeeded in securing victory, while you wallowed around in the mud with that pathetic master. I sneered. When I left, it was with him glaring up at me. When you left, it was he who was looking down on you. That's the difference between us. That's right. There was no point in this farce of a war any longer. We have the Grail, and Master devised a way to utilize the Grail and attain a wish without the required rules to be engaged. I assisted, of course, but with this, we had won. What did you say, witch? Ryder shot to his feet, regardless of his previous wounds. I could feel my poison come to the surface. Did I stutter? Or maybe he beat you a little too senseless, I'll show you a beating, that. He growled, spear materialized in his hand. You want to challenge me in my place of power? I couldn't help but laugh, snapping my fingers, magic circles filling the room. By all means, make a move. I go to the demigod. These foolish men, always so easy to rile up. Stop, both of you. Archer stepped between us. We're not here to fight each other. Looking down on him, huh? Castor spoke up for the first time in several minutes now. You think he might have held a grudge? What are you talking about? I barely gave him any attention. Oh, he does not look happy. Castor began to cackle. Let him stew in his anger. It was pleasing to know he was upset after I poisoned his little rodent. He deserved far worse for what he did to my master. Yeah, don't think he's stewing, unless that involves casting a giant tree over that castle. Castor looked much too interested for me to ignore him any longer. I quickly swiped my hand to bring the vision up before me. I was taken back by the massive tree that emerged from the castle, towering far above it and towards the heavens. That was not an ordinary tree. Danger. I quickly jumped to my throne, the mystic code that assisted in controlling the entirety of the gardens of Babylon. I began powering up the long-range offensive spells, targeting that overgrown shrubbery. I don't know what you're up to, but it's useless. Be reduced to ashes along with that faction. I commanded. Master didn't wish for any unnecessary bloodshed since we already acquired the Grail, but this situation called for action. For some reason, that tree gave me a foreboding feeling. The concentrated beams of ether and magical energy descended upon them like divine judgment. I paused when a golden light shot out, intercepting them, obliterating my magics that held them together into nothingness. And seeing, Castor snarked. In any other situation, I may have had the words to retort, but my attention was completely occupied by this magical phenomenon that was occurring below. I enhanced the visual scrying, focusing on the tree. It lit up in 9 patterns, and I realized what I was looking at. I slammed my hand on the armrest of my throne, actualizing all the defense capabilities of my noble phantasm. Shields by the dozen sprang up all around, even at the obscene cost to maintain them. It was clear he was doing something aimed at me, but it was useless. Let's see you break through my... Phlegm. What the hell? What's going on? The other servants shouted and panicked at the sudden attack. The garden shook, the sky dyed red, and a fiery hell burst through my gardens. Wonderful, wonderful! Castor began a mad cackle. The others braced themselves even as the gardens tilted and began falling from the sky. I pulled up a visual image of my gardens to see the damage. A good third of it had been entirely cut off and burned away. My hands trembled. Was it rage or something else? How could my noble phantasm possibly suffer this kind of damage at the hands of a mere boy? Magical propellants were deactivated, their sequences destroyed, and altitude was dropping quickly. Defenses were down, burned away at impact. Majority of offensive capabilities were destroyed as well. I grit my teeth, expending all the magical energy I could to make sure we didn't die in a fiery crash. POV Archer of Black. Chiron, Mentor of Heroes. Damn it! Lancer slammed his fists on the table, cracking the marble furnishing. We were made fools of. And to make matters worse, the grail was stolen from right under our noses. He snapped his head around the room. Darnick! What happened to our defenses? How strange. The relationship between those two had seemingly been reserved, and the master was being subservient to the servant. The bombs that erupted around the castle took our full attention to quench. There were lingering effects that persisted long after the initial shock. Most our defenses were brought down in the ensuing chaos. Darnick calmly explained. That damn brat did this. Gourds, Saber's master, grunted, a clear distaste for that young man on his face. Who cares if he's related to the Kaleidoscope? We should have dealt with him when we had the chance. As much as I'd like him begging under me. Ryder's master gripped her whip tightly, her hands straining against the leather. Did you forget what we just saw? I've never seen runecraft like that. And that's not even considering the apparent primordial runes he used. Her head snapped to Saber. You, servant. You said you know about them. Explain properly. Don't order my servant. Gord shouted. Then be a better master, you fat lard. She countered. Both of you, cease your childish bickering. Lancer slammed his fist down, conveniently forgetting his previous outburst. They were cowed immediately, despite their pride and their assumed status over their own servants. Angering one they did not hold a contract with was unwise. Saber. Lancer turned to Siegfried. A proper explanation, please. The sword user had been leaning against the back wall. He perked up after being addressed. I'm sorry, but I'm not a magus. He quickly apologized. I could recognize him as the type to do so under every circumstance, even if he was not at any fault. I never had such a problem with my own students. If anything, they were a bit too prideful and unwavering in their actions. A different perspective, then? Lancer added. Saber looked thoughtful for a moment before answering. It said that Lord Odin hung himself upon the world tree and gouged out one of his eyes as a sacrifice in a ritual to gain wisdom. This resulted in what's known as primordial runes, keys that interact with the rules of the world. Saber paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. If I'm not mistaken, he used them as a basis to bring about the world tree, Yggdrasil, which supported the existence of both Gungnir and Levitian from legends. It would be like calling upon Lord Zeus's thunderbolt. It wasn't the true legend, but it was a myth overcast on the catalysts he provided to structure the image. Everything was carefully thought out to bring the old age onto the modern world for a brief moment. Primordial runes were a powerful magic. They were similar to the divine words that were more prominent over in ancient Greece during my time. Written languages were not something very popular in the magical communities in my part of the world, so my knowledge was even more limited here. I'm a little glad my master was still in her room, away from this atmosphere, even if she is viewing everything through my eyes. I thought primordial runes were all gone. The only rumors I've heard about them have been broken, pieces popping up every now and then. Gord's clenched his fists. His teacher. I decided to speak up, drawing their attention. He said the immortal witch of Dunskaith was his teacher. That title was familiar, but I couldn't place it. Darnick, look at me. Scathack. I said plainly. How amusing that she raised the Irish Hercules, and I'm now facing another of her students. I guess one could say she was the Irish Chiron, or perhaps I'm the Greek Scathack. It was an amusing idea. It makes sense. Lancer spoke up. The Grail gave me her information, the basics at least. She was a master of runes, and a warrior queen who taught Siu Chulin of Ireland. Shouldn't she be dead? The age of gods ended. How did he learn from her? Ryder questioned, standing happily near his master. I think many couldn't tell his gender, but maybe my teaching days gave me some insight into the matter. The legends say she retreated from the world into the land of shadows. Nothing about her ever dying. I shook my head. It's probable he had gone there if he is related to the manipulator of parallel worlds. I couldn't claim to know what went into that magic, but it seemed to line up with what we know so far. Many strange things about him, from noble phantasms to divine weapons, and even a dragon. It was strange to see Achilles, another of my former students, suffer such a grievous wound at his hands. My hands itched looking at the young man, the desire to give him some instruction. Was I a bit envious of his teacher? I don't think I ever had a student who excelled in magecraft like this young man did. It would have been an interesting time teaching him properly if he lived during my era. Tisk! Gords clicked his tongue. Maybe if Assassin hadn't disappeared, we could have used them to kill the bastard. Unlikely, but not impossible. Still, having the assassin servant around would have been greatly appreciated. We're already missing our caster because he's holed up in his workshop for a project I'm not privy to. But I guess we have him to thank for the golems. Otherwise the Dragontooth warriors would have been an annoyance to deal with along with the servants. And what would Assassin have done about that spell? Ryder's master snapped. It took down that huge damn fortress in the sky. She was clearly still on edge after that ordeal. I couldn't blame her. Such blatant magical sights were not common these days. Is the division that researches on Myoji still around? I want to ask them some questions. Darnik shook his head. They were sent away along with the others for the duration of the war. Archer, Lancer's voice resounded throughout the room. You lived during the Age of Gods and had interacted with Greek pantheon. Yes, I was familiar with various gods during my years. I was taught my skills by both Lady Artemis and Lord Apollo when I was younger and had spoken with several other gods throughout my long years. That spell, Lancer said quietly. What are your thoughts? I see. Even the king of this land was shaken by the display. I believe even Hecate would have nothing but praise for that display. I was honest with my words. If I was his teacher, I would have been proud of him for something like that. To use the Norse's entire cosmology into a singular spell with multiple branching possibilities, it was impressive. But there was a fatal flaw. The casting time. Lancer tapped his finger on the cracked table. Indeed. I nodded, though I felt that such a problem would be rectified in the future by the young man, just not in this war. I don't believe we need to worry about such a thing being turned against us unless we give him time to prepare. So nothing changed. Gords huffed. All he has to do is cast it as soon as the sun goes down and aim at us from wherever he's hiding. We're sitting ducks. He already revealed he would not take that course of action. I held back a sigh. Gords was the type of person I disliked dealing with the most. Quick to anger, quick to lose their patience, and quick to become helpless in the face of adversary. If he wished to do something like that, you would have been dead, as he had pointed out in our talk. Gords pursed his lips as if he wanted to retort, only to mumble under his breath and back down. This Wilhelm had his own pride, and I doubt he would step on it himself. We need a better plan of attack, Lancer said, his voice not loud but carried over the room. He has another servant allied with him, meaning they have 3 individuals capable of fighting us head-on. Yet, even with our numbers advantage, we can't deny we lost this night. Is he going to be our focus? I asked. No. Lancer shook his head. Retrieving the Grail takes priority. They took it for a clear reason. It's as the boy said. They could potentially use it for something, or maybe bypass the restrictions somehow. He turned to look at Darnik. Darnik, in your opinion, how long would it take to crack the defenses and restrictions on the Grail in their shoes? He blinked at that questions, looking deep in thought before answering. 3 days, possibly less. But it's merely theory, even after having examined it myself for many years. We simply did not have the ability knowledge to safely do so, but a caster-class servant utilizing resources like that flying fortress. Good! Lancer looked pleased at Darnik's expertise. Then we'll be the ones attacking this coming night. The roles have been reversed. I'll fight him, Saber spoke up, standing up straight. Wilhelm, I will bet myself against him. Are you confident? Lancer stared at the dragon slayer. No, I cannot give my guarantee of victory. He is not like the evil dragon I slayed in my life. And my instincts are telling me that the dragon within him would easily trample Fafnir, but it's something I must know, something I wish to do. He looked steadfast in his decision, a look in his eyes that mirrored the resolve within him. I'll leave him to you then. I couldn't help but smile. Saber was someone who I would gladly fight shoulder to shoulder with. Gord scowled at his servant's decision. You barely held your own with help, and now you want to fight him yourself. I will be utilizing my noble phantasm to its utmost this time. Saber tried to reassure his master. It was perhaps a fatal flaw in our battle strategy the previous night. We were all too grouped together. It was unlikely that Saber could safely utilize his noble phantasm without harming another of our number. Wilhelm certainly made use of our proximity to his advantage. And despite my ability to exploit their openings, I was still hindered to some degree by my teammates being within reach of my targets. Lancer leaned, back in his seat, once again surveying the room. We suffered a defeat, but this war has not ended. It's time to plan our next attack. Well, I can't say Lancer is a bad leader. Wilhelm POV. I took Reika back to our little hideout, my bounded field still active. I yawned, and almost immediately I was enveloped by Reiku again. I'm exhausted. I let out a tired breath. It was an impressive spell, Master. She praised. Well, it's what they get for hurting Sir Wiggles. I harumphed, allowing myself to fall into her embrace. Sir Wiggles was resting in his little spot inside my hat right now, but he should be fine. How are you? I looked up into her eyes. I'm fine, Master. She gave a bright smile, but something fell off. Reiku! I poked her. What happened with the Lancer you fought? Reiku paused. I will deal with him the next we meet, she stated. I looked into her eyes, and she looked away, not wanting to meet my gaze. I pursed my lips and poked her side, and she still didn't give in. Reiku, we're a team. She made a little noise, but still didn't answer. If you tell me you want to fight him, I won't tell you no. But you need to be honest with me. Karna, she said quietly. He is Karna, the Indian hero. Oh, I replied plainly, until the truth finally set in. And you're the daughter of Gozu Tennu, who was Indra. It started to make sense now. Heroic spirits were more than just human or mortals. They were their legends. That meant she was being affected by her half-brother's link with Karna due to sharing Indra as a father, being intertwined in the same sphere of influence. Was it another reenactment of legend? Concepts so similar that certain outcomes were inevitable. If they were both living people, not heroic spirits, this situation wouldn't have occurred. But there was a force basically telling them to fight, deep within their cores. Regardless, I would not allow Reiku to die. I've enjoyed her presence, and I want her to stay by my side even after the war is over. We can make plans later. I let out another yawn. That spell took a lot out of me, more than I realized at the time, and was probably hopped up on the adrenaline. So many things to do, plans to make, notes to take. Rest your head on Mama's lap. She beamed, patting her thighs. I'll call Artoria in a few hours after a nap and meet up with Mordred at some point during the day. But for now, I would enjoy my servant's lap pillow. Chapter 178. I was practicing the breathing technique that Jin had taught me, my aura flowing in and out gently, just barely off from filling up to the peak. I let out a final breath as I opened my eyes. I was still a bit fatigued, but that should go away by the time I needed to fight again. Hey, Drake. I let myself fall back into my bed, staring up at the ceiling. We haven't had a chance to talk in a bit. That's true. You've been busy, Drake replied. Achilles, Vlad, Karna, Siegfried, Chiron, Mordred, Reiku. Quite the lineup of powerful foes here. I let out a snort. Not all of them are enemies. Oh yes, your mommy and your son. Drake taunted. Bite me. I rolled my eyes. I'm sure if you ask your servant, she'd be into you. Funny. I turned my head, looking out the window. However, I don't want to take advantage of her mental state. You humans. I practically felt Drake roll his eyes. Just take her. She wouldn't say no. Can we not right now? Fine. Drake grumbled. You did good last night. You've come pretty far from the brat that had trouble with a single undead. That felt like a lifetime ago. And every time I thought about it, I continued to miss my cane sword. I really do need to look into getting another. It was neat to finally see that spell as well. I know you've been thinking about it for some time, but to actually see it in action was spectacular. Drake gave some rare praise, even if there were some issues with it. Yeah, it was a bit forced, for lack of a better word. I need to fix some of the runic sequences for a smoother casting. I also didn't take into account certain variables in my haste, like the time of day. Making the world tree bloom at night, that made it harder than it should have been. Not to mention using both Muspelheim and Asgard together, they kind of grated due to the hostile concepts of their origins. Not to mention I had trouble supporting just 2 of the 9 realms at once. I guess it's to be expected. I was bearing the weight of the entire Norse cosmology for that moment of casting. I would get better at it as I practiced some more. A bit excited to see it all in action. But you're still missing a few pieces to bring out the full power of everything. Yeah, Gibolg is probably the perfect catalyst for Asgard, and the Sword of Destruction is adequate for Muspelheim. But I'm missing the right vessels for the others. I sighed, thinking about my growing collection. While there were some stuff that might fit, it was barely better than casting without a vessel for the myths to descend into. Well, mostly anyways. My Staff of Magnus fit into one very well, but it was also used to help facilitate the entire casting, so I didn't want to sacrifice it to a single realm. I could cast the spell fine without any ancillary means, otherwise that would just be a huge design flaw on my part. But adding things to bolster each realm means they can bring about more weight to each part. My spell. This was a spell I created, not Zelretch. Mine. And it was magnificent. You need to work on your lightning spells too. Yeah, I can't argue with that. I nodded at his words. They were more spur-of-the-moment kind of things, but it just went to show how much work I still have to do. Always something on my plate. The power was fairly decent for the equivalence in casting ease. Not to mention the range and area of effect. Well, you won't be taking out any servants with that lightning rain or lightning arrow you thought up on the spot, but they might lead into something stronger in the future. That's a very good point. I rubbed my chin. I'll check the old man's library for any ideas. Hell, I'm sure there's stuff over at the College of Winterhold that I still haven't even considered yet. Jin can definitely help me there. How do you feel about the Dragon Slayer? Siegfried, huh? My thoughts drifted to him. Well, the real Siegfried, anyways. I let out a chuckle. But I don't think I can get out of fighting him. Not that I would want to. We'll probably settle things tonight along with the remainder of this war. Any plans on how you're going to approach this? At this point, both sides are going to be gunning for you, and your tricks were revealed for the most part. Well, my plan didn't really come through last night. Admittedly, it wasn't that complicated of a plan. Distract everyone, blow up fortress, Sir Wiggle's scouts. I steal Grail when found. The red faction beat me to it. This time, fuck it. We're going in from the front. No tricks, no schemes. We'll fight them all. Well said. Drake seemed pleased. Make them pay for hurting our rabbit. Our rabbit? I raised an eyebrow. He grew on me. Drake grumbled. We need to get him stronger, so that doesn't happen again. Huh. I let out another long breath. I should probably stop procrastinating. That little dragon deserves to know. Drake agreed. Out of all your women, I think she's my favorite. You're just saying that because she has your dragon core inside her. I deadpanned. Hee hee. Regardless, I should stop putting this off. I looked out the window. The sun was shining on the town spread out below. After we got back to our hideout, I realized the red faction wouldn't be in the town anymore, so I brought us back here and rented a room. No reason to rough it when we don't have to. And I managed to convince Reika to take a bit of time to herself, relax in a nice warm bath. I felt bad about manipulating her like that, but I didn't want her to be here when I called Artoria. Even the mention of anyone I was involved with kind of put her in a mood. I don't know how she would react to actually seeing my girlfriend. With a flick of my hand, I held the kaleidophone between my fingers. It was a bit amateurish, even as I continued to look at it, but I had nothing but praise for Rin in creating this thing. She's still walking around with training wheels with regards to using the kaleidoscope. Being able to create something like this just exhibited her natural talent. All right, stop procrastinating. It wasn't difficult to connect to Artoria's. It was very similar to calling another phone. I felt the faint fluctuations of the kaleidoscope being manipulated, pulling on my own magical energy to facilitate the process. The device flashed a few times before an image came into view. Wilhelm. Artoria appeared on the screen, her voice coming in clear. Hey there. I couldn't help but smile at seeing her face. It was hard to resist the urge to jump over to her and wrap her up. Are you okay? She sounded concerned. I am prepared for battle if you require assistance. I'm fine, really. I reassured her. But it was nice how quickly she was willing to jump in if I was having a difficult time. I just wanted to talk to you about a few things. A social call. She tilted her head, her bright smile appearing. I'm glad you are not troubled then. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to hear about how the war is going. Well, good, I guess. I don't think it will last past this next night. I replied. Have you figured out the other servants' identities? She inquired. Some heavy hitters here. Achilles, Karna, Siegfried, to name a few. She blinked. Are you sure you do not require assistance? I am aware of those names, and they only fill me with unease. It's fine. I've already faced them all at some point. Besides, my servant is a monster herself. Herself? Artoria raised an eyebrow. Something you wish to tell me? It's complicated. She pursed her lips. I expected you to just outright admit to it. I suppose there is something wrong if you are hesitating. You are usually very upfront about these sorts of things. She's a berserker. Her madness enhancement is not the traditional kind. I said simply, I don't wish to elaborate due to personal things on her end. I see. Then I will not ask further. But I suppose I owe Jin 20 septims now. Did you bet on me? I was a bit taken back. She actually let out a small giggle. We all made a small wager on the outcome. Jin was adamant that your servant would be a woman. I thought the odds would be in my favor for you to summon a man. Well, I scratched my head. She kinda is the same as you in that regard. Artoria blinked again. Oh, is that so? I will further look forward to meeting her then. You're so sure I'm bringing her back with me? Yes. You're lucky you're not within my reach right now. I pursed my lips. I fear my rear would not leave unmolested if you were in my presence. She gave a little smile, her face faintly dusted pink. Mayhaps I should give you an incentive to return without any problems? Careful there, I may just take you up on that. I smirked. She didn't reply. Instead, it looked like she set the phone down, and I heard her moving around for a few moments, unable to actually see her. The visuals flashed all over the place before they settled back on Artoria, her holding the phone up to her face again. This time, she was sporting a bright red complexion, and she held her hand up for me to see, a pair of panties dangling there. I raised an eyebrow. Someone's being bold, and consider me incentivized. It's great how much she's opened up since we started our relationship. Maybe this method of communication was also giving her some confidence to be a bit more forward, since I wasn't immediately there. Are you ready to speak about the true reason you called me then? Her demeanor shifted, catching me off guard. Am I that easy to read? I let out a sigh, running a hand down my face. I'm not a fool, Wilhelm. I can tell when you're holding something back. She gave a gentle smile. If I had to guess, it's something to do with me. Perhaps someone from my past was summoned. Saber of Red is Mordred. I decided to just rip the Band-Aid off. She paused. Her expression stiffened. I see. She managed to eke out. Has Mordred caused any issues? The opposite, actually. She's been a great help, and I've been working with her and her master. Fuck, the look she had on her face. I wanted to jump over and hug her this instant. I admit, this possibility was something I considered, but to actually hear it has brought up feelings within me I thought I had long since buried. I could see her kind of shrink back, like she was unsure of herself. It reminded me of when we first met, and she was still very self-conscious about everything. I am unsure of what to say, Wilhelm. She said quietly, Do you hate her? We might as well start from the beginning. Hate! She repeated the word to herself. I do not think I can bring myself to hate my son. I am aware of the many failures I conducted during my life, Mordred's situation being among them. I have had time to consider all my mistakes, and I realized that I had been the cause of many of them. She clutched her chest. I feel an anger inside of me, when I recall her wielding Clarin against me when she incited a rebellion to overthrow me. But most of all, it is almost completely overshadowed by regret. Would you like to meet her again, once this war is done? Does he not despise me? She muttered. Mordred worships the ground you step on. When I accidentally blurted out your name when I first saw her, she got super defensive of you. Not to mention when I said you were my girlfriend. She was ready to take my head at the perceived insult. She let out a depreciating laugh. That reckless boy. He always acted without thought, charging in like a berserker in the midst of battle. She shook her head. Do you know her wish? No, don't tell me. I don't believe I deserve to know. It's a good wish. I think you would approve of it. If Mordred wishes it. And it would not be too much trouble. Mayhaps there is a chance for me to apologize for all the wrongs I've done to him. Artoria, I would help you no matter what. You silly girl, do you really think I would deny my help in this situation? I plan on talking to her later today, so I can bring it up. She did perk up at my words. Is there anything in particular you want me to say? Yes. Artoria looked firm all of a sudden. I will await for him to return, victorious from this battle. I could imagine that she was hesitant to say anything too personal or any kind of apology. But I think Mordred would be ecstatic to know that Artoria was waiting and believed in her victory. How about I tell you everything in more depth? Yes, please start from the beginning. She nodded. Chapter 179. I sent the kaleidophone into my ring and looked out the window at the streets below. I felt much better after talking with Artoria for a bit, and it seemed like she was feeling better by the end as well. It's good I have her blessing with regards to Mordred. I certainly didn't want to try and build some bridges if Artoria didn't want Mordred in her life. No idea what's going to happen on that front, but I hope they can maybe find some closure. Still though, what a mess this is. Trying to bring together two people who probably have very little idea how to have a relationship between a parent and a child. I have no idea if they'll hug or start punching each other the first time they meet. I was betting on the latter. Master, Reka's cheerful voice filled the room as she walked out of the bathroom. Would you like a turn? It was very nice. Running hot water is quite a wonderful invention of this era. Do you want Mommy to wash your back? Well, Reka's happy mood was very contagious. Well, I wouldn't mind. I paused, staring at Reiku, who stood at the threshold, wearing nothing but a small towel that left nothing to the imagination. Fufu, Reika looked at me with a smile. Was she intentionally showing off her legs? Master, don't stare at your mother so intently, she said, but I had the faintest inclination that she was being facetious. This woman was going to be the death of me. Mad enhancement, I just felt guilt thinking that way while she wasn't in her right mind. Well, I should probably change the subject. Reiku, wanna go for a walk before we meet up with Mordred? She scowled for a brief moment at the mention of Saber, but quickly recovered into a bright smile. I would love to, she happily replied. She turned away to fetch some clothes. No peeking. She winked towards me before going back into the bathroom. Oh well, she at least has some sense of propriety under these circumstances. I would definitely deal with that mental pollution she is going on. I wanted her to be happy after this was all said and done. I haven't slept much these past couple days, but from what I've seen in the dream cycle, her life was not what one would call happy. Forced to be a man due to her clan's traditions, it grated on her in ways that was hard for me to fathom. She found her outlets, but it led to her developing an odd sense of affection. Waiting in this moment, I mentally check on Sir Wiggles. He was sleeping soundly inside my little hat space, seemingly content to laze about there when he wanted some peace and quiet. Good. I was a bit worried he'd be more skittish after what happened. I'm ready. Reika walked out again, wearing the clothes she picked out when we went shopping last. You look lovely, I complimented, even with her figure on full display. You're such a sweet boy. She beamed, linking her arm in mine as we got up to walk out the door. It's nice out, almost enough to forget that we're in a war. I mused, walking down the street with Reiku. I couldn't claim to be familiar with Romania, not a place I spent much time in either life, but it looked more of the same. It's interesting, she replied, seeing the common folk without any worry about them. There is not threat to their existence, no monster that lurk around the corner. During my life, both the richest and the poorest were almost always on constant guard from ghosts, demons, or yokai. Was it really that bad back then? I questioned. She nodded. Kyoto was covered in a miasmic depression that continued to give birth to more of the creatures. More incidents just increased the negative emotions and perceptions of the human population, which in turn continued to fuel their creation. Yokai were generally created through human imagination, mostly from their negative thoughts and feelings. That didn't mean they couldn't become something more, though. Were all yokai evil? I was curious about her thoughts. Her story is known to some degree, and some things I saw from the dream sequence, and her legendary battle with a certain Oni I won't mention in her presence. I honestly wanted to know if she was the type that couldn't coexistence with them. Not at all. She said simply, I was acquainted with many yokai who would peacefully live amongst humans. But there were also those who wished nothing more than to exist as monsters. Her face darkened for a brief moment. This wasn't the world I was born in, I stated, which earned an abrupt glance from her. I told you I can travel to other worlds. You did. Was your home different? She tilted her head cutely. Calling that place my home, it made me unconsciously purse my lips. The age of gods never ended. I believe I mentioned this as well. She nodded, so I continued. The yokai of Kyoto created a separate dimension over the human cities to house their own. They separated themselves from humans willingly. She looked a bit surprised. Yup. I smiled. There are even humans living among them in the separate dimension. Granted, anyone can come and go, but even still. It's a fun and lively place, all types walking around at any given moment. Is this the place you intend to take me? She asked. I plan on taking you whenever you want. I shot her a grin. Master, she brightened up, but it looked like she was still curious. This Kyoto of another world, you brought it up because you want me to go with you, yes? I thought it would be something both familiar and new enough to be something you'd enjoy. Rin told me some stories on how she had to integrate Artoria into modern society because the Grail was not quite as thorough as she was led to believe in imparting knowledge. Thought I'd get a head start on that with some planning. I'm willing to follow you anywhere, Master. She smiled. Well, I wanted to gauge her reaction. You'll be able to meet my daughter. Daughter. She sputtered in surprise. My cute little daughter. I laughed at the expression she was making. It wasn't that angry look I half expected, but some kind of bewilderment. She's a yokai, a little fox you might say. But, Master. She grabbed me tight. I'm not prepared to be a grandmother. Cute. I couldn't help but pat her head. My Kunu would adore you. I reassured her. Obviously it would be after removing her madness. Want to see a picture? I whispered. She bit her lip, but nodded her head. I quickly took out my phone and swiped to the pictures of her. A nine-tailed fox. Reika blurted out, surprised once again. Master, those are calamities. She looked at me with worry in her eyes. Really, you want to tell me this is a calamity? I asked as we swiped through pictures of Kunu just being her cute little self. Besides, her mom is a Miko for Amaterasu and rules over half the yokai in Japan. If anything, they're keeping everything safe. Reika just made a confused Reika sound. Want to hear about the time I went to Yomi? Master, Reiku whined. I'm going to faint if you keep this up. Teasing Reiku was more fun than I thought. In all seriousness, I'm actually friends with Izanami no Makoto. Her mouth hung open, gaping at me. Master, I forbid you from seeing her again. Her voice became a tone higher. Why you are not to associate with Japan's death goddess? She wagged her finger like she was scolding me. I could imagine the misconceptions she has about my Izzy as opposed to the legends of the one here. Oh, look, it's Mordred. I pulled on her arm, feigning ignorance. Master! She pouted, but allowed me to pull her all the same. I actually did see Mordred a bit away. I figured it was time to get our little chat out of the way. I'm sure there was a lot that needed to be said, and I wanted to pass on Artoria's words. Chapter 180. I gave Reiku a little hip bump as we walked down the street. She shot me a little smile, poking me with a cute little laugh. It really did brighten up my mood when she was happy. The area around her seemed to brighten at her upbeat demeanor. That should be them at the end of a street. I nudged her again to gain her attention, jerking my head towards that direction. She pursed her lips, looking over there. From the outside, It didn't look like anyone was there, but the faint fluctuations of magical energy were hard to miss to those who could sense such things. A few bounded fields layered upon one another. If I had to guess, mostly to keep people out or stall for time if the worst happened. Master, Reka pouted a little. Do we need to meet with them again? She latched onto my arm. Wouldn't you rather spend the day with your mother? That smoldering look in her eyes did make me hesitate, but I did need to speak with Mordred. I couldn't help but put my hand on her head. I promise we'll be able to spend lots of time together after. Mama will hold you to that. She beamed happily, but there was still a faint sense of depression in her tone. I held back a sigh. It just keeps making me feel bad that she's like this. I can see the person underneath, but her mad enhancement is doing gods know what to her mind. It was frustrating. I just shook my head in resignation. I kept telling myself this to settle my own conscience, but I'll definitely help her once we're done. Approaching the bounded field, there were no surprises, and it was obvious they were expecting us. I just did the magical equivalent of knocking on it to let us in without disrupting the spells. The part immediately in front of us pulsed, as if inviting us in. Well, no need to refuse a polite invitation. Reka didn't speak, but followed me inside. We were greeted by the sight of both Kyrie and Mordred sitting at the table of a little cafe, completely devoid of people. Well, not completely devoid, there appeared to be a barista inside and a server who was sitting down due to the lack of customers. Kyrie gave a little gesture of greeting, and I noticed his lack of sunglasses, even though it was very bright outside compared to the last time we met during the night. It wasn't very important, but I was nonetheless a bit curious. Mordred looked at me strangely, and I raised an eyebrow as she almost mechanically played with a cat in her arms. And she was sporting some modern-day clothes. I wanted to comment on how cute it was, but I was going to try and keep the teasing to a minimum for now. She didn't immediately react with any kind of disgust or annoyance when seeing me, so I thought that was progress. Impressive bounded field. I decided to speak first. You couldn't even tell there was a cafe from the outside. Using the idea of a mirage over the standard illusion would probably throw most magi for a loop the first time they saw it. Something I picked up doing a job in Egypt, he said nonchalantly, and gestured towards the open seats across from him and Mordred. Nice little spot you found. I decided to be a gentleman and pulled out Reka's chair for her. The smile she gave could melt ice. I joined her quickly enough, taking a glance all over. 3 escape routes, backs to the wall. I tapped the table, pulsing a little bit of magical energy. Oh, an interesting method of reinforcement, and perfect to use as a quick shield. He didn't seem at all nonplussed by my discoveries. You can never be too careful, he said simply. With all the things going on these days, a bit of paranoia is healthy. He reached into his leather jacket, pulling out a newspaper and tossing it onto the table. The look he gave me basically said to give it a glance. I mentally shrugged, picked it up and read the title. I furrowed my brow as I processed it for a moment. The Return of Jack the Ripper. I repeated the heading out loud, setting it down, and tapped on the table in thought. You must have some certainty if you're showing me this. You don't seem the type to make assumptions. I was contacted by my employers at the Mages Association. A priest in Bucharest reported it up the chain, and since there was a Grail war going on nearby. Damn it! I pulled my hand down my face. I haven't met either of the assassins yet. I let out a sigh. Too many coincidences then. Bucharest is the capital of Romania if I'm not mistaken, and it shouldn't be too far away. Well, I could get close enough with a portal by eyeballing it regardless. Yeah, even Kyrie let out a sigh. The higher-ups told me to take care of it. It's drawing too much unwanted attention. What horrible timing. I pursed my lips. I doubt the war will still be going by noon tomorrow. Kyrie didn't reply, but gave a what can you do gesture. Ruler's probably aware, too. I grunted in annoyance. If we don't deal with it, it's entirely possible she puts the war on hold until it's dealt with. Rulers had that kind of authority with command seals to back it up. I had no doubt her skills included some kind of revelation or clairvoyance that would alert her to disruptions to the war. Who knows if the real Big G was sending her missives, or the counterforce was acting through her in some capacity. Either way, we had a pretty damn good reason to nip this in the bud. I'm surprised you're bringing this to me. Are you asking me for help? I questioned. He seemed like the kind of person to not like working with others if he had the choice. I feel like I'm getting an abrupt influx of trust here. Enforcers and mercenaries in our world had an interesting relationship with one another. You have the camaraderie that comes with a job, and the absolute distrust that comes with being a magus. Eventually you learn who the people you work with are, who you know to have your back, who you know will try to stab you in the back if they get the chance. Freelancers, like Kyrie, do not like working with people they're unfamiliar with. Better the devil you know. Heh. I checked with my contacts at the clock tower. He grunted. Verifying your story. Wait, how did you check? The only way would be through Gramps. Imagine my surprise when one of my contacts messages me saying the wizard Marshall paid him a little visit. Kyrie snorted. Whether in amusement or exasperation, I had no idea. So you trust me now? I trust who you are at least. That's fair. Yeah, trust was a commodity that was hard to come by in this hidden world. I was kind of an outlier here where I seemed to gather people around me that I would trust nearly unconditionally. I guess it doesn't hurt that I can take us there and back in a snap of my fingers. Yeah, Magus shit. Mordred finally seemed to get bored with our conversation. You gonna help or not? She said directly, making Kyrie sigh. Well, if you're asking. I shot her a smile. Honestly, I would have needed to deal with this either way. Never understood all that back and forth crap. Just spit it out and get it over with. Mordred scowled. I guess that's one way to settle it. Do you want to head out immediately, or... I'm going to get a drink. Kyrie suddenly stood up and didn't even turn around as he walked into the cafe. I just blinked, watching him leave. Well, I guess that just happened. I turned to look at Mordred, who seemed a little hesitant. She was hugging the cat tightly, which it apparently didn't mind. Reika still hasn't spoken, which I figured at this point she simply does not like talking to anyone but me unless she had to. You look good. I wanted to try and compliment her on her choice of dress. She wore some jean shorts, a white tube top, and a red jacket over top. Not the most conservative clothing I've ever seen, but if she likes it, then who am I to say anything? I think she smiled a little, but forced it back down. The clothing in this era is nice. Not even nobility had clothes this comfortable. I can even wear it under my armor and it's easy to move around in. There was a hint of excitement in her voice that was just kind of adorable. Though it didn't last long, she sort of withdrew back into herself. Very odd to see the boisterous girl this reserved. Well, lay it on me. I offered her an opening. I did promise to talk with her about whatever she wanted. She visibly perked up, and it was a little amusing how this brash person was being so conservative with her obvious desires at the moment. Father, where is he? Mordred finally asked. I wanted to tease her, but I knew now would be an inappropriate time. She's in another world at the moment. She's running around with Rin, her master and friend, while they do whatever it is she's wanting to do for her studies. Another world, Mordred mumbled. So I wouldn't be able to meet him even if I won. Says who? I commented, breaking her from her thoughts. I'm here, aren't I? I can take you there if that's what you want. She frowned. And what do you want in return? She looked a bit serious. I think her only examples of magi were her mother, Merlin, and now Kyrie, all of which no doubt emphasized the benefits out of every interaction. Do you plan on attacking her when you meet? I asked. Mordred scoffed. I'm not going to go berserk. There was a joke to be made there, but I held back. Then I don't mind taking you anywhere you want. I tried my best to reassure her. If you want a new start somewhere, I know plenty of places you could thrive. If you wanted to go meet Artoria, would Father even wish to see me? Mordred said quietly, bringing the cat up to sort of hide her face. I rebelled and killed him. I ended his perfect kingdom and his legacy. It was funny in a sad way how they both said the same thing. I spoke with Artoria earlier. I replied. She looked at me intently again. I explained everything that was going on and all the servants who were summoned. So Father knows I'm here then? It was a rhetorical question on her part. Did he tell you to stay away? Nothing of the sort. I denied. She was interested in how you've been doing. And at the end, she asked me to pass on a message. A message from Father? Mordred didn't really seem to know how to react to that. It was something along the lines of, if you desire, I'll be waiting for you after you win. I smiled. Mordred looked, surprised at the message. Father really said that? There was a trembling in her voice. Father doesn't despise me. He actually wants to see me and believes I'll win. Fucking hell. What had Mordred been through that those few words would elicit such a reaction? We got a few more minutes to kill. Want to hear some stories about Artoria in the meantime? I offered. Father's exploits. Mordred seemed quick to calm down, back to her usual haughtiness. Sure, I guess. She tried her best to sound uninterested, but the way her eyes sparkled gave away her true feelings. It was hard to resist the urge to pat her head. Non-canon omake. Wilhelm attorney at law in round 2 part 2. The judge slammed his gavel down, quieting the courtroom. This court is now in session. There was a lot of build-up between when I first came and now, but I wasn't really paying attention. I'm sure it wasn't anything important. I took out my phone and started going through my pictures. Hey! Loki whispered, elbowing me. What? Pay attention, he hissed. Yeah. I ignored him, still scrolling through some pictures to pass the time. Hey! He hissed again, elbowing me a little harder. Wanna see? I grinned. What in the 9 realms is so damn interesting that you're ignoring my trial? He whispered with a little bit of venom in his voice. I tilt my phone over for him to see. He rolled his eyes. How uncouth, he said dryly. Yes, it's a naked woman. Very humorous. From last night. I smirked. Do you want a trophy? He scoffed, glancing down again. Though, she does look familiar. Do you have one of her face? Nah, just a few shots like this. Or if you want to see something more intimate. Absolutely not. He scowled. Mr. Schweinord? The judge's voice overtook the room. Are we boring you? I cleared my throat, putting my phone away. No, Your Honor. Then why do you have your phone out in my courtroom? He raised an eyebrow. Well, Your Honor. I straightened my tie. I'm already having to work from scraps here to build a defense. I needed some access to the internet. You wouldn't want this case to be retried because of my incompetence, right? He narrowed his eyes. And how exactly was this helping your case? He raised his gavel up towards me. It involved Loki's mom. I replied without hesitation. What? Loki stood up, slamming his hands on the table. Loki Odinson, sit down. The judge yelled as all the guards raised their weapons. There was a fury in his eyes, and I couldn't for the life of me place it. But he sat down all the same, promising death with his glare. I wonder who he hates so much. I will tentatively allow this, Mr. Schweinord. The judge grunted. Do not abuse this privilege. Any other time, I would have you in contempt for such a thing. I'm going to kill you. His whispered words like knives into my ear. Someone got up on the wrong side of the bed. I hummed. You know who also? One more word. Loki interrupted. One more, I dare you. I don't like being threatened. Your Honor, I would like to call Loki Odinson to the stand. I stood up, pointing at my client. What? Loki blinked. I wasn't prepared for this. Aren't we supposed to have a back and forth about what questions you're asking? You'll do fine, I promise. I pat him on the shoulder with a smile. I am not filled with confidence. He drawled. That's strange. I'm usually a pretty good liar. I appeared thoughtful. He started walking towards the stand and stopped. Wait, what? Go! I shoot him forward. Loki growled but still moved towards the witness chair. Loki Odinson, the judge asked as he placed his hand on a Bible, which was odd to ask a Norse god to do. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the whole truth, so help you God? I swear to tell the truth in my name, yes. He said dryly. The judge let out a sigh. That's fine. The defense may proceed. I happily jumped to my feet. Loki Odinson. I grinned, looking at him. Is it true you once? I did not have intercourse with a horse. He slammed his fist on the bench, cracking it. The courtroom got silent. What? The judge questioned. Can we ignore that very strange outburst from my client? I asked. Proceed. The judge rubbed the bridge of his nose. And Mr. Odinson, no more outbursts like that. As I was saying, I clapped my hands. Loki Odinson, is it true you once coveted the throne of Asgard? Of course, Loki said without hesitation. It is mine by right. His eyes darted towards Thor, who watched from the corner. And I would have been a much better king than my oaf of a brother. Interesting. I nodded my head. Then why come to Earth? Is there something here you wanted? Loki visibly scoffed. Of course not. What would a god like me want from this ball of dirt? So these. I swept my hand around the room. Humans are beneath you. You didn't intend on conquering Earth to build up an army and take Asgard. You mortals trying to siege Asgard? Loki actually laughed. I guess meat shields would be beneficial to any army I roused. The people in the courtroom got angry. Even the jury looked rather put off by his statements. I glanced at the prosecution, who seemed just baffled at my line of questioning. I straightened my tie again. He was trying to play chess while I was over here playing Mario Party. And everyone knows that Mario Party is complete and utter bullshit. So if I'm getting this straight, you attacked Earth for the hell of it. I am a god. Stepping on ants is not something I do for fun, just a hazard of my existence. He turned up his nose. Aha! I nodded. And why did you come to Earth? Pardon, Loki Odinson. Why did you come to Earth in the first place? He looked blank for a moment. I do not need to reveal my intentions to this group of primates. I will not be judged by you mortals. Again, everyone turned to him with complete contempt. Wonderful, I replied. One final question. I withdrew a rolled-up piece of parchment from my pocket, unfolding it for everyone to see. This is a picture of a oar. A dagger flew by my face, stabbing through the parchment and impaling it on the nearby wall, followed by a handful of similar-looking daggers. There was silence again. Brother! A hammer came flying through the air and smacked Loki in the face. And all hell broke loose. Order! The judge slammed his gavel down several times. I will have order in my court. Everyone began to settle down. That was a stupid move, Loki. I shook my head. All my work may have just been for naught. But I can't believe how thoroughly they checked you for any more concealed weapons. I mean, I know I suggested a full body cavity search, but I didn't expect them to go through with it. MMMPPFH, Loki wiggled around in his restraints, mouth gagged, a fire in his eyes. All with magical restraints added on, courtesy of Thor, of course. It's okay. I pat his shoulder. I don't expect you to understand my brilliant plan. Maybe when you graduate from an apprentice into an actual sorcerer, I can fill you in. I gave him a good-natured smile. MMMPFPMFMFP. He clearly was touched by my words. Now, the judge addressed this courtroom. Once again, I will iterate that this is a highly unusual situation, as we're taking an unusual approach. He turned towards the prosecution. Would you like to cross-examine the witness, Mr. Walker? No, Your Honor. The prosecution still looked a bit unsure of my scheme. The prosecution rests. Okay. The judge nodded. You may call your witness now. Yes, Your Honor. Walker stood up. The prosecution calls Thor Odinson to the stand. Oof. This does not look good for you, Loki. I pursed my lips. Well, at least you won't have to worry about dropping the soap. I'm sure you're used to worse things. I ignored his muffled shouts. The god of thunder walked up, taking his place at the witness's seat, just like Loki. Going through the same song and dance, if just a bit more polite. Mr. Odinson, Walker addressed the god of thunder. Can you tell the court, in your own words, what it was like growing up with Loki? Well, Thor scratched his cheek. We are centuries old. It would take me many days to regale you all with tales of our youth. Let me be more specific then. The prosecutor clarified. Did your brother ever do anything mean? Mean. Thor looked surprised by the question. And I could tell he had no idea what was going on, as this was probably his first look at our legal system. Yes, I do remember one particular instance. When we were children, there was this time when Loki transformed himself into a snake. I, loving snakes as I do, went to inspect the creature in my arms. Holding it close to me, he transformed back and went nigh before stabbing me with his knife. All eyes turned to Loki, who looked rather proud of himself. Walker looked happy as well at Thor's words. And were there similar incidents during your childhood? Thor looked thoughtful. I remember quite a few. He smiled. There was the time he tried to drown me. The time he pushed me in front of a galloping horse. The time he tripped me off a waterfall. Oh, and there was the time he shot me in the arse with an arrow. Objection, Your Honor. I called out. Under what grounds? The judge asked. under the grounds that this is bad for my defense. The judge looked unamused. Proceed, he said dryly, looking back towards the prosecution. Sorry, Loki, I tried. I shrugged. I'm sure his muffled screams were words of encouragement. I just kind of ignored the next hour or so of testimony by Thor. Instead, I took out my phone again and began playing on it while Sir Wiggles handled this part. He would keep me abreast of any important turn of events. Hey, Loki! I nudged my client when a question popped into my head. If you were able to magically conceal some knives on you, why did you just escape during the chaos with your magic since it wasn't sealed away? He turned his head to look at me, then slammed it on the table. I pat his shoulder again. It's okay. We all made those kinds of mistakes when we were at that level. You have nothing to be ashamed of. When you become a master, you'll be able to look back and laugh at this. MMMPPPPPFFFF, he cried out. I was proud of him. He was already able to laugh so hard at the situation that he began to cry. Defense! The judge called out. Yes, Your Honor. I perked up. It's your turn to cross-examine the witness. He gestured to Thor. Of course. I smiled, getting up from my seat again. I walked up, leaning against the witness chair. Thor Odinson. I agreed politely. Big fan. Oh, it's nice to meet fans. Thor gave a smile reminiscent of Thorum. Indeed. I nodded. I'm a bit of a sorcerer myself. I even have a lightning spell that I named after you. I was only gushing a tiny bit. A spell named after me? Thor looked surprised. I am flattered. Well, just needed to get that out of my system. I ran a hand through my hair. Well, how about a question, eh? I gave a small chuckle, one shared by him. Thor Odin, would you please tell us, in your own words, how you would describe your brother? Describe Loki? Thor questioned again. Well, I suppose cunning would be the best description. Even when we went of foolish quests and might have otherwise met our ends, Loki often saved us by his cunning mind. Cunning, I repeated, a bit louder, turning towards the jury. The man who had been stabbed by his brother as a child called him cunning. I gestured to the god of thunder. And Thor, I continued, what part of his plan in taking over the world was cunning? I don't quite understand. Thor seemed lost. His plan for conquering the earth. Can you please point out the cunningness of it? To get an alien army to attack a single city, to target a single group of people and focus so intently on them that they were able to defeat said army? Which part of his plan was cunning? How about a more recent example? What cunning man would openly mock the very people we're going to judge him? Objection, Your Honor. The prosecutor jumped up. He's leading the witness. The judge turned to me. Schweinorg, I'll be more direct with my questions. I waved it off. Thor, how would you go about conquering the planet? Me. He looked thoughtful. As just a thought, I would besiege your industries of produce. Your planet does not have access to resources outside your race. You have no alliances, no talks with other species. Your people have yet to truly leave your own atmosphere. We are a long-lived race. We could simply wait you out while removing your sources of sustenance. There were murmurs amongst the crowd. Schweinorg, you better be going somewhere with this. The judge grumbled. I am, Your Honor. I would like to request a little leeway here. The judge let out a sigh. I'll allow it. Good. I nodded. As I was saying, based on your words, we can accept that Loki's plan was not the most brilliant one he's ever come up with. I would say no. Thor agreed. So a plan to conquer an entire planet, an entire species was rushed? Half-hearted? Does this sound like the normal Loki to you? I asked Thor again. When you say it like that, I agree that Loki's actions are out of the norm. He shot a look at his brother. It's almost like... I turned to the jury again. He wasn't in his right mind. I declared, as if he was being controlled. I slammed my hand down on the bench. Object, Your Honor, speculation. The prosecution rose up again. Sustained. The judge agreed. Rephrase that, Schweinorg, or move on. Very well. I straightened my tie. It's public knowledge that Loki had a scepter that could control people's minds. So, Thor Odinson, are you aware of where he procured such an item? I am not, Thor admitted. So it's unlikely he just picked it off the street. He hummed. If his own brother, whom had been stabbed by him in the past, admits that Loki was acting out of character, is it so hard to put 2 and 2 together here? Objection. The prosecutor rose again. It's been noted that the staff has to amplify certain emotions to successfully control someone. Yes, we all read the report for the trial. I waved him off. I will better explain. I turned to Thor again. Thunder God, you mentioned that Loki would oftentimes bully you at children, yes? That is an adequate way of putting it. He nodded. Pulling your hair, making fun of you, pulling pranks to get a laugh? Aye, those were common occurrences. He unconsciously reached for his hair. So, he had been seeking your attention, has he not? I turned towards the jury once again. Loki Odinson is someone who sought Thor's attention ever since they were young. I declared. And has that ever changed since growing up? Nay, Thor confirmed. These have become common occurrences throughout Asgard, and no one questioned them anymore. Very interesting. Mr. Schweinorg, this is your last warning. You are getting off topic. The judge spoke up. Your Honor, I am truly working towards something here. Last warning, he said again before ushering for me to continue. I nodded at his meaning. My goodwill was running short. Thor Odinson, has Loki ever showed an interest in a woman? A woman, Thor mumbled. Aye, he once tried to court Lady Sif. Thor seemed to reminisce at the memory. It turned out with him dyeing her hair black with magic and unable to reverse the change. I believe she preferred it the darker color, but would never admit it. Lady Sif, huh? And if I may ask, what is your relationship with this Lady Sif? Well, we had a few flings over the years, but we had never remained together. Aha! I nodded along. And his behavior towards her, did it start before or after you showed some attraction towards her? Well, it started. He looked blanked for a moment. After I had expressed some interest in her. But I do not see how that is important. Neither do I. The judge stated but didn't stop me. Is it not obvious? I once again addressed the entire room. The staff takes hold of strong emotions and twists them to turn the victim into a puppet. What more powerful emotion is there than love? I turned towards Loki, giving him a wink. His eyes widened in horror as he realized what I was getting at. Loki always wanted your attention. I pointed towards Thor. He got jealous when you sought out a companion. I looked towards the jury. And what happened when you showed such goodwill towards this planet? He lashed out and tried to destroy it. I decided to go for the killing blow. It's all because Loki Odinson is in love with you. Loki! Thor looked utterly dumbfounded. That impossible Thor paused. But then we. He looked lost. And there was the time. He stopped again. Dear Odin, Thor whispered, turning towards his brother. I'm so sorry, Loki, I did not know. Thor looked at his brother with sadness in his eyes. Loki visible wretched in his bindings. Even his magical energy began to try and tear apart the restraints he had on him. Brother, peace. Thor stood up. I promise we shall have a true talk about these feelings of yours. I am sorry I never noticed the signs before. Loki turned towards me with hatred in his eyes. I smirked. The defense rests, Your Honor. I walked back to my seat among the murmurs of the courtroom. I even winked towards the cameras that were televising this across the entire world. I leaned back in my chair, hands behind my head as the jury began to read their verdict. We, the people of New York, find the defendant not guilty of all charges levied against him. The courtroom erupted in shouts of indignation. Even Loki, who was sporting many more restraints, looked at me with complete shock. I let out a content sigh. I'm good. Brother! Thor swooped over, quickly tearing off his bindings. I knew there was reason for these despicable acts. We shall return to Asgard, and our parents will help you work through all that ails you. Release me, you oaf! Loki screamed. I am not in love with you. He snapped his head in my direction. And you. His hand lit up with a green fire. I will turn your soul to. I snapped my fingers, dispelling his fire. Go play somewhere else. I opened a portal and deposited the two brothers outside the courtroom. Ha! Someone walked up to me. So how'd you do it? Tony Stark. I pursed my lips. What do I owe the pleasure? Was it magic? He wiggled his fingers. I am appalled you think I would stoop to such dishonorable means. I huffed. Aha! He didn't believe me. I don't believe you. So how'd you do it? I bribed the right people. I shrugged. He looked speechless. You know I'm going to have to tell someone. Why the hell did you tell me that? Go ahead. I snorted. Tell the world that I bribed Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. For real? What could you possibly bribe him with? I have like $1 bajillion, and there's no way in hell I could bribe him to not get justice for what Loki did. Tesseract, I stated. That's where it ended up. Tony looked annoyed. I searched the entire planet for like a week, non-stop, and you had it the entire time. Yup. I popped the last letter. God damn it. He rubbed the bridge of his nose. Still, didn't think he'd let this happen. A lot of people are going to be upset he didn't get in trouble. Oh no! I shook my head. He still has to face his guardian justice. Wait. So Loki still gets in trouble. We get the Tesseract. So this is a good thing? Tony sounded conflicted. I feel like this is a bad thing, but I can't find any faults in it. So what was the point of this whole thing with Loki loving Thor? 'Cause I met them both, and that's complete crap. Distraction. I shrugged again. People are stupid. They'll latch onto this little tidbit more than the innocent verdict. I hate that I can't argue with you. Tony snorted. But what's the real reason? Fuck Loki. I crossed my arms. Dude's an ass. So you make the whole world think that Loki is in love with his brother? Yup. Tony blinked, a smile forming on his face. Hey, you got a card? I flicked my wrist, a card appearing between my fingers. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, attorney at law. I recited with a grin. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 181. Still a strange feeling. Kyrie noted walking out of the portal I created. Really? I took a glance around to make sure we were unseen. I guess I'm just used to it at this point. A portal wasn't as simple as tearing a hole open in space and walking through. There was a reason I required some heavy calculations before I had Mirage created. So, it isn't strange that someone feels the effects the first few times. Nothing disorientating, but there is certainly a sense of strangeness when utilizing the instantaneous movement. There was the manipulation of both the X and Y axis to achieve this result, so one's body is pulled along these lines, then forced to reaffirm itself on the world line correctly at a different location. Anyways, you got a plan? I asked him. He was a freelancer and had more experience doing this sort of thing. Go check with the local police, see what they've found so far. He replied, taking out his sunglasses and putting them on. At the very least, having the locations of all the killings will help us find some sort of pattern. I nodded. I'd rather get this dealt with quickly, so it didn't drag on for when the sun went down. It was left unsaid that a bit of hypnosis would be involved. While such things are usually distasteful to use on mundane people without a good reason, but this would certainly qualify as an exception. Frankly, I prefer methods like bribing opposed to altering someone's mental state, albeit only temporary. God, this is going to be so boring. Mordred scowled, arms up behind her head as she walked next to us. Reika was also walking next to me, astralized. She did not like spending time with other people, and I didn't want to force her. There's always a chance a fight will break out. I shrugged. Yeah, but it's an assassin. She whined. They're just going to rely on tricks or run away. The little pout she gave was adorable in its own way. It was nice she had regained her usual demeanor, if with a little bit of a pep in her step. She looked happy after learning Artoria was waiting at the end of this war. Not always, I replied. In Artoria's war, the assassin was actually Sasaki Kojiro, a swordsman. Well, a bit more complicated than that, but I figured I'd let Artoria tell this story when they meet. I had only told Mordred about some of the adventures we had together as to not overstep. Really? Mordred perked up. He's strong. Artoria admitted he was superior to her in swordsmanship. I nodded. Fought him myself. He's very skilled. Even learned a thing or two from him. What? Mordred blurted out. How'd he manage that? Father was the best. She got a little quiet. Besides that damn adulterer. She added quietly, well, you'll just have to meet him. He's still around and always welcoming a good fight. I laughed. Speaking of learning, Kyrie spoke up. You said you learned from Scathach, the immortal witch. Mordred spoke her thoughts aloud. Her legends are pretty badass. Yeah, I went to the Land of Shadows to learn from her. I briefly explained. I was lucky that a route was still available with my magic. It wasn't that much of a secret. I already announced it regardless, and I was in no way ashamed of it. Though I'm curious, who's asking? I raised an eyebrow. Kyrie didn't look perturbed at my accusation. You think you can throw around that kind of power last night and not have people ask questions? I think most other folks are going to be eyeing your primordial runes. A magecraft from the age of gods that shouldn't exist anymore. It's not like they can be just learned at. I shrugged. Even Scat-Hack had to pass them down to me in a special way. Any that are discovered nowadays are just superficial at best without the prerequisite teachings. But on a side note, I glanced at him. How much money did you make? He smirked. More than I should have. Nice. I grinned. I didn't really care if he sold public information like that. Besides, it's not like this world would be one I came back to, or if I did it would be very sporadic and without any major purpose. Huh, so this is the country's capital? Mordred looked at the city coming into view as we walked down a long road. My portal took us a little bit outside the city limits in the countryside to avoid any eyes. Is this how every city in this era looks? More or less, I replied. I guess it's nice enough. She stared at it intently. Can't compare to Camelot. As if. Mordred scoffed. But Altis the normal towns don't spell like piss and shit. Mordred gagged. The only good thing the flowery bastard ever did was sort out the plumbing for Camelot, so people didn't shit in the streets. You! I blurted out. You're telling me. It was fucking horrible going from our pristine city to a random village somewhere, and it smelled so fucking bad. The stables in Camelot smelled better than most other cities. Never been brought up in conversation with Artoria before. It was an amusing thought. Ha! Mordred let out a snort. That's because the flowery bastard used his magecraft to filter it, and Father made sure to keep him nearby. I could honestly see her doing that. Well, let's go get started. I'd like to get this done sooner rather than later. This is more than I expected. I eyed a bulletin board with a map of the city and several locations marked up. Kyrie walked over to where I was. He had just got finished talking to the Romanian police, spouting some bullshit about being some special investigators or something. I didn't really care to pay much attention. A slight shift in cognitive function, and they were led to believe are obviously fake identities. There are 8 cases so far. Kyrie lit up a cigarette and took a quick drag. The police haven't been able to find a pattern. Probably because the servant can astralize to go unnoticed and cover obscene distances in little time. I rubbed my chin. Hell, for all we know, if this really is Jack the Ripper, he could have an ability that makes him faceless since his identity was never revealed. Not to mention, he most likely has the highest level of presence concealment considering how popular his story is and evading capture. Kyrie grunted in agreement. I checked for any prostitute death stays and weeks leading up to this killing spree. Nothing on that front. To facilitate the summoning, smart. I nodded. Creating the conditions to better summon a specific servant, presenting the corpses of some prostitutes would probably increase the likelihood of summoning the killer with the right catalyst. The best conditions would have been to summon him in London. I tapped my chin. If this servant belonged to the Red faction, then chances are good that's what occurred, but that priest called that woman assassin, so I'm not so sure. Any news on similar things happening over there? Haven't heard anything, but 1 or 2 instances wouldn't raise any flags. Kyrie shook his head. It's more likely it was the Igmalenia family, since they became hostile to the Mages Association. That was the more obvious conclusion, but I wanted to check regardless. There's no way the clock tower would allow that family to perform the ritual in the middle of their territory like that. The obvious answer would be to check out the slums, but I looked over the map. There aren't any killing in the area. They mostly happen in the upper-scale neighborhoods, which kind of goes against the supposed killer's usual MO. The master is a magus. Kyrie snorted. You think he'd allow himself to live in the slums? That's a good point. I conceded. But you're focusing on the master's preferences and not the servant's. You think the master would concede this to his servant? Kyrie didn't sound too convinced. In my experience, most magi are too arrogant to allow something like that. Again, I couldn't argue his point. I'll agree that this is a valid train of thought, but we're talking about a possible deranged killer. I pointed out, it's possible he's not as deranged as I would assume, and someone of noble origins with a disgusting hobby, but my gut is telling me to check out the slums. Well, slums isn't probably the right word. The poorer neighborhoods where you can find women soliciting themselves on the corners. How about we split up? You check where you want. I'll go down south and follow my instincts. I offered, glancing towards Mordred. I'm sure your berserker can handle an assassin. Worst comes to worse. Make a big signal, and I come running over. Oi! Mordred called out, perking up at my words. Fuck you! She flipped me off as she lazed on a nearby sofa. I just smiled innocently and waved at her. Sounds good. Kyra looked like he thought it over. It'll get this job done quicker anyways. Don't want this hanging over my head for the entire war. I couldn't fault his sentiment, and while it was still daytime, some leeway could be granted if we're dealing with a rogue servant causing issues in public. Reiku, I called out as she appeared next to me. Fancy another stroll? I offered my arm, much to her happiness. I don't think she cared we were going to look for a serial killer. She just enjoyed the time we spent together, and I honestly felt happy as well. A random thought? I'm pretty sure people were assuming that Reiku was a prostitute as she draped herself on my arm. She didn't seem to care at all the stares when we walked down the street, but I definitely recognized some of those glares. Master, Reiku spoke up, drawing my attention. I feel something stirring in the air, a familiar feeling. I paused. Can you find it? She began tugging on me, leading us in another direction. As we got closer, the amount of people on the streets grew fewer and fewer, like they were all unconsciously keeping away. What is that? I spoke aloud as we approached an alleyway. Resentment, Reiku replied. I wasn't sure until we got close. It's very concentrated amounts of resentment. In Kyoto, this would be a spot where yokai or ghosts would come into existence, if not dealt with. I do not know what will happen if left alone in this era and this land. At the very least, it may evolve into a corrosive miasma that will begin to spread. I walked in further, and I felt it more abrasively. Something or someone definitely died here, and I had a feeling our rogue servant was to blame. This amount of resentment could only be facilitated by something not common to this age. Well, it's possible that something capable of this was still up and about, but the chances were minuscule, especially in a land like Romania, where there simply was not many supernatural entities remaining, let alone ones with the needed abilities. If it were Japan, I could entertain the thought of some half-phantasmal still up and about doing stuff they shouldn't, but not here. I'm a fairly decent on my OG, I can deal with it. I took a few talismans out of my ring to create a purifying pentagram. I did see you use talismans. I am surprised such an art persisted and is known this far from home. Reika looked on curiously. I was not proficient in the arts myself, but I knew many who could make use of the esoteric abilities. It was often easier to have things purified than to simply fight them. Not exactly my forte here, but this wasn't supported by any powerful entity, merely an exertion of unnatural phenomena. Besides, what I did to that Hydra back in Kyoto was much more complicated than this. With a flick of my wrists, my talismans shot out to the corners of the alleyway and began to glow in a faint light, washing away this feeling. Reiku perked up, turning her head to the side. Master, a servant approaches. She got herself ready for battle before shifting slightly with a look of disdain on her face. My apologies, it's just an insect. Allow me to go squash it. Reika was about to head over, but I stopped her. I raised an eyebrow as I saw who came over from around the corner. She even paused to look at me in surprise. Wilhelm. A certain saintess called out. Well, 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 if it isn't the penniless saintess. I greeted with a smile. That little eye twitch appeared immediately. Do you need to address me like that? She sighed. Yes, I said without hesitation, giving her another look. She was wearing the clothes I bought her before, more conservative with some jeans and a long jacket. Is something the matter? She caught my gaze. Just a bit sad. I shook my head. She nodded. Yes, this feeling does weigh on my heart. She looked around. No. I clarified. I meant I was sad I couldn't watch you walk around in booty shorts anymore. What? Jean blurted out in embarrassment, her face turning bright red. Did her clairvoyance or revelations lead her here? Or was the counter force guiding her to take care of this threat that could cause issues? Anyways, I changed the subject. "Wanna help me catch a serial killer?" Chapter 182. A serial killer? Jean tilted her head in confusion. "You don't know?" I asked. She shook her head. "I felt a pull to come here and I followed," she explained briefly. "I was merely investigating the unpleasant feeling in the vicinity when I noticed the presence of a servant." So much for Big G giving guidance to a saint. I said dryly, "Well, it led me to you." She gave a strained laugh, that little tick ever present. "I can only have faith the Lord hasn't led me astray." "Haha, well, you know, broken clocks and all that." I did my best to give an innocent smile. "I'm surprised you just didn't read the newspaper to figure out what's going on." The corners of my lips curled up. Her eye twitched again. "I've been too busy making sure the war isn't revealed due to large magical effects that happen over the night sky." "Huh, I guess you would be able to usher the Grail's effects to certain areas to mitigate damage as a ruler." I rubbed my chin. The Grail does put effort in ensuring secrecy, and ruler's job is to enforce rules. She made a noise of annoyance, puffing up rather cutely. "Someone is making my job extremely difficult. Wonder who that could be." I smiled innocently. "Yes, I wonder." She twitched again. "This was fun. I wish I could do this all day." "I'm curious, why didn't you assume I had a hand in what was going on here? You clearly know something is wrong, the obvious ickiness in the alley, and I'm here trying to get rid of the evidence." Her strained expression quickly shifted into a genuine smile. "The thought never crossed my mind. I think you're a good person." I blinked at the frankness of her response. A saint is calling me a good person. My ancestors are rolling in their graves. I shook my head. It could just be a ruse, a mask I put on in public. I trust my judgment. She just continued to smile. "Even when you had the opportunity to kill other masters, you refrained yourself and focused on their servants. When you were at the castle of the Black Faction, you could have turned that eyesore on them in that moment, possibly removing the Black Faction from the war, yet you chose not to." "Huh, so you were watching." I chuckled, before pausing. "Wait, what do you mean, eyesore?" "That was the most impressive piece of thaumaturgy I've ever created. It was built upon several different schools of magecraft." "Eyesore? What are you talking about?" She clearly feigned ignorance. "Haha, this is the best saintess. Penniless Saint has jokes." I pursed my lips. "How about writing them down for me, so I can enjoy them later, huh?" She twitched again. "Master." Reika grabbed our attention. "Ignore the insect. We came here for a reason." Right. I nodded. "Unfortunately, I think she'll probably be our best bet on finding this person." I rubbed my chin. Her ability to seek out the danger, or whatever the mechanics are, it's possibly more precise than our attempts at searching this place. Reika scowled. "Should we blindfold her and have her point in a random direction?" I blinked, looking towards Jean then back at Reiku. "And no." Jean quickly tried to dismiss the idea. My lips curled up again as I stared at the saintess. "Reiku, you're brilliant." "It doesn't work like that." Jean squeaked out. "I shall restrain her, master." Reika suddenly seemed happier, perhaps a little too happy. "Foo-foo-foo." She giggled. "Come here, little saintess." "Meep." Jean looked afraid, and I didn't blame her. "This is unnecessary." Jean whined. I ignored her complaints. "You know, Reiku." I turned towards my servant. "We just needed her blindfolded, not this." I gestured towards Jean, who was tied up, a bit lewdly if I were honest. "Master, you're the one who gave me the rope." She seemed proud of herself. "That I did." I just nodded. "Well done, Reiku." I praised. "Master." Reiku enveloped me, pushing my head between her breasts again. "I can hear you." Jean wiggled in her bindings. "Unfortunately, I can hear you as well." Reika did not hold back her disdain. "Master, we should use our compass before we lose daylight." "Alrighty, Jean." I walked up, putting my hands on her shoulders. "I'm just going to spin." "Wah, it doesn't work like that." Jean continued. "And I'm not a compass." "Around a bit, and the direction you decided to stop in, is where we're going to go." Stop, she managed to squeak out as I began spinning her. "Big G, work your miracles." Don't call him that." She whined, coming to a halt. "I am dizzy." She bobbed her head back and forth. "Perfect." I nodded, looking down the street where she stopped at. I began to undo her bindings, and she just puffed up, giving an adorable pout. It doesn't work like this, she reiterated. To have so little faith, TSK tisk. I shook my head. Why you? She did a little stomp on the ground. Fine. She pouted. I intended to search this area of the city anyways. Reika still looked very pleased with herself. Stay here if you wish. You are not needed, she casually replied, taking my arm and practically dragged me away. Master, let's go find Assassin, so we can spend the rest of the day together. Wait for me. Jean quickly caught up with a huff. You used me like that and just planned to leave me behind, she said indignantly. You didn't even tell me who we're looking for. Jack the Ripper, I stated. Jean's cute demeanor shifted to something serious. The serial killer from London, she repeated, almost mechanically. I see, this may be troublesome. Yup. Their legends taken on so many forms over the years, they could have a wide array of abilities that correspond to being a good killer. It would really be an annoying opponent, but it would be best to remove them from play now. Interestingly enough, they haven't targeted any innocents yet. You said there had been mentions in the newspaper. She looked at me in confusion. I went to the police station to get a better look at everything that's happened. I began to explain. So far, the victims were a handful of child traffickers, a serial rapist, a wife-beater, and a gang leader. There are more, but you get the idea. They were all killed in the same style as Jack the Ripper, even if his victim pool had extended beyond prostitutes. Perhaps his master had a better reign on him than I anticipated. I see, she said quietly. Even so, we can't allow them to run around and kill like this. I agree. I nodded. While I had no complaints about the victims, it's not like this could keep going on. It had already grabbed the attention of the Mages Association. This wasn't my world, but I'm here and should clean up the messes around me out of courtesy. Master. Reika stopped, eyes darting around. I sensed something familiar ahead. I turned towards Jean, raising an eyebrow. It could be anything, she said sheepishly. It's similar to the resentment from before. Reika did not hold back. And this place is noticeably empty, I muttered. In fact, I had a feeling in the back of my head telling me to just go away. Strange indeed. Almost as if on K, a strange fog began rolling in, and we all brought our guards up. The sun was completely blocked in a matter of moments, the fog enveloping every corner of the street. Master, Reika turned to me out of concern. I noticed, don't worry. I reassured her, my aura flaring. This fog, or whatever it was poisonous. I could feel it slowly eating away at my aura reserves. A glowing pair of eyes was seen not that far in front of us. Go away, a voice called out amongst the fog. I again turned to Jean. She glanced at me, then turned away, refusing to meet my gaze. Assassin's servant. Jean quickly donned her servant armaments, flag standard in her hand. You will cease this attack at once. I am ruler, and I'm here to investigate the killings going on. The assassin's servant didn't answer, but disappeared into the surrounding fog. Did you expect that to work? Shush! She puffed up again. The fog around us sort of vibrated, its presence amplified to a degree that I could through my aura. I issued a warning, Jean stated, grabbing her flag with both hands, her entire body filled with a brilliant light. I unconsciously took a few steps away, recognizing the threat this light posed to me. She looked at me strangely. As I reeled back from it, but didn't pay it any more mind. Ha! She slammed her flag down, the light shooting off in every direction. I put up a shield along with my aura to mitigate the corrosive power from touching me. The fog dispersed, and a figure came into view. We said to go away. The servant held a dagger in her hand. Yes, her. But more importantly, it was a child. One that was wearing something very revealing for someone who appeared to be younger than my daughter, but a child nonetheless. Even Jean was caught off guard by the servant, as we were all expecting an old man or some sort. Whoa! I held my hands up. Let's not fight. The assassin paused, staring at me. Leave us alone, we're not going to let you hurt Mommy. She disappeared, the fog around her sort of enveloping her form. A moment later, she was stabbing towards me in particular. I guess she noticed I was a master in this situation. Well, assassins specialize in removing masters since their stats are usually lower than the other classes. Reika swung her sword, deflecting a dagger that was aiming for my back. It wasn't beyond my means to block myself, but Reiku was my servant, and she would prefer to handle this on her own if possible. Disgusting thing. Reiku surprisingly showed no fondness for the child servant. How many ghosts are you possessed by? I blinked at her words, staring at the assassin again, who skirted away after the first clash. I see. That's why this resentment was so strong. Are you even a servant or an amalgamation of specters? Reiku spat out. We will not allow Mommy to be hurt. She didn't waver, holding her dagger up. I let out a sigh, putting my hand on Reiku's shoulder. Let's not fight. Reiku shot me a look, but didn't dismiss my words. The assassin didn't budge, still ready to attack. It didn't look like she was trying to win, but scare us off. I suppose she didn't feel confident in being able to take us all on, especially since Jean dispersed that fog so easily. I can guess she relied on it for her stealthier maneuvers. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I took a step forward, introducing myself. Can you tell me your name? We are assassin. She said simply. I think she was a bit confused at what I was doing. Can I ask that you don't attack me? I promise I don't intend to hurt you, or your mommy did. Lies! She frowned. You look like all the ones who hurt Mommy before. No idea what was going on here, but something didn't feel right. We're not allowed to fight during the day, you know that, right? I tried a different approach. She gripped her dagger tightly, but didn't respond. Look, even Ruler is here. If we try to fight, she'll stop us. I glanced up at Jean, giving her a wink. Why, yes, that is correct. Fighting during the day is prohibited. I will not allow it to happen regardless of who it is. Jean confirmed. You're not going to hurt us or Mommy. The assassin looked up at Jean. I promise, I will not move on either of you unless a rule is being broken. Jean said with utmost sincerity. You're warm. Assassin brought her dagger down. The light was nice and warm. She repeated as if it was important. The pauses and the blank stare that happened were almost a dead giveaway in having a mental conversation with someone. We will trust you, but we still need to have a talk about the people you've been killing. Jean would not relent on this matter. Was it the Saintess's natural disposition that seemed to suit this childlike servant? We had to, she said quietly. I took another step forward, having an idea of what was going on. She raised her dagger up, ready to attack, but I held my hands out as if to tell her I wasn't going to harm her. There's something wrong with your Mommy and her giving you magical energy, isn't there? The little flash across her face made me think I hit the mark. So she wasn't just killing indiscriminately, but siphoning magical energy for her continued existence. I took a few more steps forward, moving down to a knee to get eye level with her. How about a peace offering? I took out a dust crystal, holding it out for her to take. Hey, if we could avoid fighting, then by all means. I didn't particularly want to move against a child, even if it was a servant. She looked at it, then at me, then at Jean. She looked really hesitant but took a step forward and snatched it out of my hand. By the look on her face, I could tell she knew what had just been given to her. With that, you shouldn't have to drain anyone for a while, right? I offered a smile. What do you want? She said bluntly, even if it was a little cute in her childish voice. Can we go speak to your master? I asked. This whole situation was completely not what I expected. At this point, I wanted to get a gauge on her master to figure out how to proceed. Again, the assassin looked at me, then back at Jean, even sparing Reiku a glance. You won't hurt Mommy. I promise I won't do anything but defend myself, Ruler as witness. I gestured towards her. And I will not allow fighting during the day. She nodded. Another blank stare, and it looked like Assassin was talking to their master. I guess she had great confidence in her ability to escape if she was being so open around us. But that's Assassin servants for you. Okay, we'll take you to Mommy. Assassin seemingly relented, turning around an usher for us to follow. Chapter 183. Master, why will you not let me cleanse this child? Reika's voice came over the links we shared. Surely you can feel this disgusting feeling as well. I can, I said simply as my eyes were drawn to the back of the assassin servant. I wasn't like Reiku, where I was so honed to the feeling of resentment that I could sense it from long distances, but even here, I could practically taste the uncountable number of hate-filled emotions hidden deep inside this child. Does this child seem strange to you? Strange. beyond being a conglomeration of ghosts the likes I've never seen before. For such a creature, a wraith, she seems oddly rational. I briefly thought about Sasaki Kojiro, but his situation was much different. Frankly, she should be nothing but a mess of hate and death, yet she appeared and tried to scare us off. It was obvious she did not think she could win. Then why did she decide to attack instead of running away? I countered. An assassin servant is one who waits for the most opportune moments to strike, considering their lower physical abilities. At least for the most part. Once again, Sasaki Kojiro was an outlier in this regard. Reika looked a little surprised by my retort, her brow furrowed in through. In her view, it could have been an opportunity to remove a master. She simply could have had confidence in her ability to escape under those circumstances. We tracked her down easily enough. Why wouldn't we be able to again if she failed? I replied, shaking my head. In my opinion, she just cared for the safety of someone else more than herself. You heard her words, and maybe you should give them the due consideration. Her mother. Reika's mental voice went a bit quiet, and I'm pretty sure I poked a sore spot by pointing it out. While she didn't care about other people much due to her madness, certain things could still strike a chord with her if they weren't blatantly involving other people in front of her. A story or a situation would perhaps have a great impact if it was more ambiguous than actually seeing it. I put a hand on her shoulder, giving her a smile. Besides, if the worst comes to happen, you're here to protect me, right? Reiku perked up, and that bright smile reappeared on her face. Of course. Mommy will protect you no matter what. The further the servant led us, the more the creepy feeling emerged from the surroundings. If I didn't know any better, I'd suspect she was doing it on purpose. But frankly, her existence seems to be spilling out onto the surroundings. The one from before, the alley we initially found and purified, I could guess that she killed someone there, which was why it stood out even though she'd only been there for a brief moment. I thought there weren't any murders in this part of the city, but I guess the police didn't investigate too far into this area, or it had never been discovered. I didn't find the traces of a corpse anywhere either, only the lingering miasma. Eventually, we came upon an apartment complex that was surprisingly clean as opposed to most of the street, like she intentionally reeled herself in while here. If you hurt Mommy, we won't forgive you. The assassin shot us another look before pushing the door open. The killing intent in her voice made me raise an eyebrow. I promise we will not harm your master as long as we are not attacked. Jean spoke up again, reiterating her position. You have my word as the ruler of this war. Jack gave her a long stare, and it was hard to guess her thoughts. She merely made a small noise in acknowledgement. Jackie, is that you? We pushed open an apartment door behind the assassin servant, walking inside to meet a woman sitting down at a table. Didn't look surprised to see us, most likely having been in mental contact with her servant the entire time. She was quite beautiful, a sensual charm that could probably entrap many. Mommy, we're back. The assassin's servant happily skipped into their master's arms. I see that. Her master smiled lightly at her servant's antics. You did good. She rubbed the assassin's head, before looking up at us. Her expression was one of forced calmness. I've dealt with people enough to know when they're nervous. You weren't the one who summoned her, were you? I hazarded a guess, taking the initiative in this conversation. Her overall demeanor, her handling of the situation, it spoke of inexperience. She allowed us to walk right into her home, and it was obviously without any defenses. No Magus would allow such a thing. She reacted slightly, which told me all I needed to know. If I had to guess, you were completely unaware of this hidden world before whatever happened to land you as her master. I continued on, and she didn't stop me. She frowned, and there was a little bit of resentment flashing across her face. Someone else thought I would be a good material to summon her. She scoffed, a noticeable amount of anger and disgust in her voice. Well, I can see she doesn't have the best impression of magic users at this point then. I'm sorry you had to go through that. I replied with sincerity. She crossed her arms. You wanted to see me, what do you want? I'm sure your servant has told you about the war, yes? I glanced at Jean, and I guess she was staying quiet because I was operating as a master towards another master. She would probably have words when we settled our own thing outside her purview. She told me enough. You drew a lot of attention to yourself with these killings. I began to explain. The Mages Association that policies our hidden world. They know something's going on and sent people to investigate. Is this where you offer me a deal? She scowled. That look is the same as all my clients who looked down on me. Are you going to tell me to get on my knees too, like that bastard who tried to kill me? You're making an awful lot of assumptions here. Huh? She blurted out an annoyed laugh. I know your type, magic or not. You see me as beneath you and still come here wanting something. She eyed me up and down. Silver spoon in your mouth, never having to want for anything, and I'm just a damn prostitute. She might not be the sanest at the moment. Well, her whole world had probably been turned upside down, and she's just lashing out for the moment. I usually would be a bit understanding, but I was a little annoyed by her accusations. My mother was a prostitute, and I hold no shame towards that, I said dryly, breaking her from that little triad she was going on. I would ask that you stop making assumptions about my life. It's understandable that you're on edge, having entered this world recently. But if you continue as you are, you're going to get yourself killed. Don't threaten Mommy. The assassin practically exploded with killing intent directed on me. I turned to her and let my magical energy leak out to match her, not backing down from her gaze. I am not scared of you, assassin. Even without my own servant here, I would be confident in dealing with you. I made sure to make my stance known. I'm here as a courtesy, and if I had wanted to bring harm to your master, she would not be alive right now. Jackie, her master put a hand on her servant. Let's hear him out. Okay, Mommy. The assassin smiled brightly, like that little incident didn't happen. I let out a sigh. At least we're just talking. If you had killed innocents, we wouldn't be having a discussion. I made sure to reveal just how much rope they were about to hang themselves with. You people care about innocents? The master asked with skepticism. Your information probably came entirely from your servant and your experience with the one who tried to summon her. No doubt it's flawed and full of holes. I rubbed my eyes. It's a good assumption to make that all magi are people you don't want to cross and will do unspeakable things in the name of their research. I began explaining. But not all of them are like that, but err on the side of caution. Now, I went back on topic. The way I see it, you have 3 realistic options available to you on how you want to proceed with this war. 3 options. She repeated. I nodded. First, you simply fight by yourself, you and your servant against 11 others. One having been killed so far. The second, I continued, is you ally with someone. But at the end of the day, you're still going to have to fight until one servant remains for the wish. Third, I punctuated one last time. I can offer you a way out of this war. Wilhelm. Ruler turned to me. I hope you aren't going to break any rules. She narrowed her eyes. Yup. I smiled right at her. Don't tell me so blatantly. Ruler huffed. If you try, I'll have to stop you. Well, she couldn't do anything until I actually broke them. You can try, penniless saintess. I laughed, turning back to Assassin's master. You can ignore me and I'll leave. But then you have to deal with Ruler, and she won't let you go around killing people anymore to support your servant. Assassin's master looked at me again, uncertainty clear on her face. Do I have to fight? She asked. No. I shook my head. Sitting here, doing nothing is also an option. But the others will come eventually. The war won't end unless there is one servant remaining for the wish. I sighed, seeing the contemplative look she had. What are you even trying to do here? Do you want a wish? I just want to live with Jackie, she said quietly. I never cared before, always going through life with detachment. For the first time, when that Magus tried to kill me, I thought, I want to live and Jackie here save me. Mommy! The assassin reached for her master with a hug. The master smiled, hugging her back. If we fought, do you think we could win? Not a chance. I was blunt. She started to laugh, rubbing Assassin's head. Then what will you do with me, if I take my out? I'll win the Grail, and can bring you 2 away, so you won't have to deal with any of this again. If you want a quiet life somewhere, I can arrange that. If you want to start over completely, I can do that as well. It didn't seem like she had any attachments here, so bringing them to another world, away from all of this, might be in their best interest. I thought you said only one servant can remain. Are you going to kill my Jackie? She looked at me darkly. That's for other people. I smiled. My grandfather helped create the Grail. I know a few things around such limitations. I can only ask that you trust me not to harm you in the end." I shrugged. There wasn't much else I could do. "Trust." She laughed. "It's basically blackmail." "That's true." I nodded. "But at least it's not malicious. I can put more faith in you wanting less competition than actually wanting to help someone like me." She let out a long sigh. "What do we have to lose?" "I never did ask your name." I stated. "Reika Rikudu," she said bluntly. "So you're Japanese as well." I muttered. "Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg." I introduced myself. "My family name has some weight in the Magus community. If you run into any issues in the immediate time frame, feel free to use it." I took out a few dust crystal from my ring and set them on the table. "A peace offering, and something to set you at ease for now." "What are these?" She reached over without hesitation and picked one up. I twitched involuntarily before I remembered she wasn't a magus and lacked the same survival instincts to the unknown. "Crystallized magical energy. Your servant should be able to run on them for a while, so please don't go killing, otherwise other people won't sit still regardless of my input." I replied. She set it down, probably not completely understanding except that it would be good for her assassin. "Why?" she finally asked. "Why what? Why are you being so helpful?" "I'm nobody." She looked down. "You said you don't care about Jackie, so why are you even going through the effort when no one else ever has? You didn't ask for this." It really wasn't fair to her. "Is it hard to believe I can sympathize with you?" Maybe more that I should. I knew I was drawing parallels to my own upbringing, but I couldn't help it. I turned to Ruler. "Do you have anything to add?" She shook her head. "If it happens again, I will return, but I am content for now." "Reiku?" I asked through our link. "I have nothing to say, Master. I do not believe it is wise to let this thing remain, but I am conflicted. As a mother, I wish this woman to have the same happiness that I do." Well, she was rationalizing it somehow. "As long as she doesn't react violently, I'll leave it alone for now. I'll come around when everything is settled." I said towards Reika. The assassin walked over, tugging on my sleeve. She looked up, smiling cutely. "If you lied to Mommy, we'll cut you open and pull out your insides." Well, okay then. Chapter 184. Well, that was easier than I thought it would be, I said idly as we left the little domain that assassin created around her master's home. "I was not expecting a child," Jean said honestly. "Should I have done something?" she asked, though I don't know if it was directed at me. "At the end of the day, is the world worse off after what happened?" I replied, "I'm not one for killing people for the hell of it, but some people I don't care if they die and others I think shouldn't continue living. I've seen so much death in my existence, between both lives, that I'm very desensitized to it all. If something happens in front of me, I would do something obviously, but something happening out of my vicinity that has no bearing on me, I don't know if I could bring myself to action. I'm no hero. We're still people," Jean said quietly. "And that's why you're revered as a saintess." I lightly patted her head. She made a little noise in embarrassment. "Assassin, though, should I have offered to purify their resentment? It wouldn't be technically against the rules, but it also isn't something I should meddle in." "I am of the same mind." Reiku actually spoke up. "I do not believe that creature should have been made to exist in that continued state." Well, that was rare for Reiku to even acknowledge her, for her to agree with Jean. Maybe I've made the wrong decision? I would be lying if I said I didn't feel pity for both of them. Maybe I was projecting some of my own feelings onto the situation. Entirely possible. She isn't out of control. I closed my eyes briefly, letting out a sigh. And she's apparently capable of making rational decisions. I don't believe I'm in the position to judge what she is when she's no threat under normal circumstances. "You're right." Jean smiled brightly. "The Lord shelters all of his children, regardless of their origin." She nodded happily. If it cheered her up. And I wonder if she would still repeat that if she knew what I was. Would she despise me? But Wilhelm. She turned towards me. "I didn't push it because I did not wish to interfere with your talks, but I will stop you if you try to break the rules." The tone of her voice told me how serious she was. "Technically. New, huh?" She cut me off. "There's no in between, Wilhelm. I will stop you if I have to." She paused, as if realization dawned on her. You said before that you hoped we wouldn't become enemies. I let out a sigh. You're going to be unmoving on this, aren't you? I take my duties seriously. She looked at me pointedly. I guess it'll be inevitable then. I frowned. Jean pursed her lips. I'm the ruler of this war, and you're telling me you're going to break the rules. She sighed. What am I going to do with you? Well, you can't act unless I actually do something. I grinned, poking her. She puffed up indignantly. I'll just have to keep an extra eye on you then. You can watch all you want. I wiggled my eyebrows. Stop it, she squeaked out. I was being serious. Heh, she was fun to tease. Do what you need to do, Jean. I pat her shoulder. Regardless, I'll win in the end. I smiled. We'll see. She pursed her lips again, looking like she didn't believe me. Got any other things you have to do today, or are you just wandering around? I decided to change the subject. Truthfully, I would really not like to fight her. I'd grown fond of this penniless saintess. I've had a feeling pulling me somewhere, but it doesn't feel as urgent as this situation. She replied, So immediate threat versus something that may happen in time. I hazarded a guess. That was my thought. She nodded her head. This nagging feeling keeps pointing me in the direction of the Red Faction. By Red Faction, you mean the flying fortress that fell from the sky? Yes, the massive fortress that lit up in the middle of the night when someone almost revealed magic to a large part of the country. Her eye twitched. What dashing magus could have done such a thing? I feigned ignorance. Whoever he is, he must be extremely handsome and powerful. She looked at me before letting out a laugh, a genuine one that brought a smile to my face. Seemingly, the tenseness of the previous conversation faded away. Are you always so boastful? Boastful? I looked aghast. I merely speak the truth. I turned to my quiet servant. Right, Reiku? Of course, master. She smiled happily. See? I turned back towards the saintess. A clearly objective opinion, I'm sure. She said dryly. I chuckled at her response. So, nagging feeling telling you to check out the Red Faction, is that because they stole the Grail? They attacked Jean, violating the rules, then stole the Grail for a specific reason. It wasn't hard to put 2 and 2 together here. They're obviously up to something, and can somehow manipulate the Grail if they're going through the trouble. Hell, Medea pulled some shenanigans with the Grail back home, and she had a lot less resources than these people seem to have. It intensified briefly, but I've had this feeling since I've manifested now. She shook her head in response. I just have not had the opportunity to seek them out since, well, being attacked as soon as you got here. I finished for her. Yes, that. Yeah, probably not a good idea to walk into the territory of people willing to break the rules and try to kill you. I couldn't fault her hesitance. Even with the command seal she possesses, things could happen. Her authority was not absolute, and neither were the commands she could issue. Well, we'll be heading there come night. You're welcome to come along. You know I cannot offer aid. She looked at me. That's fine. You make a good shield, even if you just stand there. I gave her a thumbs up. I'm not a shield. Saint Shield, my strongest noble phantasm. No, she whined. You're not allowed to do that again. She puffed up. You know, I need to find the others, and I have no idea where they went. I grinned, looking right at her. No, she squeaked out again. Reiku, prepare the rope. Fu-fu-fu. Yo. I raised my hand up, greeting Mordred and Kyrie as they came towards us. You find the assassin? Kyrie pulled a chair at our table as we relaxed in the evening sun. His eyes landed on Ruler, but he focused on the more pressing issue apparently. Found, dealt with. I nodded. Kill him then? Was he strong? Mordred also slid into a chair, propping her chin up. We just wandered around for like 2 hours finding nothing. She seemed a little annoyed. Not really. I began to explain. Turns out it was a child and a master who had no idea about our world in general. She had some extenuating circumstances. Wait, the master is a child? Mordred looked surprised. No. The servant, Jack the Ripper, was apparently a little girl or something. What do you mean, or something that? Kyrie wanted clarification. Basically, how do I put this? She was a conglomeration of ghosts, forming a wraith that fit into the vessel that is Jack the Ripper. At least as far as I could tell. Since his identity was never known, She's probably not the only Jack the Ripper that could be summoned. Wasn't very hard to put the pieces together when I had a few moments to think about it. And they're dead. Nope. I shook my head. Left them alone since they didn't want to fight. I gave them a means to keep their assassin anchored without having to kill people, so they shouldn't be a problem again. I offered them an out at the end of the war if they didn't cause any issues, and they took it. Geez. Kyrie rubbed his temples. What am I supposed to tell my employers? Tell them I can go have a talk with them personally if they're upset. Kyrie snorted, but I think he took that to heart. Whatever. At the very least, one less assassin that will try to stab us in the back. I offered as a consolation. Yeah, I hate dealing with those types, so it's fine with me. Besides, I don't want to have to kill a kid and a master who didn't even know what she was doing in the first place. Mordred didn't seem to care. All right, now that that's settled, introductions. I clapped my hands. This is Ruler, I gestured towards Jean. She's joining our team. I'm not, she said curtly. Ruler, this is Mordred, my son. I gestured towards the Knight of Rebellion. I'm not. Mordred gave an almost identical response. Good, now that's settled. Yeah, no. Mordred interjected. I should clarify I am not aiding you in the upcoming battle. Jean replied. Aren't rulers supposed to be neutral? Mordred asked. We are. She nodded. I am merely spending my time idly. She explained. Or, until Wilhelm decides to start breaking the rules. She added on with a rather dry tone. Oh shit, does that mean I can fight her? Mordred turned to me, a little excited. I want a real fight. That berserker didn't really match up. She paused, giving Ruler a once-over. Hang on. Why does she kind of look like father? Pardon? Jean seemed confused. Yeah, now that I look at her, she does kind of look like Artoria. I rubbed my chin. Curious. Hey, are they related? Are we related? Mordred asked me. Unlikely. I shook my head. How so? I mean, she doesn't look that far off. She's French. Ah, got it. Mordred nodded as if that was a good enough explanation. What's that supposed to mean? Jean huffed. I snorted, holding back my laughter, even earning a small little chuckle from Mordred. Taking the piss out of the French, it was an English pastime. I may not be English myself, either now or in my past life, but I've lived there long enough to pick up certain things. Taking a moment to settle down, I looked towards Kyrie. Do you have any thoughts about tonight? Kyrie, who had a small smile on his face watching us, took off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. I'll be coming with, he stated. I can't stay out of it forever, especially with what remains of that fortress. No idea if they'll be able to mess with our connection with that thing. That's a fair point. That flying fortress could have possibly interfered with the master-servant link depending on its ability if they went inside. Hell yeah! Mordred pumped her fist. Well, she's certainly excited. Any plans on how you want to go about it? He took a pack of cigarettes out of his pocket, lighting one up and taking a smoke. Is there any point now? Again, that's fair. I nodded. By now, my capabilities are known, as are our servants in some regard. It's either going to be a scramble to get the Grail, or an all-out fight to finish everything. Either way, this war will end tonight. Simplest method is usually the best. Kyrie nodded. We were just unlucky they got the Grail before us last night. Yeah, I didn't think the Red faction would be after the Grail as well like that. Oh well, nothing I could do at this point. The best course of action would just be a direct attack. I can't say I'm not a little bit excited. I was sure I had a wide grin on my face. Non-canon make. Get out of my universe. Doctor Who. I had the vague recollection that I wasn't supposed to come to this reality, but I couldn't quite remember why. I looked around, and it was just a normal Earth, with normal people walking around. No one even gave me a second glance as I stood to the side. Strange. Turning to the side, I noticed something that seemed to mess with my perception. It was easily enough to dismiss the passive filter it seemed to house around it, to see what lay beneath. Is that a police box? Do they even have those anymore? Almost immediately the door to it opened and someone jumped out, turning and staring right at me. No, he declared, pointing right at me. No, no, no. Get out of my universe. He stomped over to me, and I recalled why I didn't come here anymore in my past life. Well, hey there, Big Chin. Big Chin. He huffed. My chin isn't big. It kinda is. A woman flanked him, a redhead. I think she's Scottish. Hey! He sounded indignant. My chin is perfectly normal. It's not. I denied. Well, no one asked you. He turned his nose up. Wait, stop distracting me. Get out of my universe. Your universe. I scoffed. I don't see your name on it. Oh, how mature. He rolled his eyes. What? The guy dressed like he's going to go on Sesame Street is talking about maturity. You're like one of those hipsters that intentionally tries to dress like the quintessential dork. Shows what you know. He pulled on his bow tie. Bow ties are cool. No, they aren't, old man. I crossed my arms. They really aren't. The girl beside him agreed. I turned towards her. Hello there. I gave a charming. Sup? She gave a smile. No, none of that. He stepped between us. Get out of my universe. You agreed to our deal. Shoo, shoo, he gestured for me to leave. I'm not Zelretch. I deadpanned. I'm his grandson. Oh, my mistake. He fixed his bow tie. Nice to meet you. Now, get out of my universe. Doctor, who is he? She asked. Someone who doesn't belong here. Bitch, I'm more human than you are. How about you get off my planet? Hey, language. He chided. I'm sorry. I forgot how much of a child you are. I retorted, ignoring him. I turned to his companion. Nice to meet you. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg at your service. I introduced. Amelia Pond. She gave a smile. So who are you? Just your average, dimensionally traveling magician. I grinned. Like magic. She laughed. Yes. It was the doctor who answered. Wait, are you serious? She snapped her head towards him. Unfortunately. He scowled. I thought magic was fake, like sufficiently advanced technology, or however that saying goes. She looked surprised. That's true, for this universe. He perked up. My people banished magic from the universe at the dawn of creation. He sounded rather pleased with himself. But that doesn't mean it can't come from other places. He narrowed his eyes. True magician over here. I waved towards her. If you're interested, I wouldn't mind answering some questions over, say, dinner? No. The doctor interjected. Stop that. What? Flirting? My lips curled up. I'm sorry, is it such a foreign concept to you? Am I offending your delicate sensibilities? As if. I'll have you know I'm married. He looked rather proud. I don't believe you. I said immediately. Hi, you're just jealous. He straightened his bow tie again. Boys, are you really doing this? Amelia tried to interject. I have a harem. I countered. And that's an immediate no to the dinner. She added. Yeah, well, I've kissed the Queen of England. He gave a smug smile. That's leave me with a lot of questions. She spoke to herself. But keep ignoring me. I'll just sit here in my own little world. I fucked King Arthur. I declared. What do I need to give you? He finally said. Pardon. I grinned at him. What? He punctuated. Do I need to give you, to get you to leave for good? I couldn't help but widen my grin. And that's how I got my hands on a sonic screwdriver. I held up the little device as it made a buzzing sound. Wilhelm. Zelretch clasped his hands on my shoulders. I have never been so proud of you as I am right now. Chapter 185. Interlude 8. Kister Zelretch Schweinorg POV. Visuals appeared all around me, magical screens that scried certain locations based on my calculations. Andrew Furlong. I looked at the man who appeared on the screen. Mundane by every measurable means, a product of his environment, as he somehow developed ties with some local terrorists that could be traced to the IRA. A man filled with hate and wanted to lash out. I shook my head, devising the means for the bomb he was carrying to detonate early while he was home alone. If left to his own devices, he would have killed a child that would go on to become a prominent legislative figure, reversing many environmental deficits. With a swipe of my hand, I switched screens without watching the effects of the bomb exploding. At another location, a young teen held a dog in their arms. The dog had cancer, a variant that gave the canine about an 80% chance to live after certain surgeries. They were hopeful, so perhaps the chances were a smidge higher in their favor. By all accounts, it should live. In another time and place, a few months down the line, the same, but distraught, young teen would enter a competition on a whim. The opportunity to add an object to a capsule that would be launched into space with records and messages to any who found it in the future. He would choose his dog's name tag. After being invited to witness the launch, he would be inspired, and at that moment promise himself to also walk among the stars to be with his best friend again. His career as an astronaut would be short-lived, a single mission that took him beyond the planet. But it would inspire a new generation as he took up teaching, going from school to tell of his experiences. An uncountable number of young minds would be set on certain paths from his intervention. With a heavy heart, I reached out for the dog, and with a slight twitch of my fingers, watched as the light left from its soldering surgery. I slumped back in my seat, swiping the screens to a new one once again. A woman walking down the street, a flip of my hand and she tripped, getting hit by a bicycle, causing her to become paralyzed from the waist down. Across the world, an older gentleman momentarily got distracted with a snap of my fingers. The car he was working on now had a small flaw that would become disastrous for a certain someone who would buy in about 10 years down the line. Children running around without supervision, and a speeding car coming down the street. A boat that sunk at sea, and a single survivor cast adrift. It was all too easy to divert his rescue to another direction. I let out a sigh, closing my eyes briefly. So much death and suffering. How often do I question if these little actions of mine will make a difference? I just continue to do what I can to make sure the world kept on spinning. The more that pushes humanity forward, the higher the chance that the counterforce will continue to support this iteration of reality. Even so, all my actions are like tiny grains of sand that I'm trying to build into a desert. I took a moment to reorientate myself before opening my eyes once again, and I couldn't help but smile as I looked upon the latest scenario before me. It had become increasingly uncommon that I could actually save people to the betterment of humanity's continued existence. It just seems that there are many people who should not grow old or continue to exist in the world. Let's see. I need this gentleman to be about 4 seconds late for his meeting. Quickly untying his shoe should do the trick. He won't get hit by a truck and die. Thus his grandson will go on to discover an alloy that will be quite useful to the world in the future and increases our chances against the spider by 0.003% if my calculations are correct. The scales skew just ever so slightly more in our favor. A welcome surprise. Perhaps I should take a break. I muttered to myself. It was rare I had a small win like this without any negative side effects. How is my wonderful grandson doing? I hummed to myself, picking out the world line he had gone to. As much as he inherited from me due to his circumstances, he still lacks quite a bit. It was entirely unlikely he would even know I took a glance his way. Foo-foo-foo, Mommy is going to spoil you. I blinked, then quickly shut off the viewing. I let out another sigh as I ran a hand down my face. Damn it, Wilhelm. I muttered, yet my smile wouldn't fade away. Oh, to be young again. Back when I had more freedom, I do miss some of my past paramours. I wonder if he even remembers them with his fragmented memories. Ah! I blinked again in realization. I wondered if Wilhelm would be willing to run an errand for me. I had that old letter I wanted to give, but I could never find the opportunity to leave after getting wrapped up in my own business. Lucretia! I let the name flow out of my mouth, bringing with it somber memories. Just one of many regrets, many of which are no longer alive. Maybe that's why I enjoyed my grandson bringing home so many granddaughters. They certainly do liven the place up, and by the looks of it, he'll be adding another to their number. I'm glad Wilhelm wasn't like me and is not shy about taking in the ones who make him happy. It took me too many centuries to realize how lonely it had been to reach this point, to look back and see no one standing behind me. I was close to breaking the method that I used to send my memories through a reincarnation cycle. How amusing that I was trying to reverse engineer my own work. It was an enjoyable experience, if nothing else. Every method, so far, had ended in failure when I've done my experiments, but it's obvious I succeed at some point in the future, even if they're fragmented as they were when Wilhelm received them. Let's check on Rin. I muttered again, finding the world line she was in. The world of Nirn, and this land of Skyrim, as they called it. I've only peered over there a few times, but since she was in possession of Ruby, I could lock onto that easily enough to just peek at her general direction. Why are you backing away? I got it this time. Rin's voice was displayed along with her dirted face and matted hair. Her clothes looked scuffled as well. Rin, you exploded yourself twice now. Artoria replied with a dry tone. I didn't explode myself. She countered. Rin, there are literally scorch marks underneath you. Ignore those. She huffed. Please don't tell Will. He'll never let me live this down. I promise I will not tell Wilhelm of your continued exploding. Artoria stated. Or Jin. Rin demanded. Or Jin. Saber said as well. Good. Rin smiled. You said nothing of Meridia, though. Artoria quirked a small smile. No. Saber. My young apprentice whined. I had a content smile as I watched their antics. How far they've come from the 2 young women who entered the clock tower those years ago. They were so guarded and pulled into themselves that I fear they would never truly open up again. Without Shiro Amiya existing in this world line, I had to move a few things more overtly to make sure Saber was summoned by Rin. I admit, there were high odds that things would not have gone a good way and I might have had to step in, but they seemed to have turned out all right in the end. A calculated risk that turned in my favor. And since my usual plan of having Rin recreate my jeweled sword wasn't plausible in this scenario, I decided to just take her as an apprentice early on. Yes, I think I made the correct choice. She did well to prove herself through other means. Teaming up with Castor and her master, finding the Grail to be corrupted like it was, and even defeating the King of Heroes who persisted from the last war. They had done wonderfully, and the time that passed since then did them good. They slowly got acclimatized to the day-to-day of the association, and I couldn't help but see them as my own granddaughters after a point. Then, of course, my apparent grandson comes along and sweeps Miss Artoria off her feet with his honeyed words and charming smile. I wonder if he realizes who he got it from. I had many a female companion in my day, more so than he even has now. Poor Artoria, did she ever stand a chance? With a flick of my wrist, the images of my apprentice disappeared. I did not wish to become a voyeur, merely checking in on her every now and then. This old heart of mine couldn't help but fuss over their safety. I readjusted myself in my seat, returning to my previous duties. More nameless faces appeared before me as I once again took on the role of the hand behind the curtains. I slowly did my best to guide the fate of humanity away from destruction, to ensure that the world would continue to exist in the future. And I continued to add those grains of sand. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 186. Damn kid. Kyrie pulled his sunglasses down. You really did a number on this thing. He surveyed the area around us. Shit, there are even pieces this far out. Mordred walked up, kicking a huge piece of the fortress that was sticking out of the ground. Praise me more. I preened. Oh, fuck off. Mordred rolled her eyes as she continued to poke at the strange structure. The hell is this even made of? It's like stone, but also metal. Probably some material originating from the Age of Gods. I shrugged. I would take some, but I doubt it would last for long considering its nature as a noble phantasm. Well, considering it belonged to someone else and wasn't abandoned in the same way that Ascalon was. Ascalon was a unique set of circumstances that would be very hard to replicate again. It's not like a servant can just permanently give away their noble phantasm after they leave the world. Now that I thought about it, Avalon is one of the few exceptions as well, but that comes from the fact that it was created as a noble phantasm and wasn't elevated into legends after the death of its wielder. But I digress. I walked up to another piece that impaled itself into the ground, towering above me by several feet. I withdrew Mirage from my ring and swung it at the strange material. I frowned, running my hand along the small groove now carved out of it. It was shallower than I expected, but I could more or less estimate the durability of this stuff. Whether it's the same strength throughout, I had no idea, but the thought of merely bulldozing me way through the structure itself was not at the top of my plans. Hey, Reiku! I looked towards my servant who stood attentively at my side, though her gaze was off into the distance, as if something was waiting for her there. I wanted to say something about Karna, but I held back. How difficult do you think it would be to break through this? I put a hand on the stone. Reika's attention shifted to me and to the stone I was touching. I could guess the amount of strength behind your blow. It would not be difficult for me to cleave that piece apart. She answered, but if you wish me to assail the fortress that is made of this material, I fear it's a futile effort. Yeah, I figured, but second opinions are always appreciated. She does have the Mystery Slayer ability, but I guess this stuff is still just a mineral, even if it's intertwined with a mystery from an old age. I turned towards Kyrie. You prepared? I asked the other master who stood nearby. He gave me a look, as much as I could be. He patted the shotgun at his side with a grin. I'd been meaning to ask him about that. Without prying into secrets, what exactly does that do besides normal bullets? I tried to be polite. Gods know that magi protect their secrets religiously. While he was not a traditional magus, if I started trying to pry into his mysteries, he could become hostile quickly. I'm a necromancer, what do you think I use? I couldn't see, but I could imagine him quirking an eyebrow. Bones. I hazarded a guess. I know the magus killer did something similar with his own ribs due to his special origin. I mumbled, rubbing my chin. Ha! Kyrie looked at me, strangle. The magus killer has a special origin. Whoops! I blinked eye realization. Forget I said that. He was a mildly interesting subject for Zelretch for various reasons. One reason in particular was his dual origin of binding and severing. He surgically removed some ribs and turned them into special bullets that severed magic circuits on contact and bound them up like tying together tubes. It made it so your magical ability was completely crippled. So probably the use of bones as the most obvious answer. Perhaps grinding them down, adding on a curse-based ignition due to their nature to conduct such things easily. Close enough. He just nodded, and I took that as a K to stop delving into his specific craft. That does give me a thought about the bones of different beings. I pursed my lips. I wonder how well a dead apostle's bones would work. Or on the other end of the spectrum, the bones of a saint. A flag smacked me on top the head. Ugh. I rubbed the spot I was just hit, turning towards the source. No digging up the graves of saints. Jean chastised me, waving her flag around menacingly. Message received. I grumbled. Anyways, I was getting off topic. I turned towards Kyrie again. You know how to use a blade? I'm decent with knives, but larger ones I can manage. I looked through my ring and retrieved one sword in particular. I hadn't really used it because I didn't like its origin and overall feel. Not to mention it fell short of my other swords by a noticeable margin. Took this off an ancient vampire. I tossed him Harkin's blade. He caught it easily enough, inspecting the sword. This is a pretty nice mystic code. He gave it a casual swing. What's it do? I can tell it's got some powerful property just by the magical energy seeping off. It can siphon vitality to heal wounds. I explained. Otherwise, it's a decent blade that shouldn't suffer damage even if it blocked a noble phantasm for a few rounds. That's not to say it was anywhere on the same tier, but it could survive against one, which was impressive in of itself. I had a few other enchanted weapons from Skyrim in my ring, but that was probably the best of the bunch. I expect that back when we're done. I added. I could get used to his. He swung it around a few more times with a clear smile on his face. But I hope you don't expect me to start taking swings at servants. He snorted. Not all of us have that same level of bullshit that you can pull off. A small laugh escaped my lips. At the very least, it's a good last resort. And if any of those dragon-tooth warriors pop up, you don't have to waste your good stuff on them. Good point. He nodded, accepting my reasoning easily enough. Good shit. Mordred agreed. Means I don't gotta focus on those small fries when servants pop up. She grinned savagely. I smiled too, taking a look up into the sky, the moon peeking out from behind some clouds. Looking down towards our target, the field the fortress fell into was littered with debris. Pieces of it had fallen in every direction, and the fortress itself had crashed into the ground and turned this field absolutely barren. Be careful, I don't doubt this whole area is probably booby-trapped. I spoke up. With how many pieces were just thrown about, it would be foolish not to set traps with their time since they suddenly became immobile and would obviously be attacked this night. Ready. I swept my gaze around. As I'll ever be. Kyrie nodded, and a firm nod by everyone else. I believe this is where we will have to part. Jean spoke up. I do not wish to have others think I am not abiding by the rules. Won't stop me from telling them just that anyways. I replied with a cheeky smile. She bopped me on the head with her flag, much lighter this time. A small smile on her face, even as she admonished me. Don't you dare break the rules, Wilhelm. She tried to give a stern look, but failed. Hey, don't go. I reached out, grabbing her shoulder. Wilhelm, she said quietly. I can't. I like my meat shields in bullet-blocking distance. She gave me a very dry look. I couldn't help but laugh before pulling her into a hug, earning a little leap from her. No matter what happens, I'll think of you as a friend. Yeah, I've gotten rather attached to this penniless saintess. Wilhelm, she said quietly, accepting the hug. Thank you. The smile she gave me seemed to bright up the night. We broke away after another moment, a little sad look she gave me. I will take my leave. She looked at everyone. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. She lightly bowed her head in thanks. Without another word, she turned and headed off towards the fortress in a different direction. Well, she had her duties and wouldn't budge from them. Not much I could do in these circumstances, and forcing anything on her would just lead to resentment. Shall we head out as well? I smiled towards Reiku. I am ready for battle, master. Reika took on an even look, one that truly displayed her alertness. Finally, Mordred punched her palm, summoning up her armor. This is going to be great. We started moving towards the fortress in the distance, passing several large slabs of stone that jutted up from the ground, watching each piece and looking for any signs of traps or the like. With my bows and arrows, I respectfully asked for the divine protection of the moon goddess Artemis and the sun god Apollon. Foreign words echoed throughout the surroundings, carrying far more than volume implied. Words that carried weight to them as we all seemingly moved at the same time. Instinct-driven, we may not have known exactly what was coming, but it was dangerous. I offer thee this calamity. Phoebus' catastrophe. Not far away, twin arrows shot towards the sky, and a bright light shined in the heavens as an uncountable number of arrows fell down like the wrath of God. Chapter 187. Arrows, like beams of light, cascaded from the sky. The first had missed us, sundering the ground and carving out a crater. We all had moved almost immediately. The feeling of a noble phantasm activating was known to all of us at this point. Even Kyrie looked to do something, taking a skeletal hand out of his jacket. It looked ancient at a glance, possibly a trump card on his part. I pulled him back, taking out my staff of Magnus, and slammed it on the ground. Shield of Asgard. I spoke the aria, actualizing the dozens of runes that flew out at my movement. At this point, I was pretty experienced with this particular spell. Both Mordred and Reiku became enveloped in their respective mana bursts, their lightning auras as they shot up to intercept the arrows. I could feel my shield being barraged, the strain of each arrow as they collided with my strongest defense spell. I was confident, though, this spell had held up against Lancer's noble phantasm, and that thing took out a mountain. I would guess that each of these arrows was probably less than 1/100th of Lancer's attack. The only issues was they didn't seem to be stopping. It would be a foolish endeavor to try and count them as they fell down like rain. No cracks formed in my spell, supported by the divine staff and my runes, but I could feel the continued impacts even as Mordred and Reika took some of the brunt. Master! Reika slammed onto the ground next to us, looking over me. Are you okay? I'm good. I nodded as the arrows finally ceased their torrent. I noticed, not too far away, Archer jumping across some particularly large pieces of the fortress and going in a certain direction. And I did not believe I was the only one. Fucking bitch! Mordred spat out, hefting her sword up in annoyance. Uses her noble phantasm and runs away as soon as she can. Clearly an anti-army noble phantasm. I muttered, looking over the area that was now filled with craters. By the looks of it, she didn't think it would be enough if she was so quick to retreat like that. Anti-army doesn't always mean more powerful when compared to, say, anti-unit. In regards to scale of destruction, Archer's noble phantasm was quite powerful, but each of her arrows was negligible in and of itself. Excalibur, for instance, would obliterate a person just as well as a fortress, whereas this noble phantasm was more likely very on the nose when called anti-army, as in its purpose is to take out armies, not individuals. We're being led, Kyrie spoke up, using her noble phantasm and herself as bait. They want her to follow her. That was my thought as well. I nodded at his words. But that works out for us in the end. There was a reason I didn't take us closer to the fortress when coming to this desolate field. First, it's a noble phantasm, so I'm going to be wary of it, even if it's in pieces like this. Second, it's the workshop of a caster servant if my guess was accurate. Not to mention, it's clearly something from the Age of Gods, based on everything we've seen so far. I had a healthy respect for things that could alter natural laws with the ease of a single word. Things that held the conceptual weight to even contend with true magic in the correct circumstances. With a flick of my wrist, I took a few pot shots in the direction of the cat girl to make it seem like I was annoyed at the archer servant. Shall we follow? Trap or not, doesn't matter. Mordred grunted. Just cleave through them all anyways. I like your attitude. I grinned. Let's go. The archer servant's actions became more and more clear as we delved deeper into this field of debris, until we came upon a particularly large chunk that looked kinda like a gate. Though, it was heavily tarnished and destroyed in many places. However, the fluctuations of space and magical energy were enough to reveal that it was still operable. I made sure to recast all my enhancement spells. My aura pulsed gently around me, a gentle feeling that I could always rely upon. Lightning coated my arms and legs, giving me a feeling of power that I quickly suppressed. My lightning was a little intoxicating to get lost in, perhaps just a side effect of the ritual I went through. All together, I offered. Yeah, Kyrie nodded, though he was grasping his own life-saving means if needed. As soon as we stepped inside, I felt a pull on everyone, like they were all going to be whisked away to separate places. I scoffed, reaching out to the kaleidoscope and anchored them to the same spot on the world line as I was, to force my specific teleportation to envelop them as well. We all tumbled out onto the ground, and I reached out to take a handful of dirt, letting it fall out of my fingers. The hell? Kyrie cursed, standing up and looked around. What is this? They all looked around as well. The place we found ourselves in was strange. The owner of this place tried to separate everyone with teleportation. I made sure we all stuck together. I stated, sweeping my gaze towards the surroundings. I did not expect the inside of this place to be its own miniature world, though, even as strange as it is. To the side, there were these marble pillars that went off into the distance, unable to see the end as shadows enveloped the horizon. In the opposite direction were plateaus and small mountains that littered the landscape. Where they met was complete chaos, like a child had broken up pieces of each and threw it back together. Pillars came down from the sky, the ground became a wall, and the sky was the floor in some places. It was all jumbled up. I'm probably to blame for this, my spell having destroyed a portion of the fortress, as well as the owner probably trying their best to keep it all together in the end. Master! Reka suddenly shouted, drawing her sword. It wasn't just her, Mordred too reacted quickly to grab her master. I took out Mirage as a green blur shot towards me. Reiku lashed out with her sword, only for a familiar shield to block it. My eyes widened as Achilles drove his chariot right into me, shield easily deflecting Reika's attack. The speed and force of it made my aura shudder under the weight. I forced my aura out at its maximum, shielding me fully as even the horses that pulled the chariot looked ready to trample me. I hadn't gotten a good look at them before, but they were definitely not normal horses. I slashed my sword, pushing myself to the side to avoid the worst of it. It only took half a breath to regain my footing as his chariot jutted around in the sky like a flash of light. That speed was utterly ridiculous. My eyes darted to the side to see fireballs composed of divine fire rain down on me. Reika's eye-catching purple lightning intercepted, causing the two elements to disperse at impact. Lancer of Red made his appearance. The witch said she would send you to me, he said with a small smile towards my servant. Even after what happened, she is still too arrogant and looks down upon modern magic. He eyes gazed at me briefly before shaking his head. Ah, so they were sending us to specially prepared traps then. Makes sense, and was probably what I would do in that situation as well. Well, I do enjoy ruining other people's plans. I joked, I still trying to follow Achilles as he stared down at me in the sky. Oi, Goldass! Mordred raised her sword. You forgetting about us? She clearly did not like being ignored in situations like this. We did not, he replied almost good-naturedly. You were supposed to be sent to another battlefield. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space around us trembled. Several more figures teleported in. Honorless Corps. Vlad's voice echoed out in the surroundings. He did not look all too pleased, and I briefly wondered what he'd been up to as he grabbed his spear tightly in his hands, and his face twisted back in a snarl. He paused in his rage-filled shouts to look at the surroundings, eyes landing on me and sweeping everywhere else. "I see," is all he muttered, seemingly accepting the circumstances. Well, as I would expect from a king. It was a simple, yet practical strategy to place two enemies in the same room. He was able to read the situation immediately. He wasn't alone either. His whole entourage was here. There was a small silence that was broken by Achilles, surprisingly enough. "Teacher!" His voice sounded a mix of surprise and shame. "Achilles!" Chiron gave a sad smile. The look they shared, it was clear they had many, many things they wished to say to one another, yet neither took the opportunity to do so. "You raised a good student, Chiron. And Atlanta, if I'm not mistaken." He glanced to the side, and I noticed the archer skulking in the shadows. She didn't hesitate to pop out onto a nearby pillar that jutted out of the air in an awkward manner. "Chiron, it's been a while," she greeted with a rather polite tone. "It has." He nodded. "I had not seen you since." "Please don't mention that idiot." She scowled. "Of course." He held his hands up in appeasement. "I know how my other student is a sore spot." She seemed grateful. The only person I could think of was Jason, but I fear I'm missing some context here. "Atlanta, huh?" That makes sense. Even if her legend wasn't quite accurate about the whole cat-girl thing, though I guess it's supposed to be a lion girl? Well, Greeks were into some weird shit. And like that, all identities are revealed, except for you, Pinky. I glanced at Black's rider, though I still have yet to see either side's caster. That did give me a small bit of worry. "Oh, I'm Astolfo." The rider's servant beamed, making everyone pause and stare at them. "Damn it, rider." Vlad face-palmed. "Master." Reika spoke to me through our link. "I will fight together with you," she declared, but even through this mental link, it sounded strained. "Reiku, as your master, I order you to fight Karna to the best of your ability." I decided to let her pursue her own desire here, even if it was one born from her heritage and not her own wants. She looked at me with a strange look, like she was both happy I told her to do so, but aghast at the idea of leaving me in this situation again. "Trust me, I have one final card to play." I tried to soothe her conscience. "I will trust in my son." The whole place was filled with this tense air, like everyone was waiting for someone to make a move. How comical that a war between two factions had devolved into a free-for-all like this. I wondered how the war would have gone without my interference before pushing such thoughts down. "How about we?" My words died in my mouth as everyone moved. Arrows flew out from both ends, some at me, some at either side as well. Chiron and Atlanta seemingly stalemating each other. Reiku exploded off the ground. Her lightning weaved around her whole body, her mana burst crackling as it collided with Karna's divine flames. The eruption of opposing elements pushing anyone else in that immediate vicinity away. I summoned the boosted gear on my hand, using it as a shield to once again block Achilles' spear, while Mirage was held aloft to intercept Siegfried's blade. "Boost!" I quickly called out to meet these two powerful servants without being overwhelmed. Mordred shot at Astolfo, the pinkette, laughing the entire time, even as his lance was swept to the side at every blow. Chiron was forced to divert some of his attention towards his companion, so they would not be overwhelmed by the large gap in physical ability. My other swords flashed out at both Achilles and Siegfried. They disengaged, deflecting them with relative ease, only for Vlad to jump in, swinging down his spear on top me. I swung up Mirage to intercept, bracing myself for the force, but I was surprised at how easily I managed to block before realization set in. "This isn't your territory." I grinned. "Your enhancement only works when you're in your territory." My back foot slid out, and I gathered magical energy into my sword. I deflected his spear to the side and made a move to follow up. 100 birds. My sword phantoms manifested. The impaler snarled, swiping his hand to bring out his own stakes. There were much less, and their power was greatly diminished, but it was enough to tear apart my attacks. The magical constructs that took on the concept of stakes had pierced through them. Achilles' shield swung at my head in that brief moment. The weight behind it once again felt like the world was going to collide with me. All the while Siegfried swiped his sword at me with gathered power, his dragon slayer sword practically shouting for my blood. Each of the blows made my knees buckle under the sheer force, even as I blocked them. I was ready for his shield this time, and my boosted gear didn't suffer any damage as I withstood the force. Even still, I felt the ripples of power through my aura. Enough! I spat out. Fus Roda! I bellowed out. The invisible force rippled into my surroundings, knocking them back to give me a moment's respite. They were certainly coming at me with full force, and if this was to be the last battle, it would be remiss of me to not answer in kind. Drake, I called out, the gem on my gauntlet lighting up. Let's end this. Finally, the dragon's voice was filled with absolute glee. The fluctuations of aura around me pulsed, and I could feel my presence enlarge, my existence stepping to a higher level. I grabbed the attention of the whole chaotic battlefield as my power began to skyrocket. What is this? Vlad choked out. His dragon aspect is being amplified. Siegfried gripped his sword tight, readying himself. I grinned viciously at his words. Welsh dragon balance breaker. We spoke as one, and the world was dyed in a crimson light. Chapter 188. I opened my eyes. The condensed energy around me dispersed with a twitch of my finger. I created the boosting ability after Albion created his dividing. I didn't have a way to counter it when he first revealed it. Before, we had been relatively even with his corrosive poison that could melt souls, and my great fire that could burn souls into nothingness. I would have died if we didn't smash into the Indian Pantheon's realm during our battle and got separated. I looked down at my hand. I smiled lightly, flexing my muscles to get a feel for the armor around me. The shape was much different than the first time I activated the balance breaker's scale mail. Gone was the unwieldy protrusions and spikes that sprang out at every angle. I was not donned in the armor of a brawler. It had been streamlined and slimmed down to fit my fighting style. The look on his face when he took a chunk out of my strength with his dividing, only for me to boost and add it back again. Drake's voice sounded very smug. To the foolish, they may think I could have just pre-boosted, then sought out Albion for our battle, to win easily, but you know the truth. There's only so much power our bodies could handle without going through a sort of metamorphosis. There's a reason why no gods had sought out my gauntlet in the many incarnations of my wielders. A god cannot simply double their strength on a whim. Their forms would explode at the power increase. The scale mail was sleek, hugging my body tightly, all the way from the helmet that wrapped around my head down to the greaves that enveloped my feet. I could feel an extra appendage, a scaled tail that lightly swayed behind me. And I could also feel, with but a thought, I could bring forth my dragon wings if needed. They were much better than my devil wings, able to propel me faster through the air, able to handle the strain of this armor. I could feel my draconic heart begin to beat faster in my chest, synchronizing with the scale mail. Drake let out a laugh. That damn god! Drake cursed, even if his tone was jovial. In the hands of a mortal creature, a human or such, my power becomes something to punch above one's weight class. I've never had a wielder slay a god before, but the potential was always there. He began to cackle like mad, and then something like you got their hands on it. You added a bunch of things that made you more, but you kept all that potential inside that little body of yours. You're not at your peak, like a god. Your vessel isn't full. The gauntlet is just training wheels. I flexed my hand again, to borrow a small piece of Drake's power. I looked up at my opponents, these heroes of legend. With a thought, my swords floated around me again, already at my whim. Ha! You understand then, as expected. Drake sounded so happy. My previous wielders, I was their crutch, their whole plan for fighting. For the first time, I'm turned into a trump card. I was annoyed at first, but this feeling isn't bad either. Drake's boisterous laugh sounded like roars in my soul. Dragon Slayer. I turned towards Siegfried. Demigod. I looked towards Achilles. And King. My gaze landed on Vlad. Come. I gestured with my hand. There was perhaps an unspoken agreement between all parties here. They all moved at once, almost unnaturally in sync with one another. Their years of fighting experience allowing them to meld into the other's movements without hindrance. Arrows flew between them from two different directions. They were ignored by the servants, as it was clear I was the true target. Boost! I called out, looking straight at them. Boost! 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 I finished with a roar as I burst forth from my spot. The air around utterly exploded, The sound barrier ruptured several times over. Mirage in my hand, its tip slammed into Achilles' stomach. His body arched back, blood spitting out of his mouth, even if his skin hadn't been pierced. The ground cratered at the impact, and I reached down with my free hand, gripping his neck. I snapped my head to the side, moving slightly to the left to avoid a dangerous sword passing by me. Siegfried sliced through the air, flicking his sword to turn it into a horizontal slash. I tossed Achilles to the side to focus on the dragon's slayer, aiming for my head. I moved Mirage up to block, having no trouble contending with his physical strength. If anything, his arms trembled trying to push through my guard when I was merely using one arm versus this two. Still, the fact that I'm basically overlaid in Drake's power, his sword's danger just increased further, even if it didn't touch me. Its conceptual advantage over anything remotely dragon, and I may as well have been Drake himself within its sphere of influence. His sword blurred with surprising speed. Each slash was one that contained untold hours of practice, precise and deadly, aiming for every weakness of my body. My own sword connected with his, each time a shockwave emanated out. On each exchange, it was obvious he was on the losing end. His sword continuously lost ground to the point where I started drawing blood from his body before he could regain his guard. Small cuts began to appear, blood dripping down his arms and stomach. "You healed up nicely." I still couldn't help but grin, noticing that the wound I gave him the previous night was all but gone. Siegfried himself smiled, even as he strained as I pushed back on him, lightly leaning into his guard to put a little pressure. His footing pushed into the dirt in an attempt to hold his ground. The magecraft of the Igmalenia family is impressive. He grit out, and with a shout, called forth a burst of magical energy and pushed my sword back briefly. "Dragon!" he shouted. "There is no hatred between us, but I will take you down." I guess it was obvious where this was going. "Then come, Dragon Slayer." I laughed. "Oh, sword, let thee be filled." Siegfried pulled down on the hilt of his sword, revealing a strange jewel embedded within. Suddenly, a massive pillar of energy burst out, reaching to the sky. His magical energy exploded, and I'm fairly sure a command seal was used. "Is that—" I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Why is this feeling familiar? What is that stuff? "True ether," I said quietly. "The stuff gods are made out of." My grin threatened to split my face. "You crazy bastard. Your noble phantasm channels true ether from the age of gods." His sword, it could probably even stalemate Excalibur at its base. "The evil dragon shall fall." He didn't respond, but the look on his face told me I hit the nail on the head. "Brat, meet him. I want you win against him. Don't have to tell me." I gripped Mirage tight. Beginning dimensional refraction. I began pulling on magical energy from an uncountable number of parallel worlds. The numerous magic circles encircled my sword, amplifying and actualizing my intent. The spell sequence linked up with my true magic, the immense power pouring in and converting into ether and shaping to my will. "Do you think I don't exist?" Vlad's angry voice rose above the chaos. "Khazikli Bey!" This fake world was covered in a malevolent aura as stakes once again burst to the ground everywhere. It was much more diminished compared to before, and the sense of danger was much lower. "Do you think mere stakes can penetrate the scales of Draig Gotch?" Drake's arrogant voice roared out for all to hear. The stakes shot out at my armor, only to shatter on impact. Perhaps if we were still outside, I would have to be worried, but right at this moment, the armor held true. And the world will reach the twilight. Siegfried's presence reached its peak. The weight of true ether, his noble phantasm comprised of the concept of dragon slaying, filled the entire world. "Fall, Bamung." He swung his sword down. "Ether cannon." I swung my sword up to meet his, my regular ether versus his true ether. The collision of concepts and power erupted at the focal point, blowing away everything. The ground was torn asunder. The fake sky began to crack under the strain. The marble pillars burst into thousands of pieces, cascading in every direction. The force of the collision blew me back. My vision blurred before I regained my footing. "Release." I breathed out, letting my boosts fall off. The weight of the added power fell off my shoulders, giving me a moment to catch my breath. I looked back at where I was a moment before, then down at myself. "What a scary bastard." Draig laughed. It was contagious, as a few chuckles escaped from my lips. The scale mail suffered some noticeable, if minor, damage. I was otherwise unharmed, but it was impressive nonetheless. "Ha!" I breathed out again, watching a figure stand up amongst the turned-up clouds of dirt. Siegfried looked worse for wear, taking a bigger hit than I did. Blood dripped down his body, and he looked like he struggled to move. He stabbed his sword into the ground, using it to support himself. I gripped Mirage tight as our eyes met again. We both shared the same smile. Even as his body wobbled to stand firm, he pulled his sword up and faced me. "Come!" he shouted without any hesitation. "Boost!" I called out, pumping myself up again, burst forward. Our swords connected, and he was lifted off his feet, tumbling across the ground, before skidding to a stop to regain his proper footing. He swung with renewed strength, blood flying off his hands, ignoring his wounds to meet my attacks. Boost, boost, boost. I returned to the state I was in before, dodging around his attempts to cleave me in twain. As our blades clashed, he was getting sloppier, enough that he had holes in his guard that were easy to exploit. I wanted to give him a proper send-off. I'll end this with one last technique. I stepped back amongst his flurry of slashes, pulling on the kaleidoscope. He deserved at least this much respect from me. I held Mirage to the side and pulled myself through the world line to attack. He looked at me, that same smile never leaving his face as his guard was raised in anticipation. Swallow returns. I moved, and blood flowed from Siegfried's mouth. My sword went through his back, out his chest. His great sword fell to the ground as he touched the bloody blade sticking out of him. He turned his head to me, that serene smile never leaving his face. It was a good fight. He managed to get out as I dislodged my blade. It was out of respect I went for his weak spot. Siegfried the Dragon Slayer, who bathed in the blood of Fafnir. The only spot that wasn't as tough as a dragon's scales was where a leaf fell on his back during the bathing. The respect that he was strong enough that I targeted his weakness. Well done, Dragon Slayer. You blade had managed to reach me. Drake gave rare praise towards the defeated servant. Despite being relatively unharmed, he still managed to damage the scale mail. To be praised by a dragon. Siegfried let out a bloodied laugh. His body slumped to the ground. It was obvious he was almost done. His body began to dissipate and flow back into the world. Damn it, Saber. Vlad stepped over, grabbing his arm that looked a little hurt in the aftershock of our battle. Sorry, Lancer. Siegfried apologized before finally disappearing. The Impaler scowled, looking down at the spot where Saber once was. You make it hard to hate you when you smile at me like that. He scoffed before turning to me. I sighed, watching him go. I felt strange after beating him. I was happy, but at the same time, I didn't want him to go. It was like there was some form of kinship between us that was hard to describe. I pushed those thoughts down for now and faced the Lancer servant, pointing my blade at him. I don't suppose you would like to rethink an alliance? Vlad asked me, looking over almost lazily. Seriously, I couldn't help but blurt out. Do you really think I'd agree at this point? My thoughts were a bit disarrayed at the moment, and his words only served to increase my annoyance. No, he grinned. I just required a few more moments, he said with a cheeky smile. Darn Nick, he shouted. Do it. The already strained miniature world inside this fortress became even more strained as I felt the space fluctuations. An absolute massive amount of magical energy filled the gaps of the cracks that formed in the dimension's foundations. The sheer amount of magical energy that was being thrown around, I could only assume that there were several command seals working in unison to make this happen. Because something was teleporting into this small world that which resided within a noble phantasm. A pillar of light descended. A massive figure towered over everything in the vicinity. Behold, my greatest creation! A voice I hadn't recognized, and a person that was completely foreign, stood atop this new monstrosity. A servant I had yet to meet, and by process of elimination, it was Caster of Black. Golem Kita Mocketh, the newcomer declared. Welcome my atom into the world. The thing, the golem, roared and the world shook. Chapter 189. POV Caster of Black, Avisprin. Master, master, my master gleefully called out, leading in a cartload of materials with the help of Golem. Is this enough? Those are adequate for this next phase. Place them at the side. I told the child as he ushered his own creation forth. Despite the strange situation I found myself in, this master of mine turned out to be the most ideal of students. I usually hate the praise and admiration, but the genuineness that came from this boy was surprisingly welcomed. Even if I hated humans, this boy was bearable. His pure and inquisitive mind towards golemancy was a refreshing distraction from the constant prattling of my peers during this Grail War. For my summoning, I had prepared myself for the disgust of working alongside one of these modern magi, but the situation turned out to be favorable for me. Speaking of peers, I turned my head towards the door, recognizing the presence coming towards me. "Caster!" Lancer slammed the door open. I was mildly surprised at the state Lancer found himself in. He clearly was not in good shape, having just gone through a battle, and his face was twisted into a barely held-back contortion of rage. "Lancer!" I gave a curt greeting. Despite my dislike towards him, manners were proper for someone of my standing. "I suppose there has been some unforeseen circumstances?" Lancer growled, but I could tell it was not meant towards me. "You need to be finished by tonight," he declared. "Impossible. I'm missing too many resources. I would need 2 to 3 more days with the restrictions you placed on me," I calmly replied. Lancer slammed his fist against the wall. "Darnick already gave his order," Lancer stated, his eyes glowing with anger. "The homunculi, use them." "Those inferior creatures?" I scoffed at the mere thought of using them as a basis to bring out my atom. "All of them," Lancer clarified. I blinked behind my mask. "All of them." I muttered at the sheer ridiculousness of the statement. Why not just give me one of those useless magi? Any not of note had been evacuated before the start of the war. Lancer replied, "The ones that remain are important. Berserker died. Give me the servant's previous master. They would make a better core than any of those abominations. He still has uses." Lancer denied my request. "What uses?" "He failed. At least with me, he would have use. His sister is still the master of Archer." Lancer shook his head. "And he still possesses his command seals. Familial relations. How annoyingly understandable. However, the importance of his command seals couldn't be ignored. A wise decision that I could not find fault with then, as much as I wished for a better specimen. I briefly glanced over at my own master. He would make a good core for my golem. How did we suffer so grievously that I'm being given free rein over all our mana batteries? What else were the homunculi good for? Lancer's expression twisted into a scowl. "Enough that we are betting everything on tonight." Lancer paused. "Saber of Red's master is begrudgingly impressive. We've been forced to move based on every action he's taken. We're sieging Red faction's base tonight to retrieve the Grail. I have been kept abreast of the going-ons in the war, but I did not dwell on it. This master, I had heard in a few reports, some interesting tidbits, but it would be all irrelevant once I finish my work. I did not truly care for the Grail, so I held my tongue." "I see," was all I said in response. His actions had disrupted my work and set me back by a few hours. If nothing else, I would wish to take my pound of flesh, as they say. When the castle was attacked, my workshop suffered some minor damage as well. Arguing would do my no good, and I wished to get back to my work. Quantity can become a quality of its own. I muttered, "I am given free rein over all the homunculi." I questioned, "We have enough stores of magical energy to support our battle tonight. You are given every single one you need. If more resources are required, Darnick stated that he has reserved other materials you may peruse." The Lancer's servant reiterated. Surprising. They had managed to finagle a means to use homunculi as spare batteries through some backward system of magical draining. It was how the servants were able to operate at near optimal efficiency regardless of output. The thought was somewhat amusing. That these things that trespassed upon God's domain, they would become the foundation that brought Eden to the world. Very well, tell me the plan, so I may prepare properly. My only goal was to bring Adam onto the world and shape it back into the perfect Eden. But I couldn't deny I had the small desire to see it for myself, so I would be open to such dialogue. The time should be approaching. The other servants had left long ago to attack the Red faction. "Roche!" I called out to my master/student. "Yes, master." He asked me earnestly. "This will be our final meeting." I still thought to toss him into the pool that held my beloved creation. yet I restrained. It was ironic. I despised children, despised magi, and despised humanity. Yet all three in one presented itself here, and I was held by my own whimsy. Maybe in other circumstances, I would have done so without hesitation, but with all the materials I was given, my atom was operable without a proper magus as a core. There were surprisingly a few homunculi of decent quality that could overcome many hurdles in the process of operation. Master, I'll watch you win with your golem. Show them how awesome golemancy is. He beamed so bright. How utterly childish. But it was an interesting feeling having someone cheer for me. Castor, Darnick walked into the basement where our workshop resided. Are your preparations complete? If I did not have this mask, perhaps I would be smiling. How easy I was able to have them play into my hand. They did not know my true purpose, and I briefly wondered if they would care at this point. They seemed very fixated on winning, more than the consequences of how much they were applying towards their attempt at victory. I am prepared. I nodded towards the lord of his castle. Darnick pulled up his sleeve, revealing another set of command seals, of which I knew from whom they came from. Admittedly, command seals were elegant pieces of magecraft. Outside of my specialty and usual care, I could not deny their beautiful creation. Darnick held his arm up. By the power of these 3 command seals, he declared as the extra pair were activated and shine bright. Lancer, become an anchor and open a path in space and time. From what I understood of the situation so far, the fortress that they were fighting in was its own miniature world, created from something originating from the age of gods. If the fortress in question hadn't suffered such damage, I do not know if this plan would have worked even with so many command seals being used to support the operation. Roche! I called out to my master. Begin. Yes, master. He nodded, holding his own arm up. By the power of these 2 command seals, Castor, overturn time and space and bring your golem to Lancer. 3 command seals to create a bridge, and 2 more to border true magic and teleport me with my noble phantasm over. My vision was overcome with a cornucopia of color, the instantaneous movement through the world line that was the domain of the kaleidoscope. How humorous that the magic we emulated was something controlled by one of the masters present. I opened my eyes and the world around me changed. The strange phenomenon did not take me off guard as I was told of what to expect. I felt prideful as I stood on the shoulder of my golem. I was not one for theatrics, but this particular case was the exception among exceptions. Behold my greatest creation! I declared for all to see. Golem Keter Mocketh, welcome my atom into the world. As if wanting to announce himself, my atom roared towards all that could hear. Immediately, just as planned, my atom shifted. It grew. Its 15-meter body doubled into 30 meters. What the hell? The voice of the master, the person everyone had been so cautious of, rang out among the others. Wonderful! Lancer laughed with glee at the turn of events. Castor, destroy them. Humph, dare to order me and my atom? I guess your usefulness has yet to run its course. Our goals were aligned for now and nothing else. Atom! I waved my hand out, ordering the recreation of the primordial human. Responding to my command, the golem raised its mighty fist and smashed it towards the master. Boost, boost, boost! The words did not quite register as the master's presence seemed to skyrocket once again. Atom's fist swung down, and to my utter shock, it was stopped in place. What? I questioned. Atom, is that what you called this? The master laughed. This is very ironic, and I don't feel like explaining why. Atom's body stiffened as he began to be pushed back. His legs trembled at a shout of effort from the master, and Atom stumbled back in a show of sheer strength. Impossible! I shouted. My Atom steadied himself, sweeping his massive arm towards the man clad in a red armor. Dragon shot! His palm opened up, discharging an accumulation of power at the arm coming at him, utterly destroying it. Atom's hand was disintegrated. Using draconic power as the basis instead of that epee idiot's idea. The armored master muttered, but I ignored his ramblings. Not bad. You think you've won. I mocked his arrogant attitude. Behold Atom's greatness. I declared as Atom stood up fully, even with part of his hand missing. At a visible speed, its hand was regrown as if it was never destroyed. Atom, I cackled, ordering it again. Its mouth opened and he roared towards the insect below. Its voice more than just a shout of anger. It carried magical properties that vibrated the very air. The ground was torn apart, the master dodging like the pathetic creature he is. It didn't matter. Adam turned his head, following along as the landscape was reduced to nothingness. POV Wilhelm. I shot in the opposite direction of this thing's shout. Its sonic attack did catch me by surprise. Not to mention the strength behind it. It grew, then its aura seemingly multiplied at the increased size. And that regeneration speed was impressive. I glanced at the ground. Each step the golem took, life began springing up. Foliage, flower, and plants of all manner immediately bloomed where it passed by the ground, even in this fake world. The hell? I muttered. Caster, control your golem. Lancer shouted in annoyance, having to dodge too, which I held back a chuckle at. Oi, you bastard! Mordred's familiar voice reached my ears as her red lightning slammed into the thing's back. I almost had that pink-haired ass, and you suddenly shoot the shit at me. Die! Her lightning burst out in all directions, Clarent pushing into its body. Begone, annoyance! Caster swiped his hand, and the golem's body distorted, pushing Mordred out. Tisk! She clicked her tongue, sliding down next to me, but she managed to stop the golem's annoying rampage. It was annoying if nothing else. She gave me a once-over. Nice armor. Thanks. Drake said happily. A dragon just thanked me. Mordred muttered, shelving that for later. Yeah, should probably focus on that golem. I continued to look at the ground where it stepped until realization dawned on me. Fucking hell, it's rewriting the texture of the world. What? Mordred turned to me in confusion. So you noticed? Caster seemed proud. My Adam will turn the entire world back into Eden, laughed. Caster's a loon. I am thoroughly surprised. The sarcasm dripping from her mouth. Caster, stop your nonsense. Lancer growled towards his teammate. Destroy these fools and we will secure the Grail. I never cared for the Grail. Caster scoffed. This was my purpose, my dream. My Adam will finally turn this wretched world into God's paradise. You ungrateful cur! Lancer hissed, summoning up stakes and shooting them towards the golem. Pitiful! Caster countered as the golem opened its mouth again, making Lancer bolt to cover. As expected. Flee, cower, hide in your holes. Those unworthy will face his judgment in the end anyways. All right, that's enough. I summoned my swords around me. Whatever this thing was doing, it needed to be destroyed. If left unchecked, who knew how it would alter the world if taken outside? Arrogant child. Caster now turned towards me, his monster also bearing down in my direction. A dragon you may be, but you are nothing compared to my Adam. Destroy his body, destroy me, it does not matter. My Adam will stand back up and continue on regardless. That's annoying, actually. I couldn't help but laugh again. The irony just keeps piling up. I guess it's something of fate that I'm the one who is going to destroy your Adam. My sword of destruction hovered in front of me, my aura flared, feeding into it as my power of destruction erupted all around the blade. It shot off towards the golem, impaling it in the chest as the destructive power lashed out in all directions. Like lightning, it crackled, jutting out and lashing at anything it could, taking chunks out of the golem's chest. What? No. It doesn't matter. Caster seemed unperturbed. Your tricks are just that. In the face of Adam's invincibility, your efforts are meaningless. He ordered the creature to attack again, its massive fist slamming into the ground and sundering the earth. Mordred was forced to retreat a little bit, lest she get caught up. Hey, bastard, want me to use my noble phantasm? Your sword, whatever it's doing, isn't really doing much. Mordred called out. Yeah, this thing was regenerating at a very impressive fate. My power of destruction was destroying the parts it was connected it, but more growths just burst out to take its place. Some kind of conceptual immortality, perhaps. Just watch. I smiled towards my son. Boost, boost, boost. I pulled on Drake's power a few more times, and my legs began to tremble as my body was forced to cope with the absurd increase. I was pushing beyond the limits I could handle, but I wasn't going to truly fight this way. Being in Balance Breaker, it made using Drake's abilities much easier. When in just gauntlet form, this was magnitudes harder to use. I held up my hand, aiming at my power of destruction that was being discharged from my sword. Transfer. All the boosts I accumulated burst out onto the destructive force. The golem was suddenly hidden by a tidal wave of my power. My bloodline enveloped the majority of its body. Ah! Castor let out a scream, as even he was caught in the attack. The transferability, it isn't only limited to transferring boosts to other people. It can transfer my boosts to anything, including concepts. While in Balance Breaker, it just made it much, much easier to do with Drake's added presence around me. The golem began to disintegrate from the chest outward, its pieces dropping to the ground and dispersing into nothingness. Even Castor's body began to break down and was devoured by my power of destruction. What is this malevolent power? Castor cried out, falling on his knees and watching his supposed greatest work be turned to ash. I calmly walked up to him, my sword of destruction flying into my hand. You wanted to bring your Adam into the world? I guess it was only natural that a devil stopped you, I said quietly, just for him to hear before swinging my sword through his neck. His body collapsed and dissipated back into world. Chapter 190. Chiron POV. Castor was defeated. I hesitated to step in, opting to watch the fight from afar to better gauge Wilhelm while he was in this state. This draconic power that he was using. It was strange, not the strangest thing I've ever seen, but truly a strange sight. It may as well have been a noble phantasm. It certainly was as strong as one if looking at its purely destructive potential. Achilles! I turned towards my student. How about it? The corners of my lips curled up slightly. Damn! He scratched his head. Kid's a monster, my student admitted. Arrogant as he often was, he could recognize the situation when needed. As much as I want to fight him alone, yeah, we'll need to work together. He let out a small laugh. This war had turned out to be so interesting. I expected a true war once I was summoned. Two sides pitted against each other, every tactic deployed to gain the upper hand on the battlefield. Somehow, it turned into a large brawl between servants, my master safe behind the castle's walls. And the cause of this had just killed off one of my teammates. Flippant as he'd been acting, he managed to warp the war solely around himself. Even when the Red faction, whom he also pitted himself against, stole the Grail, here we are scheming to take him down. No wonder Achilles had been so aggressive towards him, they're so much alike. I suppose it helps that Wilhelm is the type of person who knew how to get under another's skin. Calling my student Siegfried, I had a good laugh when I found that out. Especially since Siegfried was on my team, he found the joke amusing as well. I let out a sigh thinking of Saber. I made a small prayer to the gods to honor his death. The Norse deities were foreign to me, but I hoped they would hear of his honor, regardless of the era. But he died with a smile on his face. What more could a warrior ask for? And you, Atlanta? I asked the chaste huntress. Her ears twitched, registering my words. I'll follow your plans. She nodded. But do you think only the three of us will be able to handle him? She questioned. It was a fair thing to ask. If we were still living people, I would be confident in any of us facing him alone, but as servants, we were very much diminished from our primes. I'll have Lancer and Ryder attack the Berserker next to him, I stated. I believe us three will be able to win if we work together. Achilles kicked his spear off the ground and back into his hands. All right, I'll follow your lead, teacher. Very well. I smiled towards them. Castor and his golem were defeated. It's time to move. I never had a chance to meet Castor in person, but I can't say he left a good impression after his little reveal. If Wilhelm had not stopped that creature, we would have had to step in, regardless of sides. Something like that could not be allowed to persist. It would have been harmful to the world. However, it made a wonderful distraction. Wilhelm POV. Killing Castor had been not unpleasant. I try not to enjoy the taking of life, but it felt a bit better after that. Annoying prick. Nice kill. Mordred walked up, holding her fist up. I blinked, a smile creeping up on my face, bumping my fist to hers. Thanks. Yeah, whatever. She dismissed me, but looked rather happy overall. Just let me have that pink bastard. Kept taking pot shots at me and flying away out of my range. I let out a laugh. He's all yours. I heard someone talking about me, said Servant Flew over on their strange mount. Was that a hippogriff? I thought those were fake even during the Age of Gods. But then again, this is one of Charlemagne's paladins. A group that could give the Round Table a run for their money on weirdness. You bastard, Get down here and fight me. Mordred roared, pointing her sword up towards him. Nope, nope. Ryder cheerfully shook his head. You're pretty scary, I'll sit up here. He smiled. Mordred growled, activating her mana burst, and rocketed into the air with a crackle of lighting. Ryder and his mount shifted, teleporting right as she was about to slice him. Whoa! Ryder laughed. That almost got me. As he said that, he kicked his mount, and it shot towards the falling Mordred, who could only bring her sword up to block his lance. The force of the blow shooting her towards the ground. Bastard! Mordred growled through the new dust cloud, standing up from the crater she made. He's been doing that this entire time? Fuck yes! She spat out. Hooey, hooey! Astolfo cackled. What a little troll. I kind of liked him. Want a hand? He's mine. She spat out angrily. All right, all right. I held my hands up in surrender. I won't interfere. If she wanted to deal with him herself, I wouldn't do anything unless she was in danger. Speaking of, a green glow jetted around in the sky, the sound of horses neighing in the air, and arrows began to rain down on me. I jumped back, leaving a trail of arrows impaled into the ground in my wake. I looked up, seeing Atlanta riding with Achilles in his chariot. Well then, if you want to fight in the air, so be it. I arched my back, my draconic wings burst out from behind. Pushing against the ground, I shot up into the air towards them. The chariot zipped through the air in such a way that it was hard to keep up. I think it was faster than me even with this many boosts I had going. I could say it was definitely a better flyer than me, something I would need to practice in the future. Still though, boost, boost. I accelerated up again, getting closer to the limit I could handle. The horses continued to gallop through the air, but I was gaining. Atlanta turned back, arrows knocked and fired towards me. My swords flash out, intercepting the arrows, and deflecting any other shots towards me. Suddenly, Achilles jerked the reins. The chariot turned on a dime, flipping around, and headed right towards me. Lightning arrow! I cast, summoning the newly created spell, actualizing the lightning in the form of arrows. Several of them appeared around me, and I held my gauntlet out. Transfer. They grew in size and power, dwarfing what they had been before. Each one was as big as I was, and I flicked my wrist, firing them off towards a pair of servants. Atlanta backflipped off the rear of a chariot, bow held high and two twin arrows finding the heavens. Phoebus Catastrophe! She activated her noble phantasm. A hail of arrows were called down from the sky. Achilles, anticipating this, jerked his chariot away, baiting me right into the noble phantasm activation. But if this was all they had planned, I would be disappointed. Boost, boost, boost. My hand erupted in a brilliant light. Dragon shot. I discharged towards the sky at the oncoming barrage, destroying a good portion that would hit me. Whisper was not kept in reserve. It flew around creating runic spells that also fought against the onslaught of arrows. Having experienced this before, I was prepared, mitigating the majority with my retaliation. The rest I braced myself for, my aura flaring and my natural defenses with the scale mail handling the attack with relative ease. Wilhelm! Achilles shouted, spear in hand, shooting towards me like a comet, his chariot abandoned. I gripped Mirage, swinging it to meet the spear head up, the collision shattering the space around us. This small world already on the brink of collapse, minuscule spatial collapses at each collision of our weapons. We fell to the ground with a thump, neither retreating even as we collided with the earth. His spear snaked out, trying to find any opening in my defenses. The lethal point meeting the edge of my blade, and was flicked away. Take this! He roared. His body shined with the obvious signs of gathered magical energy. His spear hissed through the air, discharging all of it right towards me. I planted my back foot down and met his own strike with my own. Gathering magical energy onto my sword, I swung to meet it in a massive collision of power. Our weapons met, and his spear was knocked away, his feet leaving the ground as he was blown back, losing the confrontation. Teacher! Achilles grit out, sliding across the ground, summoning his spear back, even as saliva was spat out of his mouth. I snapped my head to the side. Several powerful arrows whizzed by my neck as I slid my body out of the way. Right into my blind spot, barely out of the corner of my eyes. I saw more arrows coming at me. I ducked, moving to the side and gesturing for my sword to slash out where I had just seen someone. Again, my head snapped up to see Atlanta, mere feet above me. Arrows knocked and fired down. To the side, Chiron appeared, mimicking her actions, as my vision became filled with powerful arrows. The hairs on my neck tingled. My instincts told me that Achilles' spear was right behind me as well. Front, back, and top. I muttered, "Is this your plan?" A roar escaped my lips. I was boxed in with attacks from every angle. Ascalon flew into my hand. Ascalon! I activated my noble phantasm. The defensive ability manifested, blocking every attack simultaneously. And I didn't stop after just defending. Zenhailvike! My shout echoed out. The immediate area around me rippled with the divine words. I noticed immediately how much stronger they were now that Drake was bolstering my dragon aspect. All their weapons flung from their hands, their shock clear as day in their eyes. The world declared their weapons would not be in their hands, and it was made so. Pivoting, I turned, sword in hand, and lashed out towards Chiron. The teacher of heroes, he gave me a foreboding feeling, similar to Scathack. I didn't want to wait and see what he could come up with if he had more time to analyze me. Surprisingly, he didn't look shocked to see me coming at him. He didn't even get flustered when he became disarmed. Instead, he took a stance, and I realized he looked very calm. My sword swept at him, and he lightly stepped back, barely allowing it to pass by without much effort. I stomped on the ground, changing the flow of my momentum, and swung my sword down from up top. He gracefully stepped to the side. Even as my swing sundered the earth, he calmly followed up with his fist shoot out like lightning, aiming right below my arm. It wasn't hard, but I could feel it through my armor, a mild discomfort at the very most. Flicking my wrist, my other swords moved to intercept him, attacking from all sides. Almost as if he could see behind him, he moved so gracefully around each attack, never letting any get more than a small cut on him. "Are you surprised?" He smiled towards me, dodging another beheading strike. "I have taught longer than this land had been a country." He laughed, sweeping his wrist to deflecting a swing from me to the side. My strength at this point dwarfed his, but he was using the most minimal amount of power necessary to counter my every attack. Among my students was Heracles. He spoke, me shooting up. I slammed my elbow down to counter it, and he rode on the momentum, falling low to the ground and spinning his body to sweep his leg towards me. When he was a child, and throughout his life, I was his mentor. He continued to speak, even as sweat poured down his brow, and minor cuts began to add up, staining his clothes red. "You are strong, there is no doubt. In pure might, I am not your match at all. Even your speed makes the hairs on my neck stand up. But, at his peak, you are still far off from his physical abilities." He had a fond smile on his face as our exchanges continued. "And I'll tell you a secret. Even then, when he was all but a god in name, I was still his sparring partner." His smile turned somewhat vicious. His legs swung up and slammed down on the ground, rupturing the earth. Clouds of dust were kicked up, obscuring my vision, but I saw a light pierce through, a spear that aimed for my head. I raised my arm up to block, and the spear of hero killing met my dragon scales. Atlanta reappeared, coming underneath with her reacquired bow. The amount of power she was holding in the arrow she had knocked, I questioned if it was comprised of a command seal. And to my other side, Chiron burst through right towards me, and my eyes widened seeing what he held. Achilles' shield, and it swung right at me. Did he predict all of this and plan for it? What great teamwork. If they weren't trying to take my life right now, I would have applauded them. It was humbling in a way to be on the receiving end of this. But I was playing for keeps. Feme Zegron. The same trick that first dragon pulled on me. My body became ethereal. The concept of inviolable overcame me. I was separated from the world while also still being anchored in it. If it were an activation of a noble phantasm, I would not have trusted this. The focal point of a legend, used and pointed right at me, I felt like it could overcome the concepts that shielded me. That shield, it was no doubt a divine construct, and if my recollection of legends was correct, it was set to contain a world inside. But this ability separated me from the material world. The spear slipped through my body, arrows flew helplessly through my stomach. And a shield, it swung true, but did not touch me. I rematerialized, arms snapped out, grabbing Atlanta, and Achilles tossing them to the side with my floating swords shooting at them for added measure, leaving only one behind. The closest sword entered my hand and pierced right through Chiron's chest. Blood began to flow from the hero's mouth as he looked down at the wound, touching my blade. "Well done." He gave a gentle smile, one filled with a surprising amount of warmth in it. "I did not expect that trick at the end." He coughed out some blood, shield falling out of his grasp. I slowly pulled my sword out as he stumbled onto his back. "It's as you say, just a trick." I could just smile bitterly. "Don't dismiss yourself. It's a wonderful ability that you used at the perfect time." His tone was jovial, if admonishing me a little bit. "I'm a little bit jealous of your teacher." "Huh." I let out a small laugh. "I think she'd like you. That, or we'd fight each other due to our different methods of teaching." He laughed along with me, shifting slightly. I gripped my sword tightly, but he raised a single arm up. "Don't worry, you hit my spiritual core. I'm almost done." I sighed, sword lowered. "Anything you want to say?" "I won't interfere if you want to say something to Achilles." "You're a good kid." He continued to smile bright. But I already said what I needed to say to him. Any more would just fill each of us with more regrets. "I do have one request for you if you don't mind." "Speak," I said quietly. "My master, she's confined to a wheelchair due to her magic circuits taking away her ability to walk." Chiron slowly explained. "I think you would have means to heal her without taking away her future as a magus." I closed my eyes, letting out a breath. "Consider it done." "Thank you." He nodded, eyes slowly closing. "If you'd listen to the last words of an old teacher like me, I'd like to give you a lesson." "Pardon." He slowly raised his finger up into the air, shaking as it was. "You have great strength, but your skill is falling behind. Had you a few more years under your belt, I fear my attempt at fighting you like I had would have been fruitless." Even with his eyes being forced to stay open, he didn't stop. "And one more thing, be careful of lowering your guard unless you're absolutely certain of victory." His hand very shakily raised towards the sky. My head shot up, as I noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. Stars lit up, a constellation that formed the Sagittarius. His noble phantasm. The arrow was let loose before we even fought. He fell back onto the ground, eyes closed and a big smile on his face. But my attention was preoccupied as a meteor fell from the sky, fast enough that I could not react as it slammed into me. My back arched at the impact, my knees buckled as I struggled to keep myself standing in that moment. Blood spurted from my mouth as I held my side. My aura had been penetrated, and my scale mail blown apart at the small spot of impact. I had to hold myself back from letting out a pained cry as the blood in my throat threatened to spill out. "Ha ha!" Chiron meekly laughed. "It's a shame the sky inside here is fake." His body began to fade away. Avalon went to work quickly healing up the wound, my aura working alongside it, and my lightning nature crackled all over, knitting back together my flesh. I reached into my ring and took out a health potion, chugging it down. My heavy breathing settled down to something normal as I looked at the blood I spat out onto my hands. "What a scary guy!" I spat out. I was able to pick apart my fighting style and weave himself into it even when outmatched in every other aspect. I turned towards Achilles, who stood there, having recovered from my attack. "You had a good teacher," I said with complete sincerity, even after getting hit. Chiron had my respect. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 191. Mortared POV. I followed the pink fop. Glancing back in the direction of the bastard, I grit my teeth, knowing I was going to miss one hell of a fight. As much as I really wanted to lay into that archer who had been taking shots at me all last night, my sights were focused on this other flying asshole. This pink-haired servant really started pissing me off, and I knew it would be much more satisfying to chop him up at the cost of a fight with those other guys. Besides, I knew the bastard could handle them. He was strong. Enough that I was surprised to see him really cut loose. His magecraft was pretty badass, and that armor of his was fucking awesome. I thought Father had made the wrong choice only a day ago, but if that's who he picked as his queen, then I guess it wasn't so bad. At least it's better than that bitch who cheated on him. I stomped on the ground, my mana burst exploding out as I tried to gain ground. "Get back here, you bastard!" I shouted towards the flying servant. "Nah, nah, nah!" The rider servant taunted. "Can't catch me!" Rare! I swung my sword with all the mana I gathered, throwing my lighting up into the sky towards him, but the annoying ass swerved out of the way. I tried to do the same as that bastard and shape my lighting, but magecraft or anything like that never made sense to me. It went further and was a bit faster, but that stupid bird horse of his able to maneuver in the sky much better than its size suggested. I wasn't stupid. I could tell he was luring me away from the bastard. It was obvious they cooked up some scheme to deal with us, but the other bastard probably knew that too, so I didn't say anything. If only this asshole would properly lead me into the trap already. Woohoo! He cheered, doing flips in the air. Ryder, time to get serious. I turned my head to see Lancer of Black standing off to the side. The horsebird slammed onto the ground right next to him. I'm always serious, the pink-haired servant laughed. About damn time. I growled, raising my blade towards them. I was going to settle for the fop over there, but I wouldn't mind taking you down too. The Lancer's servant ignored my jab, spinning his spear up into a proper grip. Regulated to mere distraction. How low I have fallen, he sighed. And I have to fight a brat like this. Saber, don't let him rile you up. Master's voice sounded out over our link. I gritted my teeth, but took a deep breath and didn't fall for his provocations. Feel free to run back over to the other fight. I withdrew my helmet so he could see the smirk on my face. But we both know you're just using this as an excuse to run away. Lancer's expression turned dark. Such insolence! He growled. Why should I be surprised when you allied with him? I just laughed at his annoyance. Come on, old man, let's see if you're allowed to call yourself a king in front of me. I do not need a child like you to acknowledge my rule. His magical energy surged. I built my kingdom upon the impaled bodies of my enemies. Thousands of my people met their ends at my hands. He waved his hand, and stakes burst out of the ground. Etch my name into your mind, for whose land you tread upon, and know my legacy. He held both hands out as the stakes began to increase in number. I am Vlad, king of Wallachia the Impaler. I gathered my own magical energy. My mana burst erupted around me with my signature lightning. I'm Mordred Pendragon, the rightful heir to Camelot. I gripped my sword tight as all the stakes flew towards me. And I'll be the one taking your head. Rebel! The king yelled in fury. A mockery of all who sit on a throne. I pushed back into the ground and burst forward towards the torrent of stakes, their sharp edges splintering on my armor, my lightning, making me strong enough to withstand the pressure. I swung my sword a few times to disrupt the brunt of the attack, enough that I made it through without suffering any noticeable injury. Our weapons clashed. He swung his spear with the entire weight of his body behind it. Sparks flew as the blades slid against one another. I pushed him off, following up with another full swing towards his torso, but he blocked it again. Another downward slash split the air, aiming at his head as he pushed into me to deflect it. I continued my flurry of attacks, each one having the ability to split him in half if he was even a second too slow. Each time we met, ground beneath us shattered, and he was forced back a step or two. Can't keep up, old man? I laughed. Didn't you say something last time about being invincible on your territory? That's right. That bastard mentioned something about him being stronger while on his land, but I'm not seeing it this time, so I guess this fake world was suppressing it. Don't get full of yourself. He sneered, jerking his hand full of a baleful aura. Stakes shot out of the ground to the sides. I quickly spun my body, slashing at all of them, the faint sense of danger on the back of my neck as they came towards me. He dashed to the side, moving around my back, spear piercing through the air towards me. Wide swings of his, aiming towards my lower body. I slammed my sword into the ground to block his sweep. Lighting crackled in my hand as I tossed it towards him. With a burst of speed, he dodged it easily, slamming his spear down atop me as I barely brought Claren up to block in time. TCH. I clicked my tongue in annoyance. He's faster than me, but I'm stronger than him. And he realized it too, since he changed his strategy and wasn't meeting me head-on anymore. Slamming my foot on the ground, my gathered mana burst erupted out in every direction, knocking him away. Ryder, stop standing around. He shouted. Righto! That annoying asshole's voice reached my ears, his lance aiming at my back. Rah! I let out a pained shout. His lance tore through my armor on my lower back, digging into my flesh. I swung my sword around in a wide arc to push him away. Well done, Ryder. The king was back on me, spear swinging at my shoulder, and more stakes flying at me. I ducked to the side, swiping my sword at the annoying stakes that sprung from the ground. Relying on my mana burst again, I quickly regained my footing to knock his spear away at full force. Mindless berserker! The lancer smirked, stepping back. Here I come! The rider came swooping down on his mount, gathering speed at an astonishing rate, enveloped with the noticeable aura of mana. Quickly bringing Claren up, I braced myself for the blow, my feet digging into the ground as his lance connected. The earth behind me tore apart, and I strained all my muscles to remain on my feet. Stakes shot from the ground, piercing my armor and tearing into me before I could destroy them. Master, give me your mana! I shouted through my link. I'll use one of those mana potions Wilhelm gave me. Go wild, he replied, and I couldn't help but smirk. Saber, by the power of his command spell. I felt my body be filled with power, and I knew just how to unleash it. I withstood the force of the blow, even if I felt the shock through my body and some blood leaked from my mouth. But my aura exploded out, my lightning went wild, and my mana enveloped me. My turn! I shouted, as Clarence's edge was suddenly enveloped with a thick bloodlust that shot towards the sky. Clarent Blood Arthur! I swung my noble phantasm out, the pillar of energy, of hate and anger chopped down right on top of Ryder. Oh no, I'm in danger. That stupid smile of his didn't leave his face. The ground ruptured completely, displacing large swathes of earth as the explosion blew out in every direction. My head snapped to the side at the spark of energy that revealed where Ryder teleported to. That was a Kloss! He stopped, looking down at his mount, surprised as he started to lose altitude. And I met his eyes, my empty hand still extended out with Clarent lodged in the neck of his beast. The body of his mount slammed to the ground, and Ryder stumbled to his feet. I erupted in a mana burst again, knowing I was probably putting a strain on the necromancer, but I knew I had to finish this fight. I swiped my hand through the air, Clarent returning back to me with another burst of lightning, my feet already kicking off the ground towards him, and I swung down at the pink-haired servant. He tried to dodge out of the way, but my blade slashed down through his chest, blood erupting at the motion. He dropped his lance, falling to the ground. Finally got you. I grinned savagely. Clarent flipped upside down, an edge pointing towards his heart. Haha, you sure did. He laughed again. Well, it was fun while it lasted. I blinked, confused at his response. You are a strange person. I muttered and pushed my blade down. He split blood from his mouth. Let's play again sometime, he said cheerfully, despite the fact that my sword was lodged into his heart. His body began to dissipate. I watched the mana flow up into the sky. Yeah, it was pretty fun, I guess, even if you were kinda annoying. I turned towards my last opponent, Lancer, who walked towards me, blood dripping down his body. He escaped a direct hit from my noble phantasm, but it was clear he got caught up in the blast. He looked upset, but still maintained his dignity, letting out a sigh. I'm the last one then, he muttered, looking up at the drifting particles of mana that was Ryder. Rebel, what's your wish on the Grail? He asked. I thought for a moment before answering. I want a chance to pull the sword from the stone and prove my worthiness. Lancer looked at me for a moment before he began to break down into laughter. He threw his head back, his boisterous laugh filling the tense atmosphere. Ha 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 ha. His hand gripped his face tight, and I finally realized something was wrong. It was strained, and he looked like he was in pain. Hiowa! He growled, his eyes changing color. Darnick, what are you doing? He swung his body around crazily. The hell? I muttered, watching his writhing body. I told you I would not use this noble phantasm. He roared, spear dropping to the side. I am a king, not this bloodthirst abomination. His ears began to elongate. His skin turned a pale color, and his mouth filled with fangs. My knowledge of him entered my mind from the Grail, the legend associated with Vlad the Impaler, the vampire Dracula. Rebel, his distorted voice reached my ears. And me! He shook, hands turning into claws as he clearly fought against the transformation. His asshole of a master probably used a command seal. His new claws dug into his own flesh. I am not this thing, I am not Dracula. I bit my lips, bringing my sword up as I walked over to him. He looked at me with pleading eyes. This isn't how I wanted it to go. Even if he was my enemy, and I wanted to take his head, but not like this. It just felt wrong. His breathing became erratic. I am a king. I did what I did, and will not say a word to how history judged me. He stood up, legs shaking. But I will not be turned into this disgusting monster. His shout distorted the air around me. His hand reached out, shaking, and he had to steady it with his other. It grasped at the edge of my sword, and he ignored it as it cut into his palm, bringing it up to his neck. He looked, defeated like this. Grant me a king's death. I took a deep breath, putting strength into my arm, and brought my sword to press against his flesh. Yeah, this is how a king should act. I didn't like him, but I couldn't help but respect him like this. You're Vlad, king of Wallachia, and that's how I'll remember you. Closing my eyes, I swiped my sword. Hearing the thump of his body falling to the ground, I looked up towards the sky, watching as new motes of mana drifted up into the air. Why are my winds always so bitter? Wilhelm POV. I'll take your teachings to heart, Chiron. Sorry, I said quietly towards Achilles. I didn't even realize I said it until the words left my mouth. Achilles, despite the atmosphere, just laughed. Gods, did you just apologize for killing someone who was trying to take your life? He slapped his forehead, letting out a bellow. And I could tell you were being sincere. He shook his head, regaining his composure. Kinda just slipped out. A melancholic smile formed on his face. Don't spit on his memory. You fought and defeated him in a fight. Take pride in that. Yeah, I regained my wits. Just got swept up in the moment and remembered how my own teacher died. I smiled bitterly at the memory. Shall we continue? My swords hovered around me, and I was ready to shift back into battle mode. Always! He took a stance, even if that little spark in his eyes was gone. I paused, looking him over. A question came to the forefront of my mind. Hey, what's your wish? I asked. My wish. He looked at me confused. Well, I guess I would say I wanted to live up to the vow I made to my mother. He slammed his closed fist to his chest. To live like a hero and die like a hero, he declared proudly. But honestly, I just came to fight. He chuckled. What about you, chaste huntress? I turned my head up towards Atlanta, who already had arrows pulled against her bowstring. She slowly lowered her weapon, giving me a once-over. I want to bring salvation to all the children of the world. I want them to all know care and love. That was not what I expected. The Grail can't grant that wish. I replied. Atlanta, surprisingly, didn't dispute me or get annoyed at my statement. She knows. Achilles muttered. She knows it's an impossible dream, but still fights for it. There was no way for the Grail to be able to do something about that. What would it do? Send all the children without families to single adults. Clones adults, and give them to the children? It would bring havoc to the world. To be honest, I lost my will to fight them. After killing Chiron, I just don't want to kill them anymore. My desire for the Grail hadn't changed. But maybe there's an alternative. All right, I'm done. I stood up straight, letting go of my sword. What? Achilles looked at me, strangely. I'm done. I don't want to fight anymore. That isn't how this works. Achilles shouted towards me. Grab your weapon and fight me. I want a hero's fight. I will live or die like a hero. Okay, then live like one. I countered. Listen, you. Achilles, hush. Atlanta jumped down. What are you saying? She seems more open to persuasion. In another time, in another place. There was another Grail war, and some of the participants stuck around even after the Grail was dismantled. Atlanta let out a sigh. The dead don't belong among the living. We had our time, our era passed. Tell that to Medea, who's engaged to her master. I raised an eyebrow. What? Atlanta blurted out after hearing my words. While my knowledge on their relationship wasn't very detailed, I knew that they certainly shared a bond of some kind. It's sweet. I even got myself a wedding invitation. I smiled. She actually made the clothes I'm wearing. She's very skilled. And she started her own business, selling to other people. Of course, she would abuse her summons like that. Atlanta face-palmed. But still married. I intend to bring my servant away, and I already promised Assassin of blacking out. Not to mention my companion fighting over yonder. I jerked my thumb in the direction of Mordred's presence. So what's two more? Sis, you really considering this? Achilles looked towards her. She admittedly looked a little sheepish. Her ears fell down a little bit under his gaze. Little Medea getting married. She said quietly, "Gods damn it." Achilles muttered, "And what's in it for me, huh? Well, I won't spank you any more, for one." "All right, let's go, you asshole." He flipped me the bird. "Fine, fine." I rolled my eyes. "Well, there'll be plenty of fights in the future," I offered, and he did perk up a little bit. Not to mention the other servants still up, and about that wouldn't mind the occasional spar. And did I mention my birth world, the age of gods never ended? Lots to do there for someone with your skills. I began my sales pitch. Is there really a harm in living a second life? Fuck you. Achilles spat out, but it was less anger at my suggestions and more the fact that we both knew I had enticed him. Sis, what do you think? I'll follow you on this one. Atalanta looked at him, then back at me. I haven't heard from my master since my summoning. I vowed to fight on his behalf, but I don't think he's even alive anymore. The fact that we're having this conversation probably means the priest did something for sure. Yeah, me too. Achilles muttered. Interesting. I'm not afraid to fall in battle against an honorable foe, Achilles. She shot him a glance again. But, fine. Achilles cut her off, letting out a sigh. What's the worst that could happen? At the very least, I could get another good fight before fading. The corners of my lips curled up. Good, now let's discuss terms. I would quickly finish this up and go check on Reiku. By the drain on my magical energy, I could tell her battle was heating up. Chapter 192. POV Lancer of Red Karna. Wonderful! I exclaimed, clashing with my foe. Her sword was deadly, sharp and precise with each movement. My spear, which stabbed through the air dozens of times in a single breath, was met with a speed that perhaps surpassed mine, and a technique I couldn't help but admire. My flames clashed with her lightning at each interval, her divine lightning that was so much like my brother's. Oh, Agni! I activated my mana burst once again during this fight, only to be met by her own body being enveloped in lighting to ward me off. The ground beneath us turned molten, and the air crackled with sharp wisps of lightning, our weapons pushing away each other, neither giving an inch. I gathered power into my eye, the authority of the sun, inherited by my father, and compressed it before firing it off. A beam of pure destruction tore through the surroundings, the very air burning away at the touch. Unexpectedly, my opponent met it head-on. Sword in hand, lighting wreathed around her, she braced herself with her blade and blocked it, the sunlight fighting against her sword, but somehow she managed to hold strong. My opponent, the sister of my brother, she stepped forward and cut through my attack. An attack/power I had some manner of confidence in. She didn't stop, didn't relish in her small win, but instead attacked me once again. She was overpowering me in pure strength, breaking my guard. Her sword flashed out, digging into my chest. I reeled back quickly enough, a movement that barely mitigated a deep wound, even with my armor. Yes, my armor that should negate roughly 90% of each blow was overcome, ignored for lack of a better term. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. My armor provided resistance, but it was noticeably less than it should be. Not to mention that she blocked my attack from before, somehow diffusing the accumulated weight behind the blow. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. She had taken my arm previously. It did not faze me. Neither of us would back down at such wounds like these. I planted my front foot firmly, gathering enough power, and thrusted my spear with the explosive power of my flames behind me. Knowing she couldn't properly evade or block, she instead grabbed hold of the shaft. My spear dug into her stomach, but she resisted the worst of it with a grit of her teeth, her hand burning as she gripped my divine spear. Ha! She swung her sword with one hand, discharging her lightning from above. I decided to take a step back, having won this small exchange. It was just in time, too, as an invisible force rippled across the battlefield. A sonic attack carved out swathes of land in the distance, some even coming our way. We both noticed the danger, jumping out of the way before the ground we were just standing on had disappeared. It was a momentary lapse in our battle, both of us looking at the strange creature that could be seen in the distance. My opponent, even more so, looked at the creature, recognizing the one who fought it. I could have attacked, in this moment that she let her guard down, but I held my spear back. That was not the win I wished to have. Is it wise to ignore me in our battle? I spoke up, to grab her attention once more. I could see that she was hesitant to ignore what was happening with her master. It spoke of her character that she worried, so I did not falter on this. How strange it was to see a berserker so lucid, to think so rationally. It was a small jest that I found amusing. How her master had gone around calling her Saber, so I did not speak up about it. My ability discernment of the poor allowed me to view into her true nature and character. Though, it still did not allow me to see through her master, who continued to be an enigma for me. In another time and place, I wish I could have learned more about him. To fight him, not as enemies, but maybe a friendly duel. "Thank you for waiting," she said quietly, regaining her resolve, her sword brought back up into a proper stance. "Of course." I smiled lightly, swinging my spear back through my wafting flames. No more words as the next clash began. She burst out with her divine lightning. The lack of obvious drain on her magical reserves just served to emphasize how strong her master was to support her continued costs. I was vaguely aware of how my own master was drawing in magical energy from an unnatural means, and yet she was keeping up with me in expenditure. Fast. I should have been faster as I was summoned under the Lancer class, yet she was not losing out to me in the slightest, and even stronger than me in other aspects. I narrowly moved to the side, her blade cutting my cheek, our eyes meeting with my own spear swinging towards her head. She quickly pivoted, knocking it away with a flick of her wrist, and trying to follow up with a downward slash at my neck. I shot my knee up at the wound on her stomach, but she slammed her fist down to meet it. I instead went low, sweeping at her legs, but she instead opted to trade, blade once again aiming for my neck. Realizing I would lose on this exchange, I had my flames erupt between us, knocking us both back. "Your martial arts are exemplary." I praised her. "I dare not claim to be your superior in this regard. Your technique is one I have not experienced before, but you are among the best I've ever crossed blades with." She returned with her own words. "I wish I had the opportunity to show my bow skills, but alas." I flipped my spear back towards her. "I am constrained by this class." She gave a small smile. "I too wish I could compete with you in bow skills." It was strange to fight to the death like this, yet have no ill will towards her. Even if I kept projecting my half-brother upon her, it was not out of spite or anger. I waved my hand, my divine flames condensing and firing out. She swung her sword, discharging bolts of her divine lightning to intercept. And again, we began another clash. Wilhelm POV, Achilles, and Atlanta had complied with the terms I set out, and they even opted to abandon this fortress and head back to the town we first met. I wanted them to be far away, just in case the priest tried to use them for anything. If he tried to use a command seal to teleport them over, I was confident in being able to disrupt it with my expertise on space manipulation. I bit my lip, looking in the direction of where Mordred went. I knew she could handle herself fine, but I was oddly finding myself worrying about her. I gave Kyrie a few things that should skew any fight in their favor, but both Lancer of Black and Rider of Black were noticeably absent. Well, I would trust my new son. They had a full set of command seals as well. That wasn't anything to scoff at. I only had a rough estimate of how far Reiku and Karna moved away. In usual circumstances, I would need some special calculations to navigate this small world since it was a facet of someone's noble phantasm, but since it's in such disarray, I didn't feel like I would be hindered, especially if I only had to eyeball everything at this distance. Gripping Mirage, I slashed my sword through the air. I was about to jump through until I noticed the sky changed colors. A sense of danger washed over me, and it was coming from the direction of Reiku. Without a second thought, I quickly went through, the scenery around me changing in an instant. The ground had turned to lava in many places, and there were craters littering the ground. "Master!" I heard Reika's voice not far away. She did not look in the best of shape. She was even wounded in several places. "Reiku," I said softly, "you're hurt." "Master, I'm fine." She quickly dismissed me. "Please escape, Master." She tried to urge me. "Master of Minamoto no Reiku." Karna's voice boomed. He hovered a little bit in front of my servant. "You've come," he stated, meeting my gaze. "You have appeared at an opportune moment. Your servant fought valiantly, but I will end this with my strongest attack." The armor around his body was burned away. His armor, that I could deduce was divine in origin, completely disintegrated. I shall require a blow that brings complete annihilation, he declared, raising his arms up, and the already strained sky cracked and shattered. Master! Reika shouted towards me. Please flee. I do not know if I can handle this, and I don't wish you to fall because of my ineptitude. I looked at her, then at Karna, who made my hair stand up on the back of my neck. Yet, you'll stay here and fight to the end? I shook my head. I told you before, we're in this together. If you want to fight, I'll support you as your master. The conflicted look on her face was hard to see, but I knew this meant a lot for her. I'm not leaving. I crossed my arms. So you just have to do your best to protect me. Master. Her eyes softened. A master is part of a servant's strength. Karna watched down above us, a surprisingly gentle smile on his face. I can only blame my misfortune that I do not have one as good as yours, sister. The way he called Reika's sister did make my eyes widen a little. The familiarity and kindness he relayed in that word, it made me question how they truly saw one another. Was it his way of recognizing Reiku as an equal? I held out my hand, the staff of Magnus appearing from my ring. Grand healing. It was one of the strongest healing spells I learned from Skyrim that I could reasonably cast on another person, and Reika's wounds visibly began to heal. Good. Karna seemed pleased. Let our fight come to its conclusion. He raised his arms aloft, almost lazily, as the very space trembled and ignited. It was like a second sun descended into this miniature world, and at the seams that held it together began to collapse at the sheer weight behind his actions. A pillar of fire erupted around him, turning the entire ground into molten slag. Rivers of lava cascading out in every direction. The fire's conglomerate, combined into an appearance of an eye, one that gazed down upon all living beings and judged them. Perhaps I'm mistaken, but it looked like it cast its gaze upon Reiku for just a second longer before exploding into a red hue that overtook the other phenomena that blanketed the fake sky. The flames and light combined, a weapon descended into Karna's hand. Danger, death, destruction, the feelings that practically screamed in my direction, they all emanated from that spear. It was the same spear he held before, but changed. It looked different, but that was just its physical appearance. It was more. Brat, that this is dangerous. Drake spoke in my mind. I didn't need to be told that. Reiku. I held up the hand that contained the contract between us. By the power of these 2 command seals, the magical energy burst out. Use everything you have and release your noble phantasm, I declared. Her power temporarily expanded immensely, and she raised her sword up. Not only was she pulling as much magical energy for me as possible, but the command seals elevated her next action up several levels. Know the mercy of the King of Gods, Karna stated, his voice vibrating through the air as he held the spear down, pointing at us. He became a new sun in the sky. Master. She looked over to me. You willingly accepted a demon like me as your servant, she said quietly, her face full of resolve. If you command it so, I, Reiku, shall become an Oni. The divine lightning around her erupted, almost like it was challenging the divine sun in the sky, daring it to attack. The waves of purple lightning that arced across the ground with Reiku at the epicenter. Come to me, my loyal subjects, my limbs, my arms, and my armor. The 4 heavenly kings themselves are as before you. Several bolts of lightning tore through the fiery skies, slamming into the ground. 4 more Reikus appeared at their point of impact. Each of them wielded a different weapon, a katana different from her own, a battle axe that shined gold, a spear that flowed like water, and a bow that the wind seemed to coil around. Reinforced by the power of 2 command seals, this noble phantasm was powerful, yet, with the single attack, I shall inflict extinction. Karna was unwavering, and his power still seemed to eclipse Reika's own. Be reduced to cinders. He aimed his spear downwards. There has been something that made me curious, ever since I acquired the boosted gear. Looking over at Reiku, who seemed ready to engage, to meet the attack head-on. What would happen if I boosted a noble phantasm? I said quietly, raising my hand towards the clones of my servant. Drake began to cackle like mad. Boost, boost, boost. Boost, boost. I didn't have too many boosts stored at the moment, but I felt like it was just the right amount for a first test. If I was an imbalance breaker, with the means to better control this power, I would have never considered it. Transfer. The clones, the noble phantasm of Reiku, the power, their existence enlarged, and their physical forms followed. It wasn't just a matter of increasing the magical energy to make it stronger. I was conceptually adding power to the weight of the legend. Almost like a broken phantasm, but a different form of application. Reika's eyes widened, and even Karna seemed completely stunned, even if neither allowed themselves to be distracted. Vasvi Shakti! Karna's words silenced the world. Well, except for one other voice. Ox King Storm Call, the inescapable net of heaven. The 4 giant clones attacked together. A massive pillar of light came down, a decree to exterminate everything below, a divine judgment from a god. From the earth, the giant clones of Reiku ascended. The one wielding the bow poured all of its power into a single shot before dispersing. The power of wind carried it, bringing with it the wrath of a hurricane. The clone wielding a katana shot forth, burning bright for just a moment, swinging the sword and summoning a fire to contend with the sun. The one with the spear pierced towards the oncoming purge, the decree of annihilation with the force of a tsunami. The last one, it wielded a golden axe, and with every ounce of power afforded to it, it swung a single time. The golden light gathered at the edge of the axe and burst out towards the oncoming threat. The 4 elemental attacks, enhanced by the power of 2 command seals, then boosted many folds by my own effort. Reiku raised her blade up high, and all the lightning she gathered crackled around her. That familiar purple lighting that jolted in every direction, pulsing with divinity. The power gathered was immense. The very air crackled with residual static for hundreds of yards all around. Seemingly turning into the divine lightning itself, she took hold of it all and shot towards the sky. The spear that felt like it could fell gods was met in equal footing. Perhaps it was because Karna could not wield its full potential, or it was because of my interference, but Reika's lightning tore into the attack the help of her clones. I had to summon a shield to protect me just from the collision of power and subsequent eruption that was created at the focal point. The 2 noble phantasms stalemated and dispersed one another. Both Reiku and Karna fell from the sky, slamming into the ground. Both were looking worse for wear, standing up shakily. Karna, who was the first to act, had placed his hand onto the ground. Thorns of fire burst from the air, filling the space as they jabbed out towards Reiku. I waved my staff, shooting off lightning arrows to intercept. Reika glanced back at me for the briefest of moments before charging at Lancer. Karna tried to bring up his flames again, but they looked haggard, almost forcibly exerted instead of the ease he manipulated them from before. Reika's sword swung through them with ease, the flame dispersing at the touch of her blade. Karna brought up a spear to block, but it was clear he was on the back foot. I held the staff up, aiming towards Reiku. Scatter! I cast the illusion spell I was the most familiar with. Never my area of expertise, but I was decent enough. Not to mention with my nature of lightning added up. Well, the spell meshed with whom I had targeted. A dozen more Reikas appeared around her. Each one crackled slightly, just as she did, adding on a spell to obscure vision, for just a second to make him question which one was her. Given another few moments, maybe Karna would have been able to discern which was real or not, but in his exhausted state, wounded as he was, it was enough. He had no choice but to have his flames envelop him and burst out in every direction. A large-scale attack as all the clones moved together. They dispersed but bought the necessary time. Reika's sword found its target, slamming through Karna's chest, with no divine armor to mitigate the damage. Karna's body was impaled to the ground, Reika's sword sticking out, and he didn't fight it. A content smile appeared on his face. Well done. He instead praised her. You fought well. I only won because I had help. Reika shook her head. A master is part of your strength, sister. Karna let out a small but strained chuckle. You know we are not related. Karna closed his eyes. I am aware, he replied. Consider it me just being selfish. That smile didn't leave his face, even as his began to dissipate. I wonder if we would have gotten along in life. I think we would have. Reika's gentle words took me by surprise. Goodbye, brother. She accepted the title, giving him a last farewell. I gave her a moment to collect herself, watching the remnants of Lancer flow away. There were many thoughts in my mind. Would things have been different if Lancer had a proper master? From what Atlanta said, they were not in contact with theirs, so it was likely Karna was not as well. Karna, what a scary guy. That spear of his, it was dangerous, and it genuinely frightened me to be on the receiving end of. If Reika didn't have her mystery slayer, combined with 2 command seals, and me boosting her noble phantasm. In any other circumstances, I would have not stood there and watched if I ran away. But I pushed those thoughts to the side for now. Reiku, this place is collapsing, we should move. The sky was crumbling, and fissures were forming in the very space that supported this small world. Yes, let's finish this, Master. Reika nodded. Yeah, it's time to finish this war. Chapter 193. POV Ruler Jean d'Arc. I wished I did not have to separate from Wilhelm. I didn't want to turn around since I would only feel sad at the goodbye. For some reason, it felt like a true farewell. I knew that we would have to separate eventually, it's just, I've never had many friends. Even when I marched to war in my life, I had admirers, soldiers, and subordinates. I think the only person who I could have called a friend was Gillis. The time spent was short, but I was happy he called me a friend, even if he did tease me relentlessly, and I had to resist the urge to smack him with my flag on many occasions. It was nice. I would make sure to properly thank the Lord of giving me such a gift during this fleeting existence. Not once had I ever regretted my decisions to listen to the word of God. If presented with the same choice, I would have not wavered in following the same path. But it was pleasant to experience something a little different amongst the fighting that took place. I sincerely hoped that I would not have to fight him. I would do everything I could to fulfill my duties, but that did not mean I wanted to harm him. I let the feeling I had in my heart pull me where it wished me to go. The will of God led me through this field of destruction, navigating the pieces of the noble phantasm left shattered/broken from Wilhelm's attack. There were traps that I walked by, noticing the faint pulsing of magical energy. It seemed that my faith led me to avoid the worst of them, and the others simply could do nothing when triggered against my innate magical resistance. A few of those skeleton soldiers sprang up every so often, but they were felled by a sweep of my banner. Eventually, I came upon a small archway, a half-standing door that seemed to still be active. If not for the guidance I was receiving, I was sure I would have overlooked it as nothing more than rubble. I stepped through without hesitation, the air in front of me like water as the scenery changed with a single step forward. I was in a garden, or what was left of one. Many strange, yet beautiful plants were all around me, lots of which were disturbed, destroyed, or otherwise ripped out of the ground from the destructive fall. This place was strange. This entire structure was like its own small world. Every doorway, while leading somewhere else, led to its own space. It amazed me that Wilhelm was able to destroy such a thing with modern magecraft. Then again, he'd been showing some very spectacular things since the start of this war. Being able to fight on par, and even defeat servants while still being a living being. And seeing his other displays of magecraft had been enlightening. I barely understood the basics, even with this knowledge the Grail granted me, yet still, I could understand how amazing he was as a magus. The further in I moved, the more the whole place looked, stitched together for lack of a better word, like a seamstress taking several different articles of clothing and turned them into something wearable, even if it was an awkward sight to behold. I approached one final door, and the feeling I had intensified several-fold, and I knew whatever was behind this door was what I was looking for. Without hesitation, I pushed it open. Many eyes turned to face me. I told you she would find her way here, assassin. A gentle voice rang out across this room. I looked up to see Assassin, Semiramis, sitting upon a decadent throne. It looked barely held together, and the room itself looked like a patchwork of many different buildings forced to merge. I didn't see where the voice came from, but I looked around to quickly study the area and search out potential foes, just in case. And a new actress appears. A man stepped forward, giving a bow. "It's a pleasure to meet you, ruler." "Castor," I said quietly, meeting his gaze. He was Shakespeare, a famous playwright. My mind was filled with knowledge of him and his abilities as a servant. He was weak in physical means, but he still gave me a dangerous feeling. Ridiculous. Assassin spat out angrily. How did she navigate through what remains of my gardens? I can barely navigate them as they are, and it's my noble phantasm. Faith in God will not lead one astray. The voice sounded out again, as a new figure walked out from behind the throne. As soon as I saw him, my mind froze and my eyes widened. Impossible, I muttered. You shouldn't be here. I gripped my banner tightly. As expect, you too can see through my identity. The man smiled towards me. As one ruler to another, it's a pleasure to meet you, Saintess of Orleans. He's the master of these two servants, but his true identity, you're the ruler from the previous war. How are you still here? And they finally meet. Shakespeare laughed. What's in store for our two fellows of God? Will they join forces or fight over different ideals? And you ruined the moment. Assassin deadpanned. Despite the tone of their words, the atmosphere was tense as if a fight would break out at any moment. I flipped my banner into a position to better defend. My instincts were telling me that this would end in no other way but a fight. Oh well. The other, ruler, shrugged his shoulders. I guess you won't even listen to what I have to say. He held his hand out and summoned an armament into it, a katana of some strength. You are breaking the rules. There is nothing else that needs be spoken. I glared. I'm trying to save humanity. He countered. I will use the Grail to make sure no one ever has to die again. No one will ever suffer again. Humanity will be elevated to a higher state. That's a foolish sentiment, I retorted. If you can't see the flaws in your desire, then there is nothing left to be spoken between us. I glanced around the room one last time to get an idea of how I would be attacked. Hand over the Grail, or I will retrieve it by force until the war has ended. The former ruler's servant shook his head. I will leave my fate up to God. He took a stance. If I fall, then my ideals were simply wrong. He held his blade aloft, eyes full of conviction. And I knew he would not be persuaded. Wilhelm POV. Mordred, Kyrie. I practically slid to a stop in front of them. We need to get out of here. You think? Mordred sassed, gesturing to the literal holes in the sky. I rolled my eyes, swiping my sword through the air. All right, and you lot go. I pushed them through quickly without hearing any back sass. Reika didn't argue as she hurriedly stepped through as well before I followed. I let out a breath as I looked up and saw a more sturdy sky above us, even if it was still a fake one. Should be fine here. I took a moment to catch my breath. Good, I just need a second. Mordred found a large piece of rubble and collapsed onto it, sword stabbing into the ground. Yeah, that sounded good too. I allowed myself to slump down against the same huge chunk of stone. Everyone good? I'll live. Mordred waved me off. Tired as fuck, but I managed to take out two. She seemed proud, but there was a slight melancholic undertone. Well done. I gave her praise. She didn't say anything, but she did perk up a little bit. Master, you're wounded. Reika decided to give me a once-over. Her eyes trailed down to the hole in my armor where Chiron got me. Yeah. My hand brushed over the spot. I'm good now, healed it up fine. I replied. Reika pursed her lips, clearly upset at my being hurt, but didn't speak again, just continuing to fuss over me. I reached out and took her hand, gaining a bright smile from her. With a thought, I began casting a healing spell. It was much easier to actualize when I was in physical contact with someone than casting from a distance. Kyrie. I grabbed the other Magi's attention. You good? I asked. He didn't look untouched. Yeah. He nodded, taking out a cigarette. Almost got hit by some stray attacks, but I'm good. You don't last long in my job without some healing spells under your belt. He grinned. Those mana potions are great, though. He shot me a thumbs up. Any chance you want to sell a few more to me after we're done? I snorted. When we're done, I'll give you a few crates as thanks. I did appreciate the help he was providing, and mana potions didn't mean much to me as they would another magus. The other master let out a laugh. I'll hold you to that. Master, won't you remove that armor and rest properly for a moment? Reika looked towards me sadly. I let out a sigh. To be honest, I don't trust my ability to bring it back up if I dismiss it now. With how much I've been using Balance Breaker, I'm probably going to crash once I take it off. The boosts had pushed past my limits consistently, and my body will have to cope with the strain somehow after it's over. Let's finish this. I stood back up, looking around. Let's fucking go. Mordred jumped off her seat, shattering the ground. Her armor was not looking good, and she had some wounds, but that grin of hers was ever present. I walked over, putting my hand on her head with a grin. The hell are you? She was about to get annoyed until my hand burst out in a healing light. Ass. She muttered but accepted it. Later, tell me how your fight went. I smiled towards her. Fine. She grunted, a little happy it seemed. So I think that's another doorway over there. I pointed towards a couple arches, barely standing together. You sure? Kyrie raised an eyebrow. I shrugged. I'm pretty confident to make sure nothing happens in a spatial transference. So what's the worst that could happen if I'm wrong? Fair. He nodded. Lead the way then. He gestured. Reiku. I turned towards my servants. I'm here, master. She quickly regained her serious face. She was ready for battle. I am ready for whatever waits for us. Good. I punched my fist into my palm. I want to see that priest again. I have some words for him. Walked up, I placed my hand against the portal that seemed to emerge as I touched the arches. It's steady, I declared before pushing my way through. The others followed behind immediately, but my focus was taken by the sound of steel meeting in combat. Wilhelm. Jean turned towards me in surprise as she deflected a sword being swung at her. You've arrived as well. The priest looked at me. He was trading blows with ruler. He was trading blows with a servant. Wilhelm, careful. He's the ruler from the last war. Jean quickly relayed, just as the others came as well. That explains way too much. I narrowed me eyes. So many bugs inside my throne room. Assassin spoke out, her voice booming over the noise. I looked towards the familiar women who sat upon a throne. The one who hurt Sir Wiggles. One larger than the others. Her eyes looked at me with a fury behind them. Surprisingly, she didn't immediately attack, only lazily watching us. Curious. Castor, it's your turn, she declared as a new person walked out from behind a nearby pillar. Oh ho, I'm actually taking the stage, how rare. The servant spoke. I've been meaning to meet you for a while, young Wilhelm. Oh. I raised an eyebrow, even if my focus didn't waver from my surroundings. I don't suppose you'd like to introduce yourself then? William Shakespeare. He bowed. At your service. I blinked at his blatant introduction. I admit, I didn't think you would actually tell me your name. Shakespeare let out a laugh. A playwright must make their name known to the audience. He smiled bright. William Shakespeare. I muttered. I'm a little surprised, but otherwise happy to meet you. I'm a big fan of your work. The Castor servant blinked. Truly? Is that so surprising? Your works are one of the cornerstones of literature in the modern era. Ha! He turned, pointing towards Assassin. See, my works are famous. Assassin scowled. Stop playing around. Humph. Castor snorted. I was actually in theater club when in school. I admit, I was a bit starstruck with him. I didn't expect to meet someone like him here. An artist, not a traditional warrior. I let out a sigh. If I had one of your works on me, I'd ask for an autograph. That being said, I wasn't exactly letting my guard down. I was scanning the room to look to see if there were any hidden dangers present. After having to suffer through the ignorance of my allies, your words bring me such joy. He clutched his heart dramatically. How I wish I could have spoken with you more. He shook his head. Alas, the stage does not wait for any more, even the writer. He grinned, a book appearing in his hand. I felt a sense of danger, and one of my swords shot out at him, piercing through his body. But he didn't budge. That grin of his never faded. His body, the wound didn't bleed. In fact, it looked more like pages being torn from a book than actual flesh. I'm afraid. I have no choice in the matter. There was a small bit of sympathy in his voice. My noble phantasm had already been cast before you arrived. You are formidable in combat, in magic and martial prowess. I am a weak servant, only sufficient to wield a pen. But they say the pen is mightier than the sword. Shall we put those words to the test? His arms outstretched, the area around us began to change. His body shifted, turning into pieces of parchment that flew all around me. Let the curtain rise and the show begin. Master! Reiku yelled, but her voice was cut off and she disappeared. The applause will shake the earth, the cheers of 10,000. Shakespeare's voice echoed all around me, even as I lost vision of anything else. I looked down at my hands. My eyes widened in horror. My scale mail began to disappear from my body. Drake! I blurted out. There was no response. The parchment began to conglomerate, turn into a physical form. Behold, the title of my noble phantasm, first folio. My attention was no longer on the voice of Shakespeare, but on the figure that appeared, manifested from his noble phantasm. Red hair that matched mine, eyes that matched mine, and a voice that made my breathing pick up. Hello, son! Chapter 194. I stared at the person standing in front of me. I knew who he was, but his name wouldn't leave my mouth. I felt my arms tremble, and my hands balled into fists. No, this is impossible. I whispered. Is it? The person, the thing, replied. You should be the authority on what is or is not impossible, right? I raised my hand and pointed at him warily. You aren't real, I declared. A figment of my imagination. I took a deep breath, steadying myself, gaining a smirk. Shakespeare's noble phantasm is unlikely one to do any kind of physical or magical damage. It's against his nature, and his words were enough for him in the past. I began to voice my thoughts, distracting myself from the person who was in front of me. The reason I can't hear Drake, why I can't feel my aura. I paused, trying to call up a spell to actualize, even trying to pull on the kaleidoscope, all to no avail. In normal circumstances, I would have been panicking if everything of mine had been so thoroughly sealed away like this by an enemy, but my mind raced, going into overdrive before I saw through this noble phantasm. It's a mental attack. I sneered at him. Or rather, it attacks one's heart. This isn't real. I'm not real, you aren't real. It uses my own circumstances to create this world around us. I waved my hand. Not a true world, but a projection of my mental state, of my heart. I walked to the edge, smacking the side with no reaction. I'm projecting myself into this overlaid domain created by his noble phantasm. It's why I can't draw upon my magic, because I'm not truly here while also being here. I'm in my own self-contained world that doesn't actually change anything about the greater world. I looked back over to him, to the fake person who I never wished to meet. That's it, isn't it? I grinned. Well, I can praise Shakespeare for casting his noble phantasm before we even appeared, setting it up like so. I scowled, crossing my arms. Why did his noble phantasm summon you of all people? If he's trying to get a rise out of me, wouldn't my mom work better? Hell, what about one of my girls? Please, we both know you wouldn't take it seriously if it was one of them. My fake father scoffed. If it was one of your, he air quoted, girls, then you would probably just flirt with them regardless of what they said or did. Yeah, I'd probably do exactly that. And if it was my mom, well, I wouldn't mind seeing her again. I mused out loud. You really do like to hear yourself talk. The fake version of my father glanced back at me, almost appearing uninterested that I was able to understand the whole situation so easily. Then again, you do always go on about how you have a flair for the theatrical. He crossed his arms. You always have to try and explain everything, don't you? To prove just how smart you really are. He took a step forward facing me. Why don't we just call it what it really is, attention-seeking? But that's always been the case. He snorted. Even before, he added air quotes again. You joined the theater club in school, the one club you could pretend to be important in. The one place you could have everyone focus their attention solely on you. He turned around away from me, facing the blank walls. You should be thankful. After all, this stage has been set just for you. Heroes of legend here to witness your best moments. Fuck you. I spat out almost unconsciously. Like you have any ground to bring shit like that up. Yes. What a horrible father I've been. He rolled his eyes again. I'll make it up to you and give you the one thing you so crave. He smirked, turning back towards the walls. They can see. So don't worry, let's give them a show. He raised a hand up, pointing outwards. But first, it's important to introduce the cast. No. My eyes widened, realizing what he was going to say. What? My dear child, are you ashamed of where you come from? He chuckled. Are you worried how that saintess will look at you afterwards? Your hints weren't very subtle when you probed her. Or maybe you think your new son won't like what she has to hear him. I felt my breathing pick up. I didn't know how to respond. I'll take a page out of your book. He threw his hands up. Allow me to introduce myself to the audience. He did an exaggerated bow. I am the father of this bastard. He did an exaggerated gesture towards me. I am the ruler of hell. His grin turned vicious. I am Lucifer. Murdered POV. As soon as we walked in, Caster of Red's noble phantasm went off. None of us expected this. It wasn't an attack in the normal way, and even as we banged on this thing that Caster made around the bastard, it didn't budge. What did you do? The cow roared, throwing herself at Caster. I give up. The Caster shrieked, surprising everyone present. Even the cow stopped for a moment, but raised her blade to him. Remove it, she growled. I can't. Shakespeare put his hands up in surrender. My master used a command seal, so it would activate on your master as soon as he entered the room. Then I will kill you and end it, she declared. Killing me won't end it. He chuckled. He's lying, do it. Assassin butt in, almost bored with their conversation. No one will miss him. Feel free. She tapped her fingers on her throne, sitting so high above us. Annoying bitch. I resisted the urge to start swinging Clarent at her. But my master was right behind me, so I had to be smarter. But she didn't make a move, and the two rulers were squaring off. I decided to hold off for now. The cow reached over, grabbing him by the collar. Tell me how to end it, or I'll start cutting pieces off. There's no way. The Caster looked pale. He has to break free of it himself. Then you're useless. The cow's expression turned dark. There's a better chance of him escaping if I'm still alive. Caster quickly spoke. If I'm dead, it'll go on forever, but if I'm satisfied, it'll end with the playwright's blessing. The cow sneered, and the Caster gave a cheeky smile. Sounded like bullshit to me, but some noble phantasms are fucking weird. Add on a command seal, and even stranger things can happen. She punched him in the face. If it was anyone else, I would totally cheer for them, but fuck the cow bitch. She tossed his body to the side, then went over to the dome, or whatever that was blocking the bastard inside. It was obvious he couldn't see us, and there was someone talking to him. They looked alike, so probably his father or something. It's not like I knew anything about his family. Allow me to introduce myself to the audience. The strange guy turned to us, obviously speaking to us through the noble phantasm. I am this bastard's father. I am the ruler of hell. I am Lucifer. What? I blurted out, but it was only met with silence. The two rulers who had been fighting, they abruptly stopped, staring over. The tense atmosphere sort of disappeared. Even Assassin looked dumbfounded at what he said. What a wonderful twist. Caster shouted happily, but even he was ignored. Disgusting. Assassin sneered. This wretched creature should be removed from the world. The cow looked furious. I knew for a fact that this bitch would rip apart that guy who called himself Lucifer if she could. Wilhelm, the saintess spoke up, looking at him strange. I see, even the devil tries to stop me. The annoying priest had a weird look too. It just shows that I'm walking the right path if the creatures of hell stand in my way. I will remove the stain before saving the world. The bast. I stopped the thought in its tracks. He really was a bastard. Ha! The literal bastard of Satan. Why did that sound familiar? Master, the fuck am I supposed to do? I asked him. He was Magus. He should know more stuff about this. This is way above my pay grade. Master looked conflicted. Fuck, this isn't good. Does that mean he's an enemy? He's a demon or something. That's bad, right? But even if he was an ass and an arrogant dick, he wasn't that bad. He's kinda like me. Was he an unwanted bastard too? My fingers tightened around Clarent's handle. Fuck you, I shouted, snapping my head towards the other ruler. You fake priest. I leveled Clarent towards him. Father chose him as his queen. You don't get to say shit about him. That's right, Father chose him. That means he's not bad. And he's nice to me. Even if he's a dick, he praised me, and even wanted to help me with my wish. That's not something some fucking demon would do. My lighting burst out around me. Let's see you do something with my sword shoved all the way up your ass. I raised my middle finger up, sneering towards him. Father wasn't here, so I would protect him in Father's place. He's part of Camelot now, and no one gets to say shit about our people but us. Wilhelm POV. I could feel my muscles tense, in a mixture of anger and anxiety. Father, don't make me laugh. Do you even know the definition of the word? You absentee piece of shit. I scoffed, trying to shake off his words. Are you supposed to be my trauma that this noble phantasm brings out? I stood up straighter, straightening my tie. What makes you think you even deserve to be on that list? I looked down my nose at him. You are insignificant. Yes, I'm insignificant. He hummed. Then let's talk about your little girlfriends. The corners of his lips curled up. Don't you fucking dare. Oh, am I touching a nerve? How unfortunate. What could someone as insignificant as me say, He started walking around, knowing it was giving me anxiety. Though, can you even call them that? What nonsense are you spouting now? Well, do you even know what a proper girlfriend is? Hell, do you even have a real relationship with any of them? Clearly you don't know me then. I guess this noble phantasm only amounts to this much. I said dryly, Oh, stop being obtuse, you know damn well what I mean, and you're just scared to accept it. He hummed again. I know how you need things so blatantly spelled out sometimes. He paused in his steps again. Are they your girls, or are they your things? I stopped. You have no idea what you're talking about. You so crave attention in all of its forms. He mocked. Face it, they're your little emotional support puppets for whenever you're feeling lonely. You're so terrified of being alone that you try to surround yourself with people to fawn over you. Bullshit! I shouted, throw my arm out. I care about them, I love them. He laughed. My breathing hitched. So, when was the last time you said that to any of them? Love is something built over time. I said quietly. He mockingly nodded. Apparently love is something built up over time, yet you're so quick to attach yourself to them. Should we talk about Kunu? I fucking dare you. I uncharacteristically threw myself at him, but something stopped me from touching him. A sort of barrier wouldn't let me even grab at his clothes. Consider that nerve touched. He smiled mirthfully. Well, I wouldn't want to say anything bad about my precious granddaughter, would I? He lightly poked me, initiating the same barrier around me, almost forcing me on my butt. But let's talk about the real reason you haven't said it. The truth you refuse to acknowledge. No, it's obvious what you're going. I took a deep breath, calming myself down. Was this noble phantasm instigating everything, making my emotions flare more easily? I'm ashamed I let myself be led by the nose for so long. So what? Do I just confront the worst parts of myself? All my insecurities are being pulled into the light. I waved my hands around. Fucking Latians. I have some issues because my early life was not ideal thanks to some cunt who wouldn't be ours to give two shits beyond throwing a child into the corner and forgetting about him. Do you want a medal for pointing that out? Or is it just fun to expose all my personal matters in public? He didn't seem fazed at all, practically ignoring me. And you self-deprecate in an attempt to shift the conversation because you're scared. You know what I'm going to say. Well then, I gestured towards him with a sneer. Go on, regale us with your explanations of why I'm such a mess. He shook his head with a fake sadness. It's because you know they don't love you. Bullshit. I spat out immediately. Meridia. He spoke pointedly. Do you really think you matter at all to her? How old is she? She could be called ancient when this world was born. Do you think an entity like that cares at all about a speck of dust like you? Of course she does. I countered. Because you both fucked. He laughed. Face it, you're a passing amusement to her. Something she'll forget in a few thousand years when you're no longer an interest to something like her. He continued without a break. Artoria, let's talk about her. You were the first man ever to show her a romantic interest. Of course she would get attached. But do you really think she'll stick around once she gets more confidence in herself, when she realizes that she's actually a good catch? And Jin, do I really need to even talk about her? You were her only lifeline out of her literal prison. Of course she would care for you. She wouldn't want to be stuffed back into her lamp for eternity on a dying world. Why, you're misrepresenting everything. Am I? He raised an eyebrow. Am I really? Of course. I snorted, but for some reason I felt a pain in my chest. Okay. He nodded. Okay. I repeated in confusion. Let's agree to disagree. He nodded towards me with a chuckle. For your sake, I won't even mention Kunu. The way he teased it probably did more to rouse my anger than if he actually said anything. Come. I wouldn't let him get to me. Well then. I gestured towards him with a sneer. Go on, Regale us with your explanations of why I'm such a mess. He shook his head with a fake sadness. It's because you know they don't love you. Bullshit. I spat out immediately. Meridia. He spoke pointedly. Do you really think you matter at all to her? How old is she? She could be called ancient when this world was born. Do you think an entity like that cares at all about a speck of dust like you? Of course she does. I countered. Because you both fucked. He laughed. Face it, you're a passing amusement to her. Something she'll forget in a few thousand years when you're no longer an interest to something like her. He continued without a break. Artoria, let's talk about her. You were the first man ever to show her a romantic interest. Of course she would get attached. But do you really think she'll stick around once she gets more confidence in herself, when she realizes that she's actually a good catch? And Jin, do I really need to even talk about her? You were her only lifeline out of her literal prison. Of course she would care for you. She wouldn't want to be stuffed back into her lamp for eternity on a dying world. Why, you're misrepresenting everything. Am I? He raised an eyebrow. Am I really? Of course. I snorted, but for some reason I felt a pain in my chest. Okay. He nodded. Okay. I repeated in confusion. Let's agree to disagree. He nodded towards me with a chuckle. For your sake, I won't even mention Kunu. The way he teased it probably did more to rouse my anger than if he actually said anything. Come. I wouldn't let him get to me. You're fighting to prove yourself because you know my words are true. He snapped his fingers, revealing a scene, an image that I wanted to forget, one I tried hard to suppress. It was Scat Hack, with my sword through her heart. And we move on to your last paramour, your mentor and the woman you killed. Love, don't make me laugh. Your actions speak loud enough, and the reason is obvious. He snapped his fingers again. Another screen appeared, a memory of mine. It was of Scat Hack, the moment she asked me to kill her. My breathing picked up erratically. It's because she chose death over staying with you. I felt something break inside of me. My legs went limp, barely catching myself from falling to the ground with my hands. I looked down and something splashed down onto the ground below me. I hesitantly moved my hand up to wipe away something wet running down my cheek. Was I crying? A few more drops of water hit the ground. Oh! I clutched my chest. Why was it hurting so much? It wasn't just physical pain. I felt like something deeper was seeping into me. Like a crack formed in my armor, and a jab went straight to my heart. That was easier than expected. His voice still reached my ears. But I guess I shouldn't expect much from a child who just runs away from all his problems. I ran a hand over my eyes, wiping away the wetness. Almost instinctively, the same hand went through my hair, a tic I developed whenever I was anxious. I paused when I felt what was binding my hair into a ponytail. The familiar feeling between my fingers. It was stupid, a piece of cloth that could be picked up off the street, yet it held so much sentimental value to me. I pulled it free, letting my hair fall down, pulling it in front of my face. You're wrong, I said quietly, clutching the fabric tight. I have things I need to work through still, I know that. I looked up at him. Maybe it's an irrational fear that's holding me back from saying those words to anyone, but I know for a fact that my feelings are reciprocated. That kiss we shared, that look she gave me full of sadness. Maybe what we had wasn't a healthy example of a relationship, but I knew she cared for me, just as I did for her. I took another deep breath, reaching back and tying my hair back up. I could provide counter-arguments for everything you said about them, about the women I've fallen for, but that would acknowledge that you had a point. My breathing evened out. I get attached easily. I probably crave attention because I was isolated for so long. And I tend to introduce myself as the bastard of Satan as a joke because it's still a sore spot for me. Jokes are often my way of dealing with anxiety and stress. At the end of the day, all I have to say is, so what? A childish answer. He mocked. Yes, so what if your life is a lie? The machination of your grandfather, barely held together by the thin veil of stability you call your emotions. Look how easily I got you down on your knees with a few words. I'm surprised Zelretch hadn't scrapped you and tried to start over. I let out a chuckle. Yeah, I've thought things like that too. I probably have a little bit of an inferiority complex when it comes to him. Understandably, so due to my circumstances. I smiled bitterly. It's why I've gone in a completely different direction with my magecraft and combat capabilities. I shook my head. But I trust him. I trust all of them. Trust. He scoffed. So, trusting that you open yourself up to betrayal so easily. You tried to reassure Rin before, but it's obvious. You're just a pawn on his board. He looked down on me. It's what led you here in the first place. Your trust you gave so easily to people because you were scared to be alone. You trust Meridia won't get bored of you in a few years. You trust that Artoria won't simply decide she could do better. You trust that Jen would care about you if she no longer needs you. He listed off. So much trust, yet your heart is complete turmoil. Does that word even have meaning to you? The corners of his lips curled up. And, he continued, you trust that Scat-Hack will even want to see you again. So much trust, yet your heart is complete turmoil. Does that word even have meaning to you? The corners of his lips curled up. That last one hit hard, possessing many more grains of truth than his other comments. I know I'm a contradiction. So easily giving trust to people, yet also being so wary of them that I keep so many secrets to myself. So scared of being alone again. But you're right, I can't keep going on like this, so the decision is a simple one. I lifted my head up, looking him straight in the eyes, then slammed my head onto the ground. My body shuddered at the impact, my vision slightly blurry, and I felt a warm sensation start flowing down my face. What are you doing? He blurted out. I'll put it all on the line then. I chuckled, even with the ones outside here. I'll admit, I was worried how they would see me. The part of me that desires their attention and affection, but I'll trust them. I won't let my insecurities lead me by the nose anymore. I lifted my head up and slammed it on the ground again. Again, my body jerked at the sudden tremor that ran through my body, the pain that pulsed through my head. I figured it out. I can't harm you, you can't harm me, and we can't damage the surroundings, so I'll hurt myself. A mental projection I am, but I also represent myself as a whole. This pain, this damage I'm doing to myself, I have no doubt it's actually happening to me. You're insane. You're just going to kill yourself. Who said anything about killing myself? This is a mental world forced out through me, even if without my input. I just need to not be conscious, and it should go away, right? This noble phantasm is meant to destroy someone, not physically, but mentally and emotionally. Well, why would they care if the same person decides to hurt themselves? It's the same outcome either way. You, the others outside will kill you. You'll be completely at their mercy. You're a devil. Do you think any of them will care about your friendship after this? I began to cackle, even as red filled my vision. That's right. I'll have nothing left but trust in the people I gathered around me. I trust Mordred, I trust Kyrie, I trust Jean, and I certainly trust Reiku. So let's roll the dice, shall we? I raised my head up again and slammed it on the ground, creating a new ringing sound in my ears. You're going to die. They're going to kill you and fight over the Grail themselves. And you're going to leave those girls all alone to find out their lover killed himself for such a stupid reason. I barely heard him as a shock went through my body. Ha! I spat out some blood that ran into my mouth. You're contradicting yourself now. I rocked side to side before slamming my head down again, shattering the stones beneath me. You're going to disappoint Zelretch. He hissed. I let out another laugh, slamming my head down again. Meridia. Slam. Artoria. Slam. Jen. Slam. Kunu's going to lose another father. That made me pause. My head was throbbing in pain, and I think I cracked my skull. I could barely hear him at this point, over the buzzing my ears. Kunu was going to have a much better father than I ever had. I shakily raised my middle finger at him with a smirk, before reeling my head back one last time and hitting it against the stone ground. My vision began to fade, and I felt my consciousness slipping. It's my win, I said quietly as I heard the shouts of my comrades rushing towards me. Chapter 195. POV Ruler Jean Dark. Wilhelm. I couldn't help but shout as he stumbled out of Castor's noble phantasm. Saber had already jumped towards Assassin, who kept her at bay with various long-range spells. Master! His servant was already on him as soon as the invisible walls faded. She scooped him up, immediately dodging to the side as magical attacks carved through the ground. I was distracted, only barely noticing several objects fly by my head. I recognized the weapon, armament of the church, used to hunt things heretical to our teachings. Blades that carried within them the holy sacraments to purge unholy entities. And they were going straight for Wilhelm. Wilhelm's servant tried to awkwardly wield her blade to defend, until a loud explosive sound rang out. I glanced to the master of saber, Kyrie as he introduced himself as. He held a gun aloft, smoke coming out of it as the magical bullets tore into the holy weapons. "Nice one, master!" Mordred shouted, black chain sweeping down at her as she did her best to dodge. I turned back to the other ruler. My authority as the true ruler of this war gave me his name, Amakusa Shiro Tokisada. The knowledge of his identity filled my mind due to the Grail's machinations. I swiped my banner at him with my full force. He brought up his katana to block it, though he couldn't hold it for but a moment before disengaging. "Why are you blocking me?" He looked surprised. "You're supposed to be impartial. This is a fight between competitors. You are not supposed to be in this war." I countered, moving towards him again. I stabbed my banner towards his midsection, but he swept it away with his word. "I am within my rights to remove you due to your origins as the last war's ruler." He flicked his offhand. More black keys appeared between his fingers as he slashed them down at me. I twirled my banner, blocking them with ease, and knocked the follow-up blade to the side. He took that moment to try and throw them again towards Wilhelm. I slammed my banner down. The holy light enveloped me as I gathered it and thrust forward, shattering the black keys before they could gain any meaningful distance. "Why?" He looked utterly dumbfounded. "You're protecting him? He's a demon!" Shiro shouted. "You follow the Lord's teachings. He's our enemy. He's my friend." I swung my banner, hitting him in the stomach. Blood flowed out his mouth as he got rocketed towards a nearby pillar. He doesn't deserve condemnation for being born what he is. I slammed my banner down, looking at him get up, wiping the blood trailing down the corner of his mouth. He was nice to me. Even with his relentless teasing, it never held any malice or malicious intent. He helped me when I was in need, and made sure I was taken care of. He even called me a friend. So what if he wasn't fully human? He asked me before if I would think any less of him if I found out he was a demon. In hindsight, I could remember him looking a little sheepish when asking me that question, but my answer had not changed. "I'm trying to save the world, and you're protecting a defiler of it." He swept his hand through the air, anger clear on his face. "You don't deserve to be called a saint." He sneered. "I never called myself a saint." I met his gaze. I only did what I thought was right in my heart. And right now, I tilted my banner back down, its sharp pointing lining up with him. "It's telling me to protect him from you." "Foolish!" he growled, turning towards Assassin who still sat on her throne. "Assassin!" he shouted, as if a command for action. I grew bored of this anyways. Assassin raised her hand as Mordred could not approach, with the various spells falling down on her and those black chains constricting her every movement. "My poison will liquefy your insides. Die in the most painful manner possible." At various spots around the room, gas began to burst out. "Friendly fire! Friendly fire!" Caster shouted, but was otherwise ignored. The areas that looked like they were patchwork together were devoid of the poisonous gases, but there was still enough that the place began to visibly fill. "No!" I gasped out, watching this unfold. I turned towards the others, who didn't look like they had a means to deal with this. My noble phantasm should be able to protect them if you wanted to remove me from the war, then please stay with me until the end then. Shiro gave a deceptively kind smile, sword in hand, blocking my way back. Wilhelm POV. I groggily opened my eyes, faintly feeling someone tugging at me, and lots of shouts going on. My head hurt bad, and my vision was really blurry, not to mention the ringing in my eyes. Concussion. Most definitely. Glad you're back, brat. Drake. No time for that. You're in danger. Drake's voice sounded urgent. Chug a health potion, and use that spell you used on that Hydra back in Kyoto. The spell from Kyoto. Hydra. Poison? My head was spinning, and it was hard to concentrate on any one thing. I followed his commands, shuffling around awkwardly and shakily pouring a health potion into my mouth. I think what little magical energy Avalon had left was working its magic as well. Maybe I should. Focus, use spell. Right. I took a breath, and whatever was supporting me shifted. I heard a familiar voice, but I couldn't really acknowledge it at the moment. Taking talismans out of my ring, I awkwardly threw them into the air. God of the East Sea, Ame. God of the West Sea, Shikoryu. God of the South Sea, Kyoju. God of the North Sea, Gukyu. Gods of the Seven Seas, fend off 100 demons and drive back the fierce disaster. My breathing picked up, and I felt increasingly lightheaded, even more so, but I didn't feel the spell actualize. You're still holding a talisman. Oh, right. I fell to my knees and slapped it on the ground. Order! I finished the casting. Even with my vision foggy, I could see the glowing pentagram that formed on the ground, and looking up, the blurry one that took to the ceiling. Good. Now heal yourself. I continued to follow his directions, calling upon the strongest healing spell I knew and placed it against my head. The ringing began to subside, and my vision started returning to normal, and the whole world wasn't spinning anymore. I could feel my aura working fully since I was no longer in that mental world, working in tangent with my own healing and the effects of the healing potion. Reiku! I looked up at my servant holding on to me. Master! She looked very happy to see me lucid. I still had a killer headache, but I don't think my skull was cracked anymore. I surveyed the room. Jean was trading blows with Shiro, and Mordred was dashing around as Assassin tried to snipe at her with magecraft. Looking up, it appeared my spell was purifying this poisonous gas that was seeping into the area. My eyes then landed on Castor, whose head slowly turned towards me. Shakespeare! I growled, standing back up. Haha, my boy, what a great showing. He clapped awkwardly, though that little bit of awkwardness disappeared after a moment, and a smirk adorned his face. Well, I can tell when the curtain is beginning to fall. I'm resisting the urge to run you through. I tried to remain calm, but my fists clenched tight. I suppose I won't be able to see the end of this magnificent play. He sighed, flipping his hair back. For the record, you were perhaps my favorite actor in this production. I am filled with joy. My dry tone was very evident by his mirthful chuckle. I was angry, but it was hard for me to bring up that rage that bubbled beneath the surface. At this point, I just wanted it to be over. Castor, you pathetic hack, do something productive. Assassin hissed towards her teammate. Shut up, you damn hag. Mordred roared, slicing through some malevolent-looking chains that shot out of the ceiling towards her. Another barrage of condensed, magical energy in the form of lasers bombarded her as well. Her lightning erupted as she tore through the magical attacks, but still was having trouble approaching the woman sitting on the throne. Castor hummed to himself, not even shaken by the glares being sent his way, and the absolute blood-lust that Reiku was projecting towards him. I admit, I am partial to tragedies. I feel like they elicit a purer emotion to my audience. He turned to me and smirked again. But I can enjoy the occasional happy ending. He sent me a wink, taking out a quill. I raised an eyebrow, but my instincts were telling me not to do anything. That I wasn't the target of his mischief. My ability, Enchant, allows me to add properties to personal items. He weirdly began to explain. A playwright knows how to bring out the story in everything. He grinned, writing something, etching words into the stone of the throne room. But who says they all have to be beneficial? He flicked his quill to the side, ink flying off. Almost immediately, the whole area shook, crack forming in the walls, on the ceiling, and even fissuring the ground. The word that appeared was easy to read. Shatter. A simple word to bring down a ruler. How fitting for this man. Castor! Assassin slammed her hands on her throne. A massive magic circle appeared above her head. The air shuddered at it discharged down at her own teammate. He didn't fret, nor even try to dodge out of the way. A gift to a fan. His smile was somewhat warm as he looked at me once more. Now the curtain certainly begins to fall, and it's time for my final bow. It was an exaggerated movement, his bow to the audience as the beam of power tore through the area he had been standing, eviscerating him on the spot. Damn it, Shakespeare! How am I supposed to continue hating you after doing something like that? I shook my head as pieces of the place began to fall down from above. This patchwork room that looked barely held together by Assassin's will, it was unraveling at the seams. My lips curled up. This is your place of power. The reason you won't leave your throne isn't because of your arrogance. It's because you can't. Not only is it where you're at your strongest, but you have to stay there to keep this place together. I turned towards Assassin. What Shakespeare did. It diminished her in a way. Her link to this place was lessened as destruction engulfed it. That meant she was weakened, even more than she was by having to hold this place together like she had been before. One last fuck you from the famous playwright himself. She sneered towards me, but didn't speak. Her attacks towards Mordred picked up exponentially. Kyrie. I spoke towards the man who had been standing nearby, almost protectively. Got a command seal left? He smirked, raising his hand up, revealing 2 more. Ready when you are. I took out the staff of Magnus from my ring, slamming it onto the ground. Mordred! I called out, slamming my staff down to create a shield around both me and Kyrie for extra defense. Assassin's eyes widened, perhaps sensing the danger. Master! She called out. Assassin, by the power of this command spell, defeat your opponents. Shiro called out while still fighting off Jean. The magical energy around her burst forth, her fingers pushed together, and a massive magical circle speared at the top of the ceiling, shattering my pentagram that had been dealing with the lingering poison. She laughed wildly. Within my throne room, I can even summon one of the children of Tiamat. She declared. A huge figure burst through the magic circle, seemingly appearing from an ancient age. Basmu, the snake-like creature that burst out, roared at everyone. Liquid dripped from its body, disintegrating everything it touched. Debris falling all around us, the snake's eyes locked right onto us and swept down. Reiku, as your master, I order you. I swiped my hand through the air. Use as much magical energy as possible and release your noble phantasm. She drew as much as she could through our link, and used the reserve she had left. Her purple lightning crackled around her. Ox King Storm call, the inescapable net of heaven. She called out, lighting bolts falling from the sky, and those clones of hers appearing once more. They all leapt up into the air, their divine lighting tearing into the creature made of that poisonous liquid. It roared in fury, in pain and anguish as Reika's noble phantasm made quick work of it. That thing, it was probably only at a fraction of its true power due to the conditions of her place of power. A child of Tiamat? I scoffed. Maybe so, but it was lessened to such a degree, it probably wouldn't even qualify as a divine beast. I held my staff up. Kyrie! I called out. Saber! He shouted, holding his hand up. By the power of this command seal, slay the king. Mordred's aura magnified exponentially. A conceptual alignment with her own legend of slaying a king. She exploded from the spot she was in. The remains of what was the divine beast were utterly disintegrated as she burst through, her blade pushing right through Assassin's heart in the blink of an eye. Aya! Assassin screamed, blood spraying from her mouth. Die, you bitch! Mordred roared, pulling her sword upwards. Her sword sliced through Assassin's upper body, and she collapsed in her chair. There was no menacing declarations or heartfelt goodbyes. Assassin's body began to dissipate. A moment was all it took for several black keys to fly towards Mordred. The knight jumped back, leaving behind her dissipating body, only for Shiro to jump up and reach out towards her. Semiramis, he said quietly, but enough to be heard. Ah, that's who Assassin was. It makes sense now. It's over, Shiro, Jean declared, walking up to us. Why? He looked up, watching her motes of mana disappear. I'm trying to save everyone. Why are you all trying to stop me? His gaze swept the room, landing on me. You! He singled me out. It's your fault. It's the machinations of evil that are standing in my way. My fault. I snorted. Do you even know what saving the world means? Are you just going to wish on the Grail and hope for the best? I would stop them from dying. He shouted. A world where everyone is happy, everyone is good, and everyone is perfect. There won't be any death, no destruction. His eyes turned dark, and I would exterminate all evil and create a new, pure world. How utterly ridiculous. I spat out. And you're supposed to be a saint from my homeland? Do you have your head so far up your ass that you believe that bullshit? I dismissed the shield, ignored the collapsing building, and took steps towards him. You want to take away free will? How is that fulfilling your duties to your god? What would you know, demon? He snarled. More than you about how the world works. I rolled my eyes. You want to take away humanity's potential to make yourself feel better. Potential! He spat out. What use would potential be when no one would ever be sad anymore? No one would ever have to worry about being killed, or dying, or losing those they cherish. I shook my head. I almost pitied him. You won't take my word for it. Then let's let your God be the judge. I looked into my ring. I chose this course of action because for some reason I could feel a faint pulsing of a certain spear I had stashed away. For some odd reason, almost like a stray thought, I felt like I could actually touch it without being smote into dust. I summoned the divine spear out of my ring. What? Shiro shielded his eyes, an action mimicked by the others as well. It was warm. The light of the spear I held in my hand. It wasn't hurting me, but I could also feel that if I tried to use it, that would quickly change. No, it wasn't supposed to be used by me right now. I turned towards Jean, who looked at me with befuddlement. You lot can settle this between yourselves. I tossed it towards the Saintess. This seemed like more her fight at this point. Wilhelm. Jean squeaked out, catching the spear. Longinus, the spear of destiny. That which pierced the side of Christ. I introduced the powerful armament. Why do you have that? Shiro looked at me, in what looked like horror on his face. It's not surprising. That's probably one of the most powerful relics of their religion. And it was sitting in the hands of the son of Lucifer, in their eyes, that is. I ignored him and continued. It even possesses a small piece of the big man himself. Jean hefted up the spear, and the world was dyed in a holy air. There was a strange resolve in her eyes, almost ignoring the fact that she held something that should be sacred to her beliefs. Amakusa Shiro Tokasada. The spear slowly began to point towards the former ruler-servant. Her words were soft, yet they held a certain authority to them. The room shook more than it had before. The ceiling was ripped off in a gust of wind, and the sky outside becoming ever so clear. I had wondered why this place still persisted, but I didn't have time to create a concrete theory. Perhaps just due to the residual power that was running this ridiculous noble phantasm, and it had yet to run its course. My thoughts were quickly cut away as I noticed the phenomenon in the sky. The clouds above began to swirl around us. It felt like a higher presence descended upon the entire area. Oh shit! Was the piece of the Abrahamic God inside the spear resonating with his counterpart in this world? Uh-oh! A massive pillar of light slammed down from the heavens, encompassing both the saints, the ruler-servants who walked behind the banner of the same God. This light, it stopped a fraction of an inch in front of me, almost like it was being considerate of my unique nature. As the light began to fade away, Jean stood there, standing upright with the spear at her side, and Shiro was on his knees, looking up at the sky. Was I really wrong? He asked quietly. I just wanted to save people from suffering. His head slumped down, and his body broke down into motes of mana, drifting into the wind. Jean watched him drift away, a somber look on her face. Your heart was in the right place, Shiro. Rest now. Leave it to Jean to look at the best in people, even when they try to kill you and doom the world. I wonder what happened in that moment of literal divine intervention. Actually, I don't want to know. I'm done. This has been a trying few days. At this point, I just wanted to summon the woman I love and hug her until my arms fall off. Now where the hell was that Grail? Canon Make, Fight Club, Artoria POV. I don't understand, why do these Super Sentai not simply use their large machine to step on this enemy? Would it not cause them much less problems, and the city would suffer far less? Stop trying to analyze it. It's a show meant to just turn off your brain and enjoy. Rin huffed, draping herself over the sofa. She had a particular tough workout through my own efforts, so I allowed her this time of respite. These people know nothing of true martial arts or fighting. I frowned, watching them jump around and make some very disastrous attacks that left them open for many different counters. It's a show, they're actors. Rin replied. Mayhaps they should study their craft better. Some time properly spent learning their roles would do them well. I knew I was nitpicking, but I guess it was hard to separate the idea I had of actors and what this era considers as such. Suddenly, the door burst open. I smiled seeing Wilhelm walk in with Izanami at his side. It always made me feel good when he had such a genuine smile on his face. I feel like it is not often that he can simply play without any overt responsibilities hanging over his head. The way they were laughing and whispering to each other, it was nice. I don't think they even noticed, as lost in their own little world. Did you get the stuff? I heard Izanami's light whisper. Yeah, it was hard to get protection in the proper size. Wilhelm replied, especially with the workout it's going to be getting. Quality matters, otherwise it just feels strange and uncomfortable. Izanami's voice disappeared upstairs. Rin turned to me. So, did you hear what they heard? I did. I nodded. And you're not going to be suspicious? She quirked an eyebrow. If Wilhelm wishes to finally make a move on Izanami, I would not say anything. I replied, I enjoyed Izanami's friendship, and I would not be remiss if they sought something more. Honestly, I thought they were already in a relationship a few times now. Seriously? Not just the least bit curious. Rin tried to goad me. Mayhaps, just a little bit. I admitted. But I don't believe. Let's go eavesdrop. Rin stood up. Rin! I blurted out as she was already walking upstairs. What? If Schweinorg is going to boink while we're literally down here and in earshot, he deserves to get a little embarrassed. That's not untrue, I suppose. It is rather rude if he wishes to engage in something. Intimate while we are right here. Maybe just a little peek. I whispered. I wished to see if they truly crossed that line of friendship into something else. Jin had made a wager on it, and I would not lose out this time. We quietly snuck up to the door they entered, pressing against it. You have the batteries? Izanami's voice echoed out. Yeah, got some extra just in case. Wilhelm replied. Make sure you get the video camera set up at a good angle. I want to make sure all the good parts get in this. Yes, I believe we will gather many views with this. Izanami seemed to agree with him. Just make sure to blur our faces. I would die of embarrassment if someone I know saw me doing this for the world to see. I felt my cheeks turn warm, and I saw Rin also turn a bright shade of red. This debauchery. I cannot allow this to stand. I must intervene. Flaunting something like this for the whole world to see. That is going to for Wilhelm. I stood up straight and quickly pushed the door open. I expected something. Lewd, clothes thrown on the ground and sensitive areas exposed. Instead, I had several pairs of eyes now on me. What is this? I squeaked out in confusion and my own built-up embarrassment. Wilhelm and Izanami shared a look. He made me do it. She quickly replied. Forced me, blackmail. You traitor. I couldn't stop him. She's lying. It was all her idea. What the hell is this? Rin finally worked past her shock as I too evaluate the scene before me. It was Sir Wiggles, standing upon his hind legs with his front paws in boxing gloves. He had a pair of little shorts around his waist, and there was a makeshift arena around him with some strange device sitting opposite. Are you making your rabbit box a Roomba? Rin asked in complete shock. No. Wilhelm wasn't very convincing with his reply. A Nascent Kaleidoscope. Chapter 196. I was tired. No, that wasn't a strong enough word. Even fatigue didn't quite hit the mark. Physically and mentally, I was damn well exhausted. In another situation, I would have gleefully make notes about how the boosted gear felt after being utilized for so long, and the side effects of such a burden on my body. But at the moment, I wanted to just lay my head down and go to sleep. Preferably between my teacher's thighs. I miss my scat hack. Are you sure this is the right way? I turned towards Jean, who was sort of leading us, but not really. It was more like she was headed towards the Grail, and we were just following along because, technically, she wasn't allowed to help us. My words broke the awkward silence that closed in around us. Are you questioning my ability now? She looked at me dryly. Not before you tied me up and used me like a compass. That doesn't sound like something I'd do. I smiled at her. I'm glad she wasn't treating me any different. I couldn't deny that I had thoughts like that, worry that perhaps she wouldn't like me when my origins was revealed. I held back a sigh at the thought. I knew if I continued down this mental path, I would lose myself in it when I needed to be more focused on the moment. Maybe you should find a therapist or something. I almost wanted to scoff at his response. Not because I looked down on getting some mental health help, but who would be able to deal with this hot mess? Find some random shrink. Hey doc, I'm a half-human/devil hybrid. Oh, and I'm part dragon too because I got one in my soul and gave up my heart to him. Did I mention I'm also the reincarnation of the man I call grandfather? By the way, I killed the woman I fell for, and I'm dating the female version of King Arthur. Also, I banged an eldritch goddess. Don't get snippy with me, it was just a suggestion. I took a breath and let myself calm down. Sorry, just kind of wound up with no outlet at the moment. You're right, I shouldn't keep pushing everything down and try to ignore things. But thoughts for later. At the risk of sounding like I'm procrastinating, I really do need to focus on other things at the moment. We're here, Jean stated, pushing open too large door that led inside what appeared to be a workshop. So this place managed to survive? I muttered. How long will this structure remain since Assassin is gone? Things should be settled by the war's end. Jean replied as if a fact. I guess her instinct was telling her it's fine. Shit, is that the Grail? Mordred poked her head over, practically pushing past both of us. Looks freaking weird. Huh. Yeah, didn't think it'd look like that. Kyrie muttered as well, poking his sunglasses a few times. I knew his glasses were a mystic code, but I still don't know what it does, and I'm really curious now. The Grail itself looked like a sort of statue melded with a large stone slab. Did you expect a golden chalice? I chuckled, stepping into the room. Kinda. Mordred shrugged. I guess I pictured it how the holier-than-thou asshole described the real thing. You mean Galahad? I took a minute to process what she said. That was the guy from the legend of retrieving the actual Holy Grail, not this thing that mages named to poke at the church. She scoffed. Had a stick up his ass the size of father's lance. Always strutting around like he was better than everyone. Huh. I blinked at her words. Learned something new, I guess. Artoria hasn't mentioned him much. Not surprising, no one really liked spending a lot of time with him. He had that sort of personality that made you feel inferior just by existing next to him. Mordred started walking towards the Grail. God forbid you say a naughty word or litter, cause he be giving you a lecture about proper etiquette. I could feel the sarcasm in her voice. I'm happy that she's still open with me, even if Kyrie is keeping me at arm's length, always making sure I'm within his vision. I took a moment to look up at Reiku, who gave me a bright smile. I allowed myself a moment, closing my eyes and leaned on her shoulder. Thank you for accepting my summons, I sent through the link. I know I said it multiple times already, but she was the best servant I could have asked for. Thank you for summoning me. She returned. I stood up straight, opening my eyes again. It seemed like everyone was hesitant to actually approach the thing. Even Jean was staring at it with a blank expression. Yo, can I get my spear back? I said, breaking Jean from her strange trance. She instinctively hugged it closer to herself. Where exactly did you get this? Her tone sounded rather accusatory. Stole it. I grinned without a hint of shame. Jean puffed up, giving me a cute glare. Stealing is wrong. He was trying to kidnap my daughter, so I'd say it's justified. Jean blinked at me, before sighing and handing it back over. I could tell it didn't appreciate being held by me, but allowed me to do so. Again, I felt like if I tired to wield it, it would probably do something to retaliate. Well, back in the ring you go. Looking back at Jean, she had a strange look on her face. Did I forget to mention to her that I have a daughter? It was mentioned when I was... So she should have heard it. I guess processing takes a moment. Just don't abuse it, please. No thoughts of keeping it? Big G probably whispered in your ear through it. Must you call him that? She huffed. Actually, now that you know the truth, I kinda do. I chuckled awkwardly. What's up with that exactly? You a demon or something? Mordred came in the subtlety of a dragon. Even Kyrie looked like he was stopping himself from facepalming. Well, I prefer this over the awkwardness of the walk over here. Half devil. I decided to be honest. Mom was a normal human, and I thought I was too up until a few years ago. She died, and I lived by myself for most of my life. I only learned that Father Dearest was keeping a firm hand on my situation, so I didn't wander too far from the glass prison he set up. I waved my hand flippantly. Was I bitter? Yeah. I wasn't as bitter as when I first left, and I feel like I am in a much better place since my first visit to Kyoto, but old memories were drudged up that I haven't fully dealt with. Got any cool powers? Mordred seemed a bit interested, and Kyrie looked like he was trying to not listen in too obviously. I held my finger up. My power of destruction formed at the tip with a little pop, like lighting as it crackled before sputtering out. Bloodline ability, power of destruction, destroys things conceptually. It felt easier to manifest than the last time I tired without using the sword as a catalyst. Filed that little tidbit down for later to investigate more. That's fucking rad. She perked up. Never change Mordred. I also got wings. Shit, really? I couldn't hold back a grin as she earnestly seemed excited. I flexed my back a little, letting them pop out. Awesome. She inspected them. Just out of curiosity, is it possible to hold up another person while you fly? She looked a little embarrassed to ask that. It was hard to resist the urge to give her a head pat. If you want to go flying, I'll take you when we settle everything. I whispered to her. Idiot, she said quietly, looking away. I never said I wanted to, though her happy expression contradicted her words. I took a step forward, reluctantly leaving Reika's side. So, short stuff, want to decide who's the true winner, Mordred quickly returned to her normal attitude and let out a snort. Father would be upset if I killed his queen, which was Mordred's way of saying she didn't want to fight. So I shrugged, accepting it for what it was. Walking up, I looked the Grail over. Wilhelm. Jean spoke up. Something is wrong with the Grail. I glanced to her and back at the Grail. Yeah, something is wrong with it. I didn't notice until I got this close. I put my hand over it and began looking at its structure. My eyes widened as I realized what was happening. Oh wow, we were cutting it close here. Something wrong? Kairi asked. Yeah, Shiro managed to actually make a wish, albeit through some strange logic and roundabout way. But a wish all the same. How? I thought someone had to be the winner. Mordred looked confused. Technically, no. I scratched my cheek. It's little more than a big mana battery if you want to get down to it. Its main purpose, the inception of its creation, was to punch a hole to the root using the path that servants come when summoned. It utilizes a very complex and finicky magecraft known as wishcraft to shape the mana into wishes. I won't bore you with the specifics, but essentially, it only needs a certain amount of power to actually utilize. The Apocrypha failsafe wasn't the intended direction for the war, only a failsafe if someone tried to abuse it. So we don't have to fight until only one remains. Yes, Jean interjected. Those are the rules to acquire the wish. She glanced at me. Regardless of the Grail's ability to utilize its mechanism, you are not allowed to make a wish until you are the final servant. Oh! Mordred looked a little amused. What if I want to anyways? She seemed like she wanted to throw hands. Saber. Kairi calmed her down. Not right now. TCH. She clicked her tongue but backed away. She really does like fighting. Can you explain about cutting it close? Kairi spoke up again. Yeah. I tapped on Grail. He made a wish, but due to the roundabout way he was able to overcome the restraints and fail-safes, it was taking a bit of time to actualize. I'd give it. I stared off for a moment, doing some calculations. 8, maybe 10 minutes at most before it would go off. And his wish would have been bad? Oh, definitely. I nodded. Maybe not immediately, but this timeline would have been abandoned instantaneously by the corrective forces, letting it be pruned from the tree of possibilities. Kairi raised an eyebrow, noticeable even behind his glasses, but didn't comment. I suppose what I said wasn't exactly common knowledge. Maybe he needed a moment to think about what I said? I turned back around, focusing on the Grail. It wasn't hard to undo the wish, so to speak. Simple as cutting off the timer and forcing the wish portion back into magical energy that the Grail was storing. Whatever he did, it was very smart, if a bit amateurish. He was definitely no mage, but the fact that he was able to come this far just spoke of his ability. A skill or noble phantasm, perhaps. I took a small glance at Jean before going back into the Grail and messing with some of the mechanisms. It was almost like riding a bike. I knew what most of this stuff did even if the memories of creating it didn't exactly carry over from my past life. Wilhelm. Jean spoke up, snaping her head at me. What did you do? She narrowed her eyes. I pursed my lips. So you noticed, huh? Reiku was already by my side, looking ready for a fight. Mordred seemed ready, able to read the atmosphere quickly enough. Surprisingly, Kairi reacted before both of them, taking a strategic position in the rear, out of the line of sight. This was always your plan, wasn't it? Jean asked. Yeah, I said quietly, admitting to it. Is it worth it? It is. I nodded. Yes, I remember what you told me your wish was." She let out a sigh, not looking ready to fight at all. "I didn't want it to come to this. I really don't want to fight her, especially after everything that happened. Technically, what you did is not against the rules." She rubbed her temples. I blinked, perking up at what she said. "There are specifically no rules about severing my connection to the Grail." Her tone came off as a bit annoyed, probably because it was assumed that would not be possible. But I suppose it was never taken into account someone would have such in-depth knowledge of its working and be willing to interfere in the first place with the combined skill to pull it off so quickly. Zelretch is the only one alive who has the knowledge to do this so seamlessly, and it would be idiotic to assume he would meddle just to do this specific action. It took me weeks to finagle a means to summon Sasaki Kojiro, and that was merely abusing the summoning functions. While I was fixing things, I managed to snip the little thread that linked her to the Grail, so she couldn't use her command seals to order our servants. Normally, the bond between servant and master is contained within the command seals, which is how they can be ordered through their use. Otherwise, you could command other servants to die, which would be just stupid. A ruler servant is connected to the Grail, and the Grail is connected to the servants. This link is how ruler can command other servants with her command seals. So I cut her link to the Grail. It wasn't very hard. She was right. Technically, it wasn't against the rules. But at the same time, there was enough wiggle room that she could plausibly interfere if she wished. There were some other things I needed to do. Jean looked at me intently as I continued to mess with it. Besides cutting her connection, I needed to sort of unanchor it from the local ley lines. Again, not too difficult, just a bit meticulous. So I did the most obvious thing and stabbed Mirage straight into it. "What are you doing?" Jean squeaked out. Have you never seen Magus do meticulous calculations before, I swear? I dramatically rolled my eyes, a small grin on my face. In seriousness, though, I was letting Mirage handle the calculations, and it would be done much, much faster this way. "Hey, Shorty!" I turned towards Mordred. "Don't call me that," she said evenly. "What do you want?" "You trust me." "Against every instinct I have." I smiled, turning towards Kyrie. "You trust me. At this point, I can't afford not to trust you." "Again, that's fair." Kyrie is a very pragmatic person. "Don't freak out." "Freak out about what?" I put a hand on Mirage, then one on Reiku, giving one last smirk towards Jean. Her eyes widened. "Wilhelm, don't you dare!" she shouted as I pulled the Grail, myself and Reiku through a portal. Chapter 197. Reiku and I spilled out of the portal, the Grail right behind us. I stood up without much thought, dusting myself off. Reiku, though, she looked around, prepared for battle, hand on her sword and her eyes landing on the third person in the room. I turned to look at Zelretch, who didn't raise his head. Instead, he calmly flipped to the next page of the book he was reading. "Wilhelm." He spoke softly, still not rising to meet my gaze. "Did you bring a holy grail into my study?" I looked at back the large device, then back at him. "No." He slowly raised his head, giving me a deadpanned look. "I think he bought it." "Thanks, Drake. Drake made me do it." I quickly thought up a plausible excuse. "Oh, fuck you." "Yes, I'm sure." He drawled. "Nailed it." I did a little fist pump. It's times like this that I remember why I hate you. Is it because of my handsomeness? Die. Jealous dragon is jealous. Introductions. I offered, ignoring Drake's obvious jealously. "By all means." He gestured for me to continue. "Reiku." I put a hand on her shoulder. She had eased up upon learning how friendly we were with one another, but she was still tense being in an unfamiliar place with an unfamiliar person. "This is my grandfather, Kister Zelretch Schweinorg." I saw her face scrunch up briefly as she began to understand the situation. "Gramps, this is Minamoto no Reiku, my berserker servant." Zelretch closed his book and stood up. "It's a pleasure to meet you, madam. Your legend is one of renown, and I'm honored to have the leader of the 4 heavenly kings in my home." I raised an eyebrow at the smooth motions, earning a grin from him. Reiku looked like she stiffened, almost warring with herself before quickly bowing. "It's a pleasure to meet my son's grandfather." Zelretch blinked, looking at me, almost like he was accusing me of something. I have absolutely zero shame. Why did I expect any different? He sighed, shaking his head. "Now, onto the matter of the Grail in my study. Weird, how did that get here? I gave Zelretch a cheeky little smile. He looked at me sternly before finally breaking out into a little grin himself. So I take it you won. Did the Grail tip you off? No need to be a smartass. He lightly chided. I let out a sigh. You're right, sorry. Just been a little out of it for a while now. Zelretch's eyes softened. We'll talk later, he stated before moving on. It appears as if a wish was attempted to be made. He more so asked to himself than to me as he placed a hand on it. You did a good job of diverting it before the main system's activated. Yeah, a master who was actually a ruler servant from the previous war was messing with it. I nodded, not even surprised at how easily he deduced everything. I was quick to remove its anchors from the ley lines. I did it once over, but I was a little bit in a rush. Anything damaged? No, you did a good job. Perhaps a bit heavy-handed, but everything looks to be working. Good. I said quietly to myself. I wanted to bring it out of that world line to mitigate any potential hazardous circumstances. Not a bad idea. He accepted my reasoning. The Grail is trying to ping where it is and re-establish itself with the local ley lines. The transference over world lines threw it for a bit of a loop. Yup, figured it would buy me a bit before I had to do anything with it. You have any other important matters besides the Grail itself? He questioned. I thought you would already know. It wasn't strange for him to watch certain events unfold. Do you think I spy on you all the time? He snorted. I trust you, Wilhelm. I don't need to keep a constant eye on your actions. Yes, I do take a peek every now and then, but that is just the worrying old man in me that needs to check up. Oh, I muttered. It was nice to hear those words. To answer your question, I continued, taking a step towards the Grail and giving it a flick. I have a few servants I offered alternatives to fighting. Impressive. He looked interested. What were you able to cajole out of these heroic spirits? Saber of Red is Mordred. I started. Well, that's an easy one to guess. He let out a chuckle. Does Artoria know? Of course. Good lad. He nodded in approval. I take it she's going to be sticking around. Yup. I smiled bright, walking about over my own servant. Of course, Reiku here is staying with me. I wrapped my hands around her, giving her a nice hug. Master. She beamed at me, always welcoming any kind of affection. She turned to the old man. If it isn't any trouble, grandfather. I think both me and Zelretch were amused by her suddenly calling him grandfather. But he didn't mind it, so I didn't correct her. Honestly, I think she was referring to him like that for my benefit. Of course. He laughed. To have another granddaughter added, it's always a happy occasion. As the words left his mouth, he noticed the small reaction Reiku had, then gave me another look. Yes, Reiku, Berserker, I made sure to emphasize her class, has been absolutely wonderful, and I am forever thankful for her answering my summons. Zelretch could catch the obvious cue. I see. Well, I wasn't exactly subtle. These others, tell me of your thoughts and their identities. I mentioned Mordred, she's an obvious case. He nodded, so I continued. Then we have Achilles and Atalanta. Greek heroes, not surprising. Achilles would be a powerful foe, and Atalanta is renowned as well. He rubbed his chin. And they opted to stick around? Yup. I may have dropped Medea's existence to the huntress. Not a bad idea, but you should go speak with the witch before you just drop them on her lap. I'm not that inconsiderate. I scoffed. And I'd like to remain on Medea's good side. I plucked the sleeve of my shirt. She does amazing work. I had been meaning to ask your source. Perhaps I will pay her a visit at some point as well. He mused. But I digress. Who else? Jack the Ripper. I decided to just rip the Band-Aid off. Wilhelm. Yes. Are you offering to let a serial killer run around in a second life? Okay, hear me out on this one. Is Jack the Ripper perhaps a busty older woman? What? Well, I noticed you have a certain type. No. She's a little girl. Wilhelm. For shame. He wagged his finger. Do I need to have a conversation about consent with you? Okay, now I know you're fucking with me. He began to cackle. All right. Explain it to me properly. I let out a huff of annoyance. Jack the Ripper, assassin of Red, just wants to stay with her master, who had been forced into the role. Jack Summoner was a magus who though to provide the proper setting for her summoning. I assume he's dead? Zelretch's face turned dark. Oh yes, Jack made sure of that. I nodded. Good. Zelretch accepted my words. I do hate those who drag the mundane peoples into our world against their wills. I could understand his sentiments, and even share them. Those who chose this life, like the masters of each faction, I would not feel bad about cutting them down if it came to it. If they were going to fight to the death, I would respect their decision. Assassin's master? I would feel a lot of regret to have to do anything to her. Obviously, I have expressed my distaste for wanton killing before. Very well. Zelretch held no arguments against my decisions. I suppose you have a plan? I do. Would it be okay to bring them here briefly? I would be delighted to host them. It's not every day I can talk to heroic spirits. He perked up. All these Grail wars that go on, I rarely ever get to actually interact with them. It will be an interesting experience. And it goes unsaid that he could deal with any troublemakers if they wished to test him. I guess I'll go talk to Medea and make sure everything is good with her. Off you go. He playfully shooed me away. But I wouldn't mind having Reika keep me company. I would love to have a talk with my newest granddaughter. He sent me a quick wink. I understood his intention. He wanted a better grasp of her mad enhancement. Reiku, I said sweetly. Master. She perked up happily. How about keeping my grandfather company? I'd love for you both to get along. She looked a little conflicted. I knew she didn't like not being at my side, but at the same time, I was relatively safe now that the war was over. If that is your desire. She strained herself a little bit, even if she didn't hate the idea. I went in for another hug to soothe her. Having Zelretch get a better idea of what's wrong will help when we deal with her madness. I'd rather not go with a heavy-handed method of surgically removing it from her Saint Graph. So another set of eyes on the issue was always appreciated. I'll be back soon. I promised her. And there's no danger. I'm perfectly safe and a master of running away. Master, you usually run into the danger. She said dryly, but accepted my intent. I'll be back soon, okay? Please summon me if you run into any problems. Of course. I smiled towards her before ripping open a portal to Fuyuki. Well, well. And here I thought I was forgotten. Assassin, lazily, sat on the steps of the temple entrance. I noticed him as soon as I stepped out of my portal. Sorry, who are you again? Funny. He actually had a light smile on his face. Stop by for a spar. I don't see that little lion with you anywhere. Unfortunately, here on a little bit of business. Ah. He decided to lay down, almost ignoring me. Not interested then. The witch is inside if you need her. Well, it may involve you too if you want. A good fight or alcohol involved? Kinda sorta. I gave the gesture to go along with it. Fought in a Grail war in another world. A few of the servants might be coming over here to stay. He perked up immediately. More servants, you say? Any of them like fighting? Oh yeah, a couple of them would love to fight all day with you. Sasaki let out a laugh. How exciting. What are their names? Wait. He stopped himself. I don't want to ruin the fun. Let it be a surprise. He stood back up, almost jittery. Really, the only thing that would make this day better would be if someone gave me some sake. Hint, hint. He added. I rolled my eyes, tucking out a bottle and tossing it to him. I'll go see Medea. Take care. I waved him off as I started up the steps. I'll need to start thinking up strategies for other servants now. I heard him mutter as he sat back down, sword in one hand and sake in the other. Well, as long as he's happy. I always did like this temple. It was a nice little spot in human society that still carried a sense of mystery about it, especially in this modern city. Come for another request, brat? Medea was leaning against the door to the temple. Maybe I came here to pay respects. You don't own the temple. She pursed her lips, let out an amused snort. You need something, spit it out. Need is a strong word. So is patience. It's quickly devolving into annoyance. Someone's high-strung. Yes. Well, I was spending a nice evening with my husband when I felt fluctuations of space at the temple. I blinked in response. Oh, did I? Yes. She said dryly. Now spit it out. Shit. Now I feel bad. I scratched my head. No decent person wants to be a cockblock. Long story short, fought in a war. Some servants are going to stick around here. One of them knows you. She paused, and the air around her turned very cold, threateningly so. Wilhelm, she said very sharply, even without a sarcastic nickname attached. If you bring that blonde buffoon. Atlanta! I decided to nip that right in the bud. I was vaguely aware of Medea's life, and I was in no way going to mention Jason around her. Just as quickly as the tension came, it all but evaporated. Big sis, she muttered, quickly getting lost in her own thoughts. I didn't want to just drop that on you. I decided to not beat around the bush. If you're uncomfortable, I can find somewhere else to put them. She slowly turned to me. Why are you being so considerate? I was a little caught off guard. Why wouldn't I be? I thought we were. Perhaps not friends, but friendly? Maybe a little more than acquaintances. I'm still expecting that invite to your wedding, I said with a chuckle. You've completely ruined the mood for me. She scowled, crossing her arms. And I can't even find it in myself to be angry about it. She let out a cute huff, and I briefly was sad she was taken and happy in her relationship. Atlanta and I didn't exactly separate on the best of terms. That isn't a note, I pointed out. It was not, she agreed. But I am unsure if I want to see her. She sort of let the tension leave her body that she had built up. Looking down at her hands, she let out a sigh. I did many terrible things in my life. Some of them I can dismiss as not my fault, but others I will never deny. I knew her as a young girl. I knew her as we sailed on the seas. And when she stood with the others to send me away, I was heartbroken, betrayed. I spiraled into madness, losing myself, becoming a witch. She never bothered to understand why I was behaving so erratically, to even attempt to contemplate my absurd actions like killing my brother. The machinations of the goddess who controlled me, and she never cared to figure out why I was so different from that little girl she knew. Medea let out a self-deprecating laugh. I hate her. I hate that she could have saved me from becoming. She waved her hands down at herself. This and didn't. I thought of her as a sister, and she was content to stand aside and become one of those who condemned me for actions that were not my own. Her hands balled into fists. But I still can't help but miss my big sis. She snapped her head up, a resolve in her eyes. Bring her here. I want to no longer hold on to my regrets. I am happy. I have a loving fiancé, and I want my sister to see the life I've created after clawing my way out of my own despair. I didn't expect her to open up to me like that, and frankly, I don't think she expected that either. Maybe it was weighing on her, and I was just happened to be an ear available at the right time for her to let out her own frustrations. Medea seemed like the kind of person that wouldn't want to burden the man she loves with all her issues. I'll see it done, I promised her. Thank you, she said quietly before turning and going back inside. Chapter 198. The talk with Medea had been productive. I wanted to make time to spend more time with her and get to know her fiancé. I felt like I would get along with her well, maybe even become true friends in the future. I don't know if I'm one to say this, but she needed more friends. Well, part of that problem might be solved when her old companion came knocking. And despite everything, Achilles was an alright guy. In general, I think their presence in this world would be beneficial. I also doubted they would be against the fight that is on the horizon in several decades. I decided to dismiss the idle thoughts as the Igmalenia castle came into view. Structure that had clearly weathered many dangers and was destroyed in various places. A chuckle almost escaped my lips as I noticed some of the elemental effects were still persistent after this long. There was no flamboyance in me as I walked straight through the front gate. The eyes that landed on me, the recognizable people of this Magus family, all stopped to stare. Have you come to gloat? Darnik spoke up. His previous respectful tone was gone. Or simply finish us off? There were many people wearing their uniforms. Even most of the masters were up and about doing work to repair the place. I took the Grail, and the war is over. I decided to get to the point. Congratulations, he said dryly. Over to the side, a girl in a wheelchair was flanked by a man that shared similar looks, perhaps a brother? I made a promise to Chiron. I want to fulfill it. I ignored his tone as it was understandable, and I wasn't in the mood to kick him while he was down. He was an arrogant magus, probably part of the lot I disliked the most, but he hadn't exactly done anything of note to anger me. I wasn't cruel for the sake of it. Do what you want, he grumbled. It's not like we could stop you anyways. He kind of dismissed my presence. Yeah, I guess I really had them over the barrel right now, and they were completely at my mercy. I shook my head, walking over to the girl who looked frightened but tried to put up a brave front. You saw it through him, right? I asked her. I did. She nodded hesitantly. Can you really heal me? The last part was very quiet. Well, I have absolute confidence in finding a method. But for the immediate time frame, I have a couple things that might work without any side effects. So, I'd figured I would try those before resorting to more resource-intensive options. Do you even know what's wrong? She didn't quite believe me by the look on her face. I do not, and I would have to take a look. I replied, knowing exactly what that would mean to another Magus. Truthfully, no Magus would allow another to do something like this unless they absolutely trusted them. It would be too easy for me to slip something inside her without her knowing if I was given free rein to inspect her physical ailments so deeply. She furrowed her brow before letting out a sigh. I couldn't stop you even if I wanted, and Chiron trusted you to help me. I smiled lightly at the mention of his name. Chiron was a good man. Yes, he was, she whispered. Very well. She held out her arm to me. Please take a look. I gently grasped her arm with both my hands and closed my eyes to begin pulsing my magical energy inside, casting structural grasp and forcing an image of her lower body. Oh! My eyes suddenly shot open. That is unfortunate. I'm sorry you've had to suffer through this. I was genuine in my sympathy. I could see 2 magic circuits that are disfigured in your legs. They are functioning, but they've caused nearly irreparable damage to your physical body in their locations. Can you heal her? The young man next to her spoke up, almost anxious with the look on his face. Calls! She hissed at him and he shrank down. I eyed him and noticed his right hand covered in bandages, blood visibly seeping through. It's all right. I made sure to ease the tension. You're her brother? I asked. Yes, and Mr. Schweinorg. He stuttered. A former master? I questioned him. Yes, sir. He straightened up as if standing at attention. I was the master of Berserker. Oh. I perked up. If you don't mind me asking, what was her identity? She was wearing a wedding dress of god Sake. But her lightning intrigued me, and I couldn't guess her identity. She was Frankenstein's monster. He said sheepishly. How fascinating. I rubbed my chin. That explained some things about her strange dressing. I searched my ring and withdrew a health potion. Here! I offered it to him. What? He looked down in surprise. For your wound. It's a health potion. It should be enough to remove any lingering damage. I sort of pushed it into his hand. By the looks of it, you had your remaining command seals torn off, huh? I wanted to help the family, even if I wasn't a good master. He blurted out, and it sounded rather rehearsed. Part of me wondered if it was quite as consensual as he said. Calls, thank him. The young lady hissed at him again. Thank you, sir. He quickly stood up straight again. I waved him off. Don't mention it. Well, I guess from their perspective, this is a rather valuable product. Unfortunately, such a thing won't work on you, young lady. I tapped my chin again. It's mainly for healing surface damage, with some minor ability to deal with internals. So it's hopeless. She shrunk down. I never said that. I poked her forehead, much to her chagrin. I said a healing potion would be fruitless. I have many other means available to me. My healing spells wouldn't interact with the magic circuits in the way I wished either, since it's a metaphysical organ. Oh well, I don't think Artoria would chastise me for using her sheath like this. I decided to bring out Avalon from my chest as it had a little bit of her magical energy remaining. Its soft and warm glow filled the courtyard, drawing the attention of everyone who wasn't already staring. Avalon, the hallowed scabbard of Excalibur. I introduced. They practically worshipped it with their eyes. We really never had a chance, did we? The young woman softly spoke. I chuckled, pushing it into her own chest. Its effects worked best when conceptually inside someone. It should fix the circuits that were malformed without damage to either her use of her legs, nor the circuits themselves. She glowed slightly. Tears began falling from her eyes. It doesn't hurt anymore. Oh, you poor girl. How long had you lived with this pain? Fiari. Darnik walked up. How do you feel? He asked with a little bit of interest. I think I can feel my toes. and ever so slightly her feet moved. Darnik even held a small smile. I suppose there is one good thing that came out of this. He shook his head. Perhaps we can evacuate you somewhere to escape and carry on the family name. I pushed against her stomach again, withdrawing the noble phantasm, taking it back into myself. It was practically dry now and wouldn't function. However, I think it was a good use of its last bit of power. Getting a bit ahead of yourself there, don't you think, Darnik? I stood up. Even if you are not here to destroy us, the Mages Association won't allow us to continue. Our only leverage were the servants in the face of their overwhelming might. I scrunched my brow, thinking about what he said before deciding on the next course of action. No forbidden research. I spoke up. Excuse me. He replied, clearly confused. Dead apostles, absolutely forbidden. I reiterated. Demonology, also a big no-no. The taboo aspects of necromancy, don't touch them. I don't like the resurrecting of the dead, even in zombie and skeletal forms. I didn't have an opinion on how Kyrie utilized his necromancy. He mainly uses the body parts and their conceptual significance in his craft. Mundane humans, you will treat them with respect. That means no human research on unwilling subject, which includes blackmail and coercion. And the ones you have under your control will not be abused. Are you? I cut him off and continued. You will follow certain rules that the Mages Association will lay down. The big ones, and you know what I'm talking about. I looked at him. But you will remain your own autonomous organization. He seemed utterly shocked at what I was implying. Are you going to sponsor us? You can think of it that way, but also no. I replied. I'll throw my weight around and see if I can't get them to back off. It would be a bit annoying, but I had respect for the black servants who fought their battles. There will be concessions, but I'll leave you to iron out those details when they inevitably come to negotiate. Darnik let out a self-depreciating laugh. Negotiate? You mean they come lay down terms to push us under them? He shook his head. We have nothing to offer. Our resources have been thoroughly burned through, and what remains would have to be used on repairs and rebuilding. I held my hand out, letting piles of gold flow out onto the ground. Seeing their situation, I felt like I had a good idea. They stared at the small hill of gold. Darnik took a deep breath, seemingly deep in thought. That should be enough to get us on our feet at a minimum. However, money is not an intrinsic valuable commodity to the association, especially if they're going to be making an example out of us. I wasn't done. I smirked, setting down several small crates of dust. There were a couple with crystal variety, but most of it was in a powdered form. Crystallized mana, I began to explain. From a different world line. It's less dense than the stuff that occasionally pops up on the market, but quality is not an issue. Dranik literally shook as he reached towards it, picking up a crystal in his hand. It was comical that he practically forewent the normal procedure of checking for traps. What do you want? Pardon. You are not helping us for no reason. What do you want from us? Do you wish to take over the our crafts, our family? Do I look like someone who is after your crafts? I eyed him. It wasn't an insult to their work, but I didn't mesh well with that they pursued. But you're right, I do want something from you. I took the last thing out of my ring. It was containers of various herbs I had acquired in Skyrim. Along with them, I took out a book describing their names and uses. I want you lot to attempt to grow these plants, he questioned, looking over them. We don't have a significant herbology section. He seemed confused. You saw the healing potion I gave to Calls? You mean that these, among other things, they all hold magical properties, and I want you to try and start developing farms for them. Skyrim didn't really have the same outlook that the mages here had. Frankly, Skyrim didn't have any large or dedicated farms for these herbs. They grew in the wilds, in special conditions, and it was difficult for the people there to intentionally grow them. Well, mostly. There were some that acted like weeds and were numerous, but things like Dragon's Tongue needed very specific requirements to grow, and it was hard to mimic them with Skyrim's technology level. Hell, only the Archmage had a true dedicated garden inside his tower for the plicated plants. Truthfully, this was kind of a whim, but it was also a good opportunity to start growing my own resources without having to rely on going back to Skyrim to obtain these. Not to mention I was curious to see if anything changed in the plants by growing them in a different world line. Lots of interesting date will come up, I'm sure. A family could dedicate themselves to something like this and become rich. Darnick said quietly. What are your conditions? Well, he was smart to recognize an opportunity when he saw one. I will take 60% of all products produced through these ingredients, and I will want a copy of all notes and research involving these. Honestly, that would still leave them with an astronomical economic boom. Not to mention I wanted to make sure the Zelretch of this world got a little something for the effort he went through to help me. I unfortunately have no room to negotiate, as you can simply go anywhere else. True, but I'm not heartless. I do watch out for my own. I won't meddle in your affairs unless you do something that crosses a line I'm not okay with. And I doubt he needed me to state them. That being said, I will want you lot back up your feet and with some semblance of confidence in your existence. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. It would be beneficial to have them at my call when needed. Fiore, right? I looked towards the girl again and didn't wait for her to answer. What's your specialty? She had otherwise been silent while we negotiated. Spirit evocation. Oh, interesting. I rubbed my chin. These should be beneficial. I withdrew a few spell books I still had on me from Skyrim. Various spiritual-based spells and things that aligned with her path. Even if they didn't directly help her, another way of thinking would be beneficial. Thank you. She squeaked out as I set them on her lap. She seemed rather talented, and the way Darnick sort of hovered around her, I could guess she was valued by them. Now, I mentioned products produced using these ingredients. I took out a few more books on alchemy, handing them over to Darnick along with setting down 2 alchemy tables. This should be enough to get you started on your research, and the books are a good reference. Alchemy, he muttered looking at the title. He clearly cast a translation spell because they were not written in English. It's funny how it still works even though the language is one not native to this world. It doesn't so much as translate the written word, but the intent of what is to be portrayed. These would be significant to even the highest families in the association. He looked up at me. True. I didn't deny it. It wasn't just resources. It was sustainable resources that could easily become a foundation if utilized correctly. And I'm extending a bit of trust towards you lot. I hope you don't disappoint me. All in all, the risk for me was almost non-existent. The worst that happens, I lose some superficial things that I could reacquire with a little bit of effort. For now, continue on as you are. I spoke up again. Rebuild your defenses, and if anyone comes to bother you, feel free to use my name. This kindness, I will not forget it. We, the Ig Millennia family, will not forget it. He declared. How funny it was that we were enemies not too long ago. Not to mention, I was perhaps the main cause of their current circumstances. Oh well, I'll be in touch. I gave them one last look before slicing open a portal, heading to the other matters I had to settle. About fucking time. Mordred looked annoyed as she watched me walk out of a portal. Had to deal with some stuff. I rolled my eyes. You didn't think I would just abandon you lot? Pfft. Yeah, right. Mordred seemed to trust me, huh? Achilles, Atlanta. I nodded towards the other 2, who were also hanging around. And Kyrie, you good? I'm ready to end this. He stood up, rolling his shoulders. Anything else you need, or can I go home? Kinda, sorta. Gramps was fine with entertaining you all for a little bit as I finish up everything. Mordred looked bored with the idea. I don't want to sit in a dusty old. He'll probably have snacks. Bitchin', let's go. She really is Artoria's son. The Wizard Marshal. Kyrie repeated. You want to bring me to meet the Wizard Marshal? Is there a problem? There's a reason people are scared of him, you know. I'm aware, but he is acting as a host. You don't need to worry unless you do something to really make him upset. Against my better judgment, I guess I'll go. Kyrie sighed. Though I feel like I don't have a choice. Well, you could choose not to accept his request. So no choice. Pretty much. I didn't even deny it. Us too. Achilles spoke up. Yup. Whatever. Achilles didn't really seem to care. Wouldn't mind tasting something good from this era, see how it compares. My asshole of a master didn't even bother to feed me or even give me any wine. He'll get along great with Sasaki. I glanced at Atlanta, who was quiet. I also spoke with Medea. She's expecting you at some point. Her ears stood up before flattening. I see. Was all she spoke, but she emoted enough with just her physical features. Excitement, fear, anxiety. I could relate. I felt all those things too when thinking about Scat Hack. How much longer would it be? A couple hours. She was almost right in front of me, so that I could practically touch her again, yet I felt this overwhelming anxiety in my chest. The words of my fake father wouldn't leave the back of my mind. I didn't want to keep burying all this crap, but it truly was not the time. All right, boys and girls, let's get a move on. I quickly opened a portal to Zelretch's workshop. I'll only say to be polite. I looked them over. Well, Mordred could probably get a bit of leeway due to her relations. But the others, he wouldn't accept any kind of disrespect unless he likes them to a certain degree. Yeah, whatever. I want something to eat. I'm starving. Mordred ignored me, walking through without a second thought. He won't hold me responsible for what Saber does, will he? Kyrie looked at me with a pleading look. He's not a monster. Just don't be stupid. I rolled my eyes again, watching him go through. He did have a reputation, and a well-earned one. However, he wasn't wantonly cruel or willing to fuck with people for the hell of it. While it may be beyond most people's comprehension as to why, he does do things for a reason. Granted, that reason wasn't always a good one for them. Sometimes you just need to release some stress by fucking with a stuck-up asshole. Let's go, sis. I want to meet Medea. I heard a lot about her when I was a brat. Achilles casual strut through. Don't call me that. Atlanta hissed, following him through, giving me one last glance. Thank you for everything. She quickly spoke before disappearing. I forgot to ask them about Jean. I suppose I'll leave her for last. Well, one last person to deal with. Once again, I opened another portal taking me to the Romania capital. Finally, I popped out on a deserted street in the capital. The malevolent aura still permeated every aspect of this road. Almost immediately, the mist appeared and coalesced as Assassin made her appearance. I didn't speak, merely staring down at her as she looked at me weirdly. Mommy's waiting, she said bluntly, turning around to lead me inside. Pushing through the door, I saw the same women sitting at the same table. You came back. Did you think I wouldn't? I said as I raised an eyebrow. Yes, she said bluntly. Are you here to kill me? Is that why you're here? You're not the first person to ask me that today. I sighed. No, I said firmly. I'm not here to harm you in any ways. I looked towards Assassin, who was dripping with bloodlust. And you need to calm down. I swear, I think she bared her teeth at me. Assassin's master, Reka, stared at me incredulously before letting out a laugh. You were actually telling the truth, she said in disbelief. Or is it one of those times where it's only technically true? The word of the agreement. Am I being put in a prison somewhere to rot away while you experiment on me or something? And she just keeps riling up her servant with her own words. I'm not going to harm you, I said softly. I said I would give you an out. So an out you will get. If nothing else, you can trust that I have my own pride and I don't go back on my word. I guess that's the best I can get. She looked defeated, like she was expecting the next shoe to drop. What are you going to do with me then? You can't live a mundane life anymore. I was blunt and did not beat around the bush. Never had that thought since that psycho tried to cut me up. She scowled. And Assassin can't live near normal people either. I gazed at her. Her mere existence will bring hardship to any regular humans. She stays nearby for long periods. And you said you weren't going to kill me, she said dryly. So just spit it out. What are you going to do with me? My magic can send you to another world. A parallel world if you understand the terminology. She blinked at me, seemingly processing my words. Seriously? Yup, I replied. It's the world of my birth, and there, the age of gods has an ending. This means that all the supernatural things are still walking around, if hidden by the world. Do I need to worry about Yukai then? She looked amused. Funny you should mention that. I'm actually very close to one of 2 leaders of the Yukai in Japan. Assassin was still staring at me murderously, so I walked over to her, much to her hesitance. I could see the blade she was holding behind her back. I knelt down, open palm with a piece of candy in my palm. She looked at me, then the piece of candy, then to her master. She wanted it. Mommy. She looked up at her master. Go ahead, sweetie. She gave her servant a gentle smile. With that, Jack snatched it out of my hand quickly, stuffing it in her mouth. Her murderous look didn't abate, but there was something else now, like an acceptance. Well, I guess that works. It was kinda cute as well. You were talking about yokai. Reika spoke up. Right. I nodded. Yasaka, she's a nine-tailed fox. I looked at her to gauge her reaction. I'm not even surprised anymore. She sighed. Just give it to me straight. They have their own separate dimension over Kyoto. It houses various yokai, ghosts, demons, and even humans. It's somewhere you both can live without any issues. And we'll be safe? Relatively speaking. I shrugged. I can't account for any idiots who stir up trouble, but generally people won't come looking for you. I won't lie and tell you there won't be any danger. Not that long ago there was a bunch of terrorists who attacked Kyoto, and there was a bit of a body count. It was handled, but things like that still happen from time to time. Can I learn magic? She suddenly asked. I tapped my chin and thought. It's possible. The system there, it's different than here. I don't know what you've been told, but here we have a pseudo-organ that allows us to cast spells. There, it operates off a different paradigm. I can't say yes or no, but it's a possibility. And we'll be safe then? No one wanting to dissect me or Jackie. She asked this again, but I guess she wanted more assurance. I can call in some favors to watch over you. I can say that you will probably be one of the most protected people in Kyoto. Not to mention, I can provide you with resources so you can live leisurely. She bit her lips, and I couldn't blame her reactions. She was still very much trying to rationalize everything she'd stepped into at this point. Izanami no Makoto. I wanted to reassure because despite everything, I really did sympathize with her situation. What? I'm friends with Izanami. I can ask her to keep an eye on you. Her mouth opened, staring at me before she broke out in laughs. The goddess of death. She managed to squeak out. Mom always prayed when I was younger, but I never cared for that crap. Now you're telling me she will watch over me. You have Jack the Ripper as your daughter. I deadpanned. She snorted, laughing again. This whole thing is so fucking ridiculous. Sorry, you shouldn't have been forced into this situation. I hate that I believe you're being sincere. I hate that I can't even bring myself to despise you like that other bastard. And I hate that I don't have control of my own life. There are other ways besides magic. Other ways to get strong and you can have access to them. She lazily brought her eyes up to meet mine, practically defeated. I don't have a choice. She sighed. But at least, I don't entirely hate this decision being forced on me. Anything you need to grab? My grandfather will host you until everything is ready to move. It's better to get away from this place before anyone starts poking their nose around. I explained. I have nothing of value in my life except Jackie. She smiled bitterly, earning a hug from the servant. You want to go on an adventure with me, sweetie? We'll follow Mommy wherever she goes. She replied without hesitation. All right. Please be respectful. My grandfather is someone of status and your servant is not his match. I made sure she understood what she was walking into. Don't insult the scary wizard, got it? She said dryly. I opened up a portal for them. Again, I'm sorry. She walked up to it, Jackie holding her hand. She briefly turned back to me with a small smile on her face. I know, thank you, she replied before stepping through. I let out a sigh, watching the portal collapse. Gods, I can't help but think of my mom every time I see her. I'll make sure she's taken care of and won't have to get into any trouble because of things beyond her control. Now, I muttered. I need to go find that saintess. Time to go say goodbye. Chapter 199. I actually had no idea where Jean would be, so my first thought was just to check the last place I saw her. As I walked out of the portal, she was there, sitting to the side, barely spurring a glance at me as I reappeared. Wilhelm, she said curtly. Jean. I gave an awkward smile. How are you holding up? She turned to me, an annoyed look on your first. Oh, you know, just lamenting my failed duties because someone stole the grail in front of me. I flinched a little bit. Sorry. I apologized, not even wanting to make a joke about it. She let out a sigh. I'm happy that not everyone had to die. So you forgive me? I grinned. She puffed up, quickly getting on her feet where she marched to me, eyes staring right into mine as she smacked my shoulder. It wasn't hard, lacking the strength of a servant, but she did it several more times. However, she didn't directly say yes or no. I am very cross with you right now. Being bullied by a saintess. I feigned pain at her actions. I can never show my face in hell again. She actually pinched me. No talk about going to hell. She huffed in annoyance. You're a good person. You don't deserve to be there. Even when upset with me, she still said things like this. Anyone ever tell you how cute you are? What? She squeaked out, her cheeks turning a faint pink. Don't tease me, she muttered. I'm going to miss this. How much time you got? I finally asked. Several hours if I am conservative. She looked down at the ground. Though I suppose I can try and force myself to expire early since my presence here is no longer required. Not going to punish me then? I raised an eyebrow. She puffed up again. No matter how I reply to that, you're just going to tease me. I let out a chuckle. Yeah, I probably would. I smiled lightly. Thank you, Jean spoke softly, for coming back and saying goodbye. Despite the many trials I've overcome while here. She gave me a dry look. I enjoyed our time spent together. The others, they're going to stick around. I whispered. If you wanted. Wilhelm. Her eyes softened. We both know I'm not in the same position as them. She looked down at her hands. This isn't my body, I can't be selfish like that. I'm a devil. I snorted. I'll be selfish enough for the both of us. She reached over and lightly pinched me again. You're a better person than that. I know you wouldn't want the young girl I'm possessing to be trapped forever with me in control. I could think of something if I had a little time. Jean shook her head. I already took several days of her life away from her. Our agreement was until the end of the war. I will not overstay my welcome. She hardened herself a little. Wilhelm. She spoke up again. Promise me you won't do anything. It's not appropriate for me to linger in this body. So, promise me you won't do anything to extend my stay. I grumbled in annoyance. Fine. I spat out. I won't force you to stay, nor will I do anything to your vessel to prolong your summon. Cheer up. She lightly nudged me. Aren't you going to get your wish soon? You told me you were fighting to revive someone you cared for. Be excited for that. Don't dwell on my departure. Yeah. I looked up at the night sky, noticing how pieces of the fortress were starting to fade away. I'm excited. I miss her a lot. It was clear she was trying to distract me. She really is a kind person. I wanted to do something for her. She did say she had a good amount left before she disappeared. I have an idea. I grinned, taking out Mirage and stabbing it into the ground. Wilhelm. Jean looked at my abruptness with confusion. What are you doing? I put my hands over the eye of Magnus that was acting as the pommel of my sword. Pushing my hands on it, I expanded a visual of the world. My calculations creating a simulation of the current timeline and world line. You have a few hours left, so I'm going to take you out and have some fun. She looked at my work strangely, not arguing though. What are you doing that requires all of this? She gestured. Something stupid? I laughed as I continued. It isn't dangerous, is it? No. Wilhelm. And I'm done. I smiled. What did you do? Pulling my sword out of the ground, I slashed it through the air, the result different than my normal portals. My magic is the operation and manipulation of parallel worlds. Or if you want to be simple about it, it gives me a degree of control over dimensions. And time is just another dimension. I smirked. Wilhelm, you didn't mess with time, did you? I have no knowledge of magecraft and magic, but even I know that isn't a good idea. Trust me. I held out my hand to her. She looked down, reaching out as I grasped hers in my own. She let out a sigh, but there was a small smile on her face. Really? Doing something like this just so I enjoy what little time I have left? Well, I've been called an idiot before. I grinned, pulling her through the new portal with me. Wilhelm. She unintentionally squeezed my hand tightly. Where are we? She looked around at the buildings as we stepped out of the portal. There was no one around in this secluded area, just as I had anticipated. I gave her the warmest smile I could. Welcome home, Jean. Home, you mean? France, yes. I chuckled. I swear, the sacrifices I make. Truthfully, time travel is borderline taboo, even for a user of the kaleidoscope like me and the old man. It is most definitely not something to use lightly, but there are allowances depending on the variables. Jean is a heroic spirit. Her existence isn't as solidified on the world line as most people. And I'm not native to this world, so there was some wiggle room. Basically, I brought us a few months into the past where this festival was going on, stepping outside the world line, then re-entering at an earlier date. Shush you! She slapped my shoulder but had a huge smile on her face. She took a few steps out, away from the little secluded alley we were in that opened into a large square. There were many people all about, hundreds upon hundreds. A festival! She questioned as people were dressed up, and there was a clear air of celebration. Yup! I nodded towards her. It's a festival that's been celebrated every year for the last 600 years, to commemorate the liberation of a city by a certain young woman all those years ago. Truly! She looked surprised at the revelation. People have admired you for centuries. Is it really so strange they want to honor your sacrifice? I opened my arm up. This is your legacy. These smiling people, their happiness, you built the foundations for this. Jean stared, her look indescribable. Thank you. She barely enunciated the words, and her eyes turned a little red. I know she was someone who would not regret what happened in her life, but that didn't mean there weren't pains that came along with it. To see what she fought for come to fruition, it would be some measure of closure to her life's goals. I don't think she realized she was still holding my hand. With a grin, I lightly started to pull her out of her stupor. Well, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to join in? She let out a small squeak as I started dragging her along. Oh, ice cream, you should try this. I pulled her towards a vendor set up in the corner. What can I get for you and your girlfriend? The guy behind the cart happily asked. Girlfriend. Jean stuttered, turning bright red. I couldn't help but laugh. 2 vanillas, please. Here you go, lad. He handed them over as I pushed one towards Jean. How do I eat this? She took it with confusion. Just slowly lick it. I gave an example. Watching her hesitantly try and nibble on it was cute. She eventually sort of worked it into her mouth to get a taste. It's good, she exclaimed out of earshot of everyone. Where to next? She asked, clearly getting swept up in the excitement as we enjoyed our frozen treat. Oh, look over there. I gestured to a sign. It says they have the oldest known painting of Jean Dark herself. A portrait made during her life. A portrait? I never recall such a thing. Jean looked confused but interested. Now I gotta see this. She happily followed me along as we entered the building supposedly housing it. There was a small crowd, perhaps less than 20 people in all that we waited behind before finally seeing the magnificent portrait. I looked at it, then at her. Her mouth slightly opened, and her hands went up to cover her face. I broke out in laughter. It's not funny, she whined. It's hilarious. I countered, unable to stop laughing. It looked like a kindergartner tried to fix the weathering of age. Look at the cheeks, they're so puffy. And the eyes are bulging out of her head. Jean made little noises of embarrassment. And her butt? No, my butt isn't that big. I decided to test that little theory, and took a nice long look at said rear. She quickly tried to shield herself, turning a bright shade of red. Why, you pervert. She squeaked out. Devil. I winked. Pretty sure it's expected of me. Sir, ma'am. A man wearing a uniform approached us. You're bothering the other quests. Sorry. Jean quickly bowed her head. We're leaving. She grabbed me and practically pulled me out the door. So, who made that portrait? Gah. She covered her face again. I have no idea. I never posed for a portrait. I was always too busy. Maybe someone made it in your image then. I thought out loud. It's not exactly uncommon. But why would anyone wish to make a portrait of me? I was not a celebrity. She looked confused. I admit that my deeds may have propagated since my death, but at my time, I was not nearly as revered. Maybe for their personal use. I grinned. Personal use? She questioned. What do you mean? She paused, and again her face turned bright red. I thought steam was going to start coming out of her ears. You continue with your lewd comments. She didn't meet my eyes. Lewd? I don't understand. I feigned ignorance. What would our precious saintess be thinking about to suddenly jump to those conclusions? You don't imply such a thing. she huffed, smacking my shoulder. How our pure saintess has fallen. I shook my head. Next thing you know, she's going to hold hands with a boy in public. I exclaimed, making her face ever so redder. Stop! She squeaked out. Oh, teasing her was too fun. I'm going to miss this. We continued on, watching all the sights that we could in this small time frame. Shows that sprung up randomly, little events that people could join in on, or otherwise historical reenactments. But what drew the biggest crowd were people marching down the streets dressed up in clothing she would recognize. Many also wore armor, mounted upon horses as they streamed down the street. Make way, make way! Our saintess approaches. A man at the front called out as the little parade marched down. It was revealed to be a little girl wearing a cute dress and holding a little flag reminiscent of Jean's, ride on a horse in the middle of the parade as she happily waved to the crowd. Jean looked utterly overcome with the cuteness of the scene. She's adorable, Jean cooed. The gentle smile Jean had on her face as she watched her little replacement ride down the street, it could make someone's heart flutter. I looked up at the sky and noticed the sun was starting to get low. I have one more place I want to take you. Though, I admit I don't know if you'll appreciate it or not. She turned to me, smile bright. I don't think you would take me somewhere I would dislike. Her hand crept over, grabbing my arm. Let's go. She happily ushered me. Her smile is really contagious. Sneaking to an empty spot, I opened up one last portal, and we stepped through. Jean paused in her steps, when she realized where we were. Oh, Wilhelm, she said quietly. If you don't want to stay, I have other. No. She calmed herself down. I'm surprised, but not upset. To think to bring me here. It's really sweet of you. Her steps were small as we walked up to the building. This structure that had clearly weathered the years. It looked like it had been reinforced several times over the course of its existence to preserve it. Mother always got after me. When you are going to bring home a nice boy, Jean. The saintess giggled to herself, hand lightly touching the wooden door. I could still picture her face when returning after running my errands. Her kind smile welcoming me home every day. The sounds of my siblings running around and causing havoc wherever they passed. The small structure that was once her home. I didn't speak as she gently pushed the door open, the room completely empty and covered in dust. She raised a hand up to her mouth, stopping herself from tears falling down. It really is the same. After all these years, it hasn't changed. Most texts often refer to you as a poor farm girl, but frankly, this doesn't really give off the feeling. I looked around. Jean let out a laugh, holding back her tears. It's not that we were poor. Father had a good job, and Mother found ways to earn some extra coin when needed. It's just, she flushed again. Mother and Father wouldn't stop having children. She sputtered out. I snorted in amusement. A pair of role models, then. I nodded in approval. You want a big family? She questioned. Yeah, I guess it's always been something I wanted. I could guess where such thoughts came from. Though I don't know if all my girls want kids, but I don't doubt some of them do. Girls, as in plural. She blinked. I heard you mention Mordred's father and the women you wish to revive, but I didn't assume you had a harem. I laughed. Yeah, I have several girls I'm in a relationship with. Is it normal for devils? She asked, her voice rather sheepish, like she was asking something she wasn't supposed to. Pretty much, I confirmed. It wasn't like it was some big secret. Devils are creatures of sin. They tend to lead very hedonistic lifestyles. But we're not demons that you're thinking of. I came from another world line, and things are different there. The original demons, and even the original Lucifer, are dead, the name merely used as a title for rulership. They're the ones you think of when your religion mentions demons, and such. Most devils in this age, from my birthplace, aren't much different than humans. To the point where there's currently a non-aggression pact with heaven at the moment. Jean blinked, processing that information. Heaven is active in your world, as in angels come down to earth regularly. Yup. I'm jealous. She puffed up. The offer is still open. I smirked. Imagine meeting the archangels. Stop trying to tempt me, you. The corners of her lips curled up. Devil. She let out a giggle at her own little joke, one that I couldn't help but mimic. How strange that I'm friends with a saintess. I mused out loud. How strange that the son of the devil is my friend. She smiled brightly, tugging on my sleeve. Thank you for everything. It was short, but the time I spent here has been some of the best of my life. Is it already time? Yes, I can feel my magical energy about to finally run out. I could extend it, just a little bit. Wilhelm. She pulled on my sleeve a little harder. I accept your intent, but it's time for me to go. I hate saying goodbyes. I grumbled. If the Lord wills it, this won't be a final goodbye. I'm pretty sure I'm out of his favor, I said dryly. She giggled, cupping my cheek. Could you please make sure Laetitia, the woman I'm possessing, is set up to go home when I depart? Do you need me to send her somewhere? Jean shook her head. No, I have a feeling she'll know where to go instinctively, but the Grail was supposed to give her a little gift for her work. I'll make sure she's compensated. I waved that concern off. It was my fault, so I would clean up my own mess. She should be able to subsume these memories of yours over the past few days after she wakes up, so I suppose I won't need to be here and explain anything to her. That's correct. I just want her to be taken care of and given a thanks for her faith in me and accepting our contract. And of course, make sure she's in her correct time before I depart. Her body began to glow blue, motes of mana visibly flowing off her. Ah, I thought I had a few more moments. She said quietly, I suppose this is where we part. She stood up on her toes and quickly placed a kiss on my cheek, much to my surprise. Thank you for the wonderful time, Wilhelm. Her body burst in a light, and the accumulated mana flowed off for good. Her body went limp as I quickly caught it, laying it gently on the ground. Goodbye, Jean, I whispered as a final send-off. Chapter 200. Shifting Laetitia, Jean's host, back to her normal time flow wasn't difficult as she was still unconscious. She would more or less recall everything that happened while her consciousness was pushed back when Jean was in control. Somewhat ironic that she would wake up in Jean's home. I left a bag of gold next to her, and a letter with my name to threaten any magi that happened upon her. I was sure that at a minimum my family name would be some kind of deterrent for the worst of circumstances. Better than nothing, at least. A small bounded field covered the house that would ward anyone off for the next day or so, but she'd be up in a couple hours at the latest. Food, water, and everything else she would need to make a track back to civilization and back to her home was also left with her. Jean said that she would be in capable hands, i.e. guided by her faith. Well, who am I to doubt a literal saintess? I admit, I was curious about the girl who was apparently a good enough vessel to house Jean, but I can't really look at the girl for who she was. Any conversation I had, any interactions for that matter, I'd only see Jean. That was fair to neither of us. So this was goodbye. Not like she needed, nor probably wanted me around. I still had one last errand to run in this world, one person I had been putting off seeing that deserved my undivided attention, at least for a little while. With a flip of my hand, I opened a portal to a very familiar but foreign place. As the kaleidoscope of colors flowed around me, I stepped through into Zelretch's home, or rather, the Zelretch of his world. I was wondering when you would stop by. I looked at the man himself. When and not if. I raised an eyebrow. He looked, midly amused by my statement. Come now, do you think me a fool? Of course, you would come by. He closed a book he had in his hand, setting it on a table. There was a moment of silence as we stared at one another, and I noticed in his gaze it lacked that affection that my Zelretch showed. Thanks for the help. Might as well start off with being polite. I really do appreciate it. He waved me off with a small smile. It was an interesting few days. I enjoyed some new and refreshing data I was able to mull over, and I didn't have to offer much but my own time. Then do I apologize for throwing more stuff in your lap now? Well, that would be the polite thing to do, he said with a chuckle. Yes, using my name when you aligned yourself with that freelancer. To be fair, it's my name too. That is fair. He nodded. But you're using that as an excuse for the circumstance. He lightly chided. Yeah, I sighed. And then my solution for the Millennia faction. But I believe the pros severely outweigh the cons here. Indeed, he gave a small smile. Even without the little bonus you set up at the end, I truly wouldn't have minded everything else. I suppose I just want you to acknowledge the burden you placed on me, however small it was. You know, for not being my Gramps, you're awfully gentle with your words. Zelretch let out a small chuckle. You are more than aware of my existence, our existence. I know of your Gramps just as he knows of me. While I don't have the same immediate affection, that does not mean I don't share some of the sentiments. It's a strange feeling to be jealous of myself. He stroked his beard. Now let's talk about payment. I groaned. Just take half and let's call it a day. I didn't even want to bother bartering. He was speaking of the resources that would be produced by the Igmalenia family. I had no doubts that Zelretch would find some use from them. How boring, but I guess you are reaching your end point after everything that's happened. He accepted easily enough. I suggest a small vacation. Hawaii is wonderful this time of the year. And I'll take care of settling everything on the Mage Association's end. While you could no doubt throw around your weight, as you put it, I would rather not cause any larger issues to deal with later. I suppose it doesn't matter who does it, thank you. That being said, Hawaii does sound wonderful actually. I actually gave that some thought. Sitting on the beach with my girls, just relaxing. But I do have some important matters to attend to. If this Zelretch wanted to smooth everything between the Igmalenia and the Mages Association, then I would let him. It would be cleaner than me coming and throwing my hat into the political arena. Right, your wayward lover whom you need to summon from the throne. He nodded. Scathack, quite a woman you picked up there. That she is. I couldn't help but smile. Then I shall not keep you. He stood up. I appreciated you coming by, and I would not be troubled if you stopped by more often. Well, I would be checking up on the Igmalenia family from time to time, so it wouldn't be something out of the way to do. Thank you for everything. I expressed my genuine thanks. Oh, pish-pash. He harumphed. We're practically family. Good point. I nodded. Hug. I held out my arms. Pardon. Hug time. I smiled at him. He snorted with a small smile on his face. With a roll of his eyes, he opened his arms. Get over here, you brat. I stepped back into an almost identical spot, but this room was much more crowded than the one I had just left. Several eyes glanced my way, but otherwise everyone kept going on their business. So Chiron had me tied up, hanging from a tree. Achilles was waving his arms around with a laugh, a drink in his hand. And he's like, Achilles, did you eat my last apple? Oh gods, I know exactly where this is going. Atlanta, who had a very distraught assassin in her lap, face-palmed. Seriously, the murderous little psycho was looking helpless as Atlanta gave her head pats. I think she was more confused than anything and had no idea how to react. Zelretch, who had been enjoying the story, ushered him on. Oh boy, what did he do? Zelretch joined in with a laugh. You're about to get your ass beat. Mordred snickered, standing to the side, listening intently. Well, that early hit really upset my stomach, and being upside down didn't help. Achilles could barely hold it together. I opened my mouth to say something cheeky, and it just all sprayed out on his face. They both erupted in laughter. Kyrie looked amused, but at the same time he looked like he was trying to make himself as small as possible and not to touch anything. Assassin's master happily sat nearby, enjoying the peace if her expression was anything to go by. You get everything settled? Gramps finally addressed me. I did. I gave a curt nod. If you're feeling up to it, how about you help me with my wish? Shit, you finally using the Grail? What are you even wishing for? Mordred spoke up. I'm curious too. Atlanta was the one who agreed. Meh. Achilles shrugged. Don't really care. You'll see after I'm done. I said with a grin. Boo. Mordred huffed. Whatever. I hope it's something good. If you're wishing for the root or some other stupid shit, I'm going to kick your ass and take it back. My magic already opens a path to the root if I were so inclined. I shook my head. No, I'm wishing for something more important. Well, get to it then. Stop making us wait. Mordred replied, as impatient as ever. Well, let's not keep them waiting. Zelretch put a hand on my shoulder. Besides, Reiku has been guarding it since you left. He began leading me to another room where he deposited the Grail, away from the little festivities. Reiku perked up, already knowing I had returned. Master, you're back. She looked happy, yet at the same time she had that strange look on her face. I shot a quick glance at Zelretch. What are your thoughts on that? I asked him quietly. Deal with that after you make your wish. It would give us a better idea of what we're looking at and what we have at our disposal. He replied. I nodded, accepting his words. He was smart enough to know my concerns easily enough. Reika's mat enhancement wasn't an easy problem to fix. But I had a couple ideas, and I'm sure Zelretch had some of his own. I walked up and gave Reiku a quick hug. You didn't have to guard the grail. I'm your servant. She preened a little under the physical affection. This is what you desired, so I will make sure no one steals it. So what's the plan? I asked him, staring at the spell circles that covered the ground. It's as you would expect. We're going to perform a summoning, but we're hijacking the wish component to facilitate the summons as opposed to the normal summoning function. Zelretch explained. We completely bypass the true wish that it's supposed to grant by doing this. Can probably do something with it later after it takes some time to recharge. I rubbed my chin. Despite my description of the Grail being a huge mana battery, you can't just shove mana into it and recharge it that way. The mechanisms are intricate, and using the systems strains them severely. It was one of the main reasons that the Grail War was supposed to be 60 years apart. Half of it was the collection of magical energy, the other half was so it didn't burn itself out by being used too soon. Indeed, and I took the liberty of carving the summoning circles, a little something I had bouncing around my head. It's different than the normal one, obviously, but it should trigger the correct sequences for what we're trying to accomplish. Yeah, it's not so much a normal summon as trying to pull as much of her from the throne as possible. It was almost like 4 different circles, all intersecting at a single point. Well, all it needs is a catalyst and to simply make a wish. Zelretch gestured for me to go forward. I rubbed my ring, mentally looking at the spear that laid inside. Something wrong, Wilhelm? I bit my lip, remembering what was said to me by him. I'm nervous, I said quietly. I can't stop having this thought in my head. What if she isn't happy to see me? Oh, Wilhelm. Zelretch pat me on the shoulder. We both know that's complete bullshit. I blinked at his very blunt dismissal. We haven't spoken about what happened, but something clearly did. He started again. Something that shook you enough to give you doubts. But whatever it is, remember what you told me her last words were to you. For whatever happened, did that change the last moments you spent together? I know it's probably irrational. I sighed, slumping my shoulders. Doesn't make this pit in my stomach go away. But you're right, there's no use dwelling on it. If I gave in to these thoughts, I'd regret it for the rest of my life. I didn't want to let those depressing feelings take hold. I wasn't special for having doubts. Everyone did. It was a facet of life. I flicked my hand to the side, Gibalg appearing in my grasp. I walked forward, stabbing it into the center of the summoning circle. The Grail glowed as I approached, as if ushering me to continue. A wish that instead of actualizing the wishcraft matrix to shape the massive amounts of magical energy, it looped around into the summon systems, but still supported the features inherent to the wishcraft mechanisms. A wish, without using the wish. I wish. I held my hand up towards the summoning circles. I wish for my scat hack back. The accumulated magical energy gathered and erupted at the focal point, blinding everyone in the room. The sheer force made me brace myself as I felt time and space shudder to facilitate my desire, my wish. Through the blown-up dust and the shimmering glow of power, I squinted my eyes to see a new figure standing in the middle of the circles. Red eyes met mine. I took a hesitant step forward, hand shakily reaching out as I touched her arm. The look she gave me was one of recognition. I didn't utter a word as I pulled myself into her chest and refused to let go. Even when I felt the dampness flow down my cheeks, I felt her arms wrap around me, her head pressed against mine. A faint whisper only for my ears, a gentleness to it that only made me react stronger. You silly boy,